Good evening. Good evening, Pi Faithful. Just thought I'd start up a stream to come on and have a bit of a rant. Just occurred to me, I did a bit of a ladder predictor, and if we win every game for the rest of the season, the best we're going to finish is 7th. So the best we can do is the wild card round. If we beat all of the teams below us and we win 50% of the teams, the games against the teams above us, then we'll get 12 points and we'll finish 9th or 10th. But I think that's unlikely that one of the teams below us will probably knock us off, if not more. And then we're probably unlikely to win 50% of the teams above us. So that's probably the best result for us. We probably need to miss the wild card so that reality sets in. There's pressure on Fly. In fact, the sooner we disqualify ourselves from the wild card round is probably the best for the best, because Fly is going to fuck around with selection for the rest of the year. People like Sidey and Membry and others are going to get gifted games, and it's going to be frustrating. So, yeah. Anyway, I've been joined by Age backstage, so I'm going to welcome him on. G'day, Age.
Matty the Warble, how are you, mate?
Good. Yep. Have you? Yeah, a lot of people were saying that Monday was pretty much for our season, and it's pretty close to it. I think once we lost on Monday, that's the season gone, really. I hadn't been looking at the ladder really for like the last month, just avoiding looking at it. But reality set in today when I had a good look and seeing what we need to do to get the best possible. So we win every game for the rest of the year. That won't even get us into the top 6.
Yeah, it's funny you mention that because on Dermot and Michael's podcast, Into the Woods, Michael actually spoke about in the last episode that we don't seem to look at the ladder as much as we used to back in the 90s, 2000s, when it was a big deal, end of the round, you'd look at the ladder, you'd study it. These days, you sort of don't seem to do it anymore. When you actually do look at it and you do your ladder predictors and all that, it's pretty fucking grim, mate, for us. Like you said, you got to look at winning every single game. That's why these 8-point games that we've just dropped all year absolutely kill you, mate. And even with the wild card round, it's looking pretty fucking grim for us. So, yeah, it's funny you say that because, 7th is a best case scenario is fucking grim, mate.
Yeah. Yeah, that sucks. Like, that's why the title of this is Wild Card Round, best case scenario. Do we even bother?
Yeah.
Because we're going to be playing. You look at all the teams above us. The only team that I reckon not based on our last performance, but Western Bulldogs is the only one who could really drop out of there. I reckon the other teams are quite good. Maybe like GWS are starting to play well. Brisbane's going to come good. Gold Coast will probably come good. So if we were to slip into 9th or 10th, we're probably playing an away final interstate.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. There's no point. Like, we're going to be instantly knocked out, probably get smashed, and we'll be ignoring the right selections, the right youthful selections. So I I almost like the club to say, hey, you know what, we wouldn't mind finishing them in the wild card round. That's the best we can do anyway. It's just whether we're playing a home wild card game or an away. So most likely it's going to be away, right? So the club's got to just say to Fly, right, we're stepping in here. Okay, you're not playing Member anymore. You're not playing Sidey. And these other guys, here's a list of about 8 people. You can't play them every week. So Sidey, Membry, they're not playing for the rest of the year, probably not playing ever again. And this group here, that include people like Lipinski, it includes people like Dan Houston, it includes people like Crisp, it includes people like Bo McCreary, even people like Josh Dacos. So you could come up with about maybe 8 or 9 players that really need to pull their finger out. He's got to be told all of these guys can't be gifted a game. We can't drop 10 players next week, but over the next few weeks, if these guys aren't pulling their finger out, one by one they start to get dropped, and you bring in kids, even guys that were not really bragging about it, even a guy like TJ, even a guy like Ryan, a guy like Di Mattia. We're going to see what these kids, obviously guys like Swadling and a couple of others are ahead in the pecking order as far as the VFL players. But the club has got to say to Fly, stop it. Enough with the Fly benefits club, whatever his little clique is. We can't do that anymore. You know what's ironic about it? If he played the youth and didn't gift games to his favourites, we'll play better. I think these kids will come in, they'll be fired up, they'll be excited, and if they're encouraged to play a carefree, risk-taking game plan, we'll play better anyway. So that's what's he'll continue. This won't happen. He'll continue to be very stubborn with his selection and his game plan, and the results will be worse. They're going to keep getting worse. So if he really wants to win, he's got to change his ways. But I don't think he can be told. But he needs to be.
You know what shits me the most? Any other year with this new wild card thing being introduced, when we're finishing top 4, it wouldn't affect us at all because we're top 4, we're in the top rungs of the ladder. It means nothing. But it's just unfortunate that this bloody new system's come in when we have turned into a mid-table team. So instead of in a normal season at this point, right, being a top 8, if it was just any other normal season, we're already like 4 games off the bloody pace, and you're staring down the barrel of like 1 or 2 more losses, and it's completely game over. The problem with this new system is there's that bloody extra 3 or 4 weeks where your season is technically still alive. So this is where it's you do require guys, the board, Big Dick Kelly, all these guys at the top to actually say, Fly, you've got your job security. You're not coaching for your career. So just do the right thing by the club, mate. And, like I've always said, I want to see the kids, but you don't have to absolutely chuck them all in. You can structure it. You can structure it. It's not hard. You just structure it. You say, okay, Jacob Ryan. And now I know a lot of people are going to, in the chat and listening back to this, going to say, the guy's no good. That's fine. He might not be any good, but you give him a block of 3 or 4 games and you'll find out if he's any good or not for sure, rather than just him rotting in the twos and you never know. A guy like Swadling, we all think he's going to play, but he should be number 1, numero uno. He should be the first bloke selected for the Port Adelaide game next week. Like, it shouldn't even be a topic of discussion. It should be, Sam Swadling, you're playing. Don't even worry about the bloody team structure or anything. You guarantee his position in that team, regardless of how the makeup of the team looks. But because of this stupid new fucking system, he's every chance with, some of the taglines he loves to spill about, we're still building and, season's still alive, all this sort of rhetoric, which is all legitimate, mind you, but it's not the best thing for the club right now. So that's always been my concern, mate, because He's got every right, and he probably will. He'll just have every right to be like, no, I want to qualify, and that's it. So I'm going to put the best team on the park to qualify. But how many more losses do we need to suffer as a club with these old codgers in there before we finally decide that, no, you know what, we're no threat to the premiership. We're a chance maybe at a bloody wildcard final and might fluke it and get it in Melbourne. And that's
Yep.
about going to be the peak of our season. So,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah, that's it. So, yeah, I always was worried that this wild card thing, finishing 10th means you essentially qualify for finals, and that would always just keep that carrot there. And but this is what Stephanos saying. G'day, Stephanos. He's saying pressure on Fly is the better option. Yeah, well, I think what we're going to see is he is going to be his own downfall, Fly. What he's going to do is he's going to dig his feet in, right up. He will probably even when we probably can't qualify, he's probably going to still keep playing his favourites. Now that is when the mainstream media. I'm not talking about this alternative YouTube media with 8 of us on this live stream. But if he was to keep playing his favourites when we're out of contention for a wild card, they will come for him then.
the groundswell's already started, mate. The groundswell's already started. I've heard a few things, seen a few things pop up where they're starting to question, the depth of the list and the players that are there and our under 23s, all that sort of stuff, which is great. I've been waiting fucking 3 years for this, and mind you, we've won a premiership in that time, but still the selection integrity wasn't sensational. So I've been absolutely frothing through a bit of this pressure because Mr. Nice Guy Flyers had it way too easy for too long. And now it's time to actually have to front up and face some tough questions, And that article last week that we sort of referenced and I sent to you and stuff like that, where he the coach is questioning the kids rather than not questioning his fucking favourites that are his 15, 16 favourites that are automatic selections every week is the first red flag for me, where it's like, oh, hang on, I think he's got his 15, 16 players, which we know he does, that he just loves to death. He's going to play them no matter what. Will he still play these fuckwits even when our season's over?
Yeah.
I think he will. I reckon he will, mate. I reckon you're spot on.
Yep. I hope he doesn't. I hope he starts against Port. I just want him to just our season's over and we've got a generational talent, most likely a generational talent in Swadling, and he hasn't had a game yet. And what are we at round? We're 12 rounds in. What a fucking disgrace. What an absolute disgrace that he hasn't had a game yet. And he'll probably come in and have an instant influence, and we're like, what are you doing, Fly?
Matt, there's guys out of this mid-season draft, and I know we played one of our mid-season draftees, the 27-year-old M Pod, which is fine. Yeah, okay, we gave him an opportunity. But there's clubs out there that they drafted a mid-season draftee like Adelaide with that the bloke with the 2 bloody last names. I forget, Khan. They've played him. They played him straight off the bat, and they played him again tonight. Played all right 2 games, right? And you've got this guy, Sammy Swadling, who's dominated the 2s and he can't get a look in. Imagine he let's assume he's just a casual footy fan. Imagine he turns on fucking Fox Footy, watches the Adelaide game last week, and he sees a bloke around, I think he's like 21, 22. I'm not actually sure how old he is. But he sees him not even have to play a reserves game. Bang, you're good enough, mate. You're straight in the ones. Imagine how he would feel dominating the twos for a club that's sitting lower than Adelaide on the ladder, and he can't get a look in at our team. It would just. I always try and put myself in those shoes, and I think you would be so fucking frustrated watching all these guys get opportunities at other clubs, and they probably haven't really done much in the twos, but they just get given the opportunity because they're bloody, the club has faith in them. Yet he's got to dominate in the twos, and he still can't get a look in the ones. He's still an emergency, and then he misses out on that twos game anyway to even prove his case forward more. It just, I fucking feel for our young kids, mate. The ones that aren't up to it are probably still worthy of a decent crack in the ones, or at least a game or two, just something, a bit of a carrot, But then you've got a guy like Sammy Swadling who has not played. He would be fucking filthy, mate, if I was in his shoes. Jesus.
Yeah. And what's worse is that because he was emergency, he didn't get to play VFL. Now we've got a bye next week. So
Shocking.
He's going to go 3 weeks without playing.
Shocking, mate. It's shocking when you actually break it down. This is the thing. I work construction, and I speak to a lot of people, and a lot love their footy. And there's a melting pot of all different bloody supporters and that. But there's a few Pie supporters and that. And like I said, most of them are just casual fans. But when you've got even the casual fan who's like, "Oh, I'm surprised Swadling didn't get a gig," when you've got people that literally just watch the footy, they watch the game, and then that's it. They don't watch anything else during the week. They just watch the game. When you've got people like that saying, "Oh, I would have thought he'd play that Swadling kid," but, when those sorts of people are starting to fucking see and question selections and things like that, you got an issue, because they're usually the ones that's just whatever. Like, they support the 23 that are out there, and they wouldn't even know who the twos players are, But when they start referencing things like that, that's when you've got a coach that's not willing to fucking give these guys an opportunity. And it just shits me, mate. Nothing shits me more about this guy. His selection integrity is just non-existent, mate. And place favourites, always has.
Did you hear what Dermot said about how they met Will Parker?
I did hear that.
For those of you who didn't hear it, Dermot from Into the Woods podcast was hanging out with one of his subs, and he knows a few of the players, and they were outside the rooms. I think it was at training or before the game, maybe I don't know. It was sometime before the game, maybe just around selection night time. And Will Parker came out and he yelled out, "Oh, how you going? You playing this week?" And he's like looked down at the ground like, "Nah, playing VFL again." And he said he just looked so dejected. And wouldn't you be?
Will Parker's just another one, mate. Yeah.
So I think it's almost getting to the stage where the Carlton players were definitely protesting against Voss. They wanted him gone 2 years ago. So they started to lose on purpose. I don't know if it's on purpose, but at least subconsciously they were playing one good half of footy and then crap, and then they'd get beaten. And I think they killed their coach. Like, that was like coach killing sort of stuff, And I think the players are going to start doing that if they haven't already.
You know what happens, Matt? And it happens at all workplaces, any workplaces where there's enough people. What ends up happening is there's generally so this is the example of Carlton, right? There was a few cliques at Carlton, right? So you had like the senior group of players that just didn't give a shit because they just got selected every week and there was no repercussions. So that was like your Sam Doherty's, those sorts. They did what they wanted to do. They didn't give a fuck, Then you've got those middle tier players that are sort of underpaid, but they're they're playing most weeks, but they're underpaid, but they're doing the team things because that's how you get a game, right? And then you got the young kids,
Yep.
right? And the young kids are just, they're just trying to make their way in the world of AFL, trying to get a game, trying to get another contract, trying to see if they can play well in the twos and push their case, right? I heard Dan Gorringe. Now, he hasn't been at Carlton for 10 years, but he would still have connections there. I remember hearing on a podcast, one of his podcasts probably 12 months ago, he said at Carlton, some of the senior guys would never even talk to some of the junior guys. Like, they wouldn't even know their names. They'd fucking know nothing about them because there was no connection between like the real senior guys and the youth because there was no need. There was like, what's the point sort of thing. I don't think that's happening at Collingwood. However, I do believe that if you're not fucking careful and you play your favourites and you've got this core group of footballers that it just doesn't matter what they do, they're going to play, which we do have that at Collingwood. We definitely have that group of favourites. I think what you end up creating is you create a divide in your playing list of blokes that they're going to play every week no matter what, and they don't give a fuck what they do. And then you got these kids that it doesn't matter how good they're fucking doing, they're never going to get a look in. And just to reference what you said before about sabotaging for the coach, it would be 100% a subconscious thing where if you know that you're playing well in the twos, but you're absolutely no chance of getting a gig in the ones, or worse, the Will Parkers of the world who 1 week in, 1 week out, 1 week in, 1 week out, get no continuity. How are you meant to respect your coach? Like, honestly, how can you walk into the office every second Monday and he says, "Sorry, Will, we're going to have to drop you this week, mate"? How are you meant to respect that man when you then turn around and you see Lipinski gets a walk-up start every week? You see Dan Houston have no repercussions for his poor performances. You see Josh Dacos, really, if he's not being played in his correct position, why is he playing at all? Honestly, that's the point it's gotten to that bloke. You must just absolutely shit you sideways if you're in the Will Parker's position on the list. I reckon you're right. I wouldn't be surprised if the arse falls out of this team the second half of the year if we don't shake things up fucking very quickly, mate.
Yeah. Ultimate greatness. Sean.
Hey, fellas.
How you doing, mate?
Yeah, doing pretty good. Sort of been staying away from some of the news stories of late. So thankfully I've had some people been updating me on some stuff. So apparently Frampton got off, which was good. So but yeah, we've definitely got some issues that need to be solved. And I don't know, I guess the good part of it, or the good news of it all, is that all of these are extremely easy fixes. The bad part, or the bad news, is that we've got people at the club that are so stubborn and thick-headed that it's probably not going to happen until someone has to, stand their ground and go, "No, this isn't good enough." Whether that's the fans, whether that's someone inside the club, whether that's, a different answer entirely, a completely different answer entirely. I guess we'll see in the next 12 months, 24 months.
Yep. Yeah, I just do you reckon the club has the power to rein in Fly? Like, can Craig Kelly just have a meeting with him and just say and step in at selection, or does that differ from club to club? Like, I'm sure some coaches have more power than others, but because Fly's in his 4th year, premiership coach, 2 prelims, we know the we trust in Fly cult members remind us of that all the time. Is it possible that someone in the club, like either that general manager, Gardner, or Craig Kelly, can bring him into his office and say, "Look, this is what's going to happen for the rest of the year. Right? You are, these players aren't playing anymore. like say Membry side bottom, unless it's ridiculous circumstances. And these players here, if they don't, including Houston, including Lipper, including Josh Dacos, including Bo McCreary, so there's about 8 or 9 of them, right, who are just dragging their feet along the ground because they know they can't get dropped. And they say, look, and these are the players we want to see in. So, we want to see Swaddling in there. We want to see Ryan in there. We want to see Noah Howes when he comes back. We want to see this puncher guy who we brought in. We want to see Saxena. List off about 8 VFL players. All of these guys are getting a game at some stage, and here's the priority. We want these players in sooner rather than later, and don't be scared to drop these established players. Do you reckon the general manager and the CEO have got the authority to put their foot down?
I mean,
like Craig
that's
Kelly.
the thing. Let's just say they have the power. Why haven't they stepped in, or have they stepped in? I mean, from the outside perspective, we assume that Fly's been just left to his devices. So my first thought around that question would just be, what have they done? Because all this issue this season, it's either people have just gone. I mean, obviously people like Fly have obviously gone unchecked, and in terms of because I mean I find it interesting because even I remember it was about 10 years ago because it was when Dane Swan was playing. He was on the Footy Show one time, and there was I can't remember which Collingwood player it was, but there was a Collingwood player that was playing pretty well. Might have been Treloar or maybe something like that. No, it wasn't Treloar. It was like a kid basically, but it was about 10 years ago, possibly even 15. And they turned it into this thing where it was like a bit of a gag. And on one hand, I'm sort of, and I know it's not a direct sort of example of what's going on around Fly and stuff, but I'm just saying like the mentality of it was a bit off because, you'd have Dane Swan on the Footy Show on the panel and things like that. And he'll be, hey mate, this guy, I don't know, like a Steel Sidebottom would be in the studio. And obviously Sidebottom are like 18 years old or whatever. Obviously timelines are not going to work out, but I'm sure everyone can follow what I'm saying. And he'd be like, oh, this Sidebottom player is playing well, blah, blah, like, what do you think of him, Swanee? And Swanee, and again, it came off as like a bit of a gag, like they tried to do a bit of a joke with it. But Swanee was like, oh, who? Who's this guy? Oh, he's got a Collingwood jumper. Yeah, I'm sure he's a good player. It came off as like really, and everyone laughed at it. Everyone's like, this is a joke, funny. But it's funny, I guess, the first time around. But then when you have poor performances, and again, not trying to put Swan in this like position and stuff, but like, if you have people like Fly and people equivalent in this situation, and it's like, if they don't know who a Jacob Ryan is, then if that doesn't sound like we're in deep shit, then I don't know what is. You know what I mean? Like you've got guys that are pushing their case for selection, a genuine case for their selection. It's not just this guy will just come in and play 4, 5, 6 games. We'll drop him back to the VFL because he's just not good enough. If someone like a Jacob Ryan gets 4, 5, 6 games, he's going to prove himself worthy to where he's going to hold his own. He's going to hold value within the squad.
Yeah,
but it's and probably a little bit of a different sort of like way of like saying it. But for someone that enjoys like video games and stuff, there was a company called EA. EA used to be a really good component of this. Like they used to be really good about it, where there would be a really there would be like a popular franchise that would always get like a really high rating in terms of the games, but the company didn't really give two shits about the game itself. So they would be like, hey, we'll go and put some money into this game, make this game for you guys. But really, ultimately, at the end of the day, you guys have to buy it. But then, 3 years happened, the game came out, and the game was rated like a 6.5, maybe like a 7 out of 10. But then EA turned around and said, "Oh, but you guys didn't buy it though. So why are we making games when you guys aren't buying them?" But the reality was, who's going to go out of their way to buy a 6.5 out of 10 game when you've got EA, the developer, who's a massive, publisher? For those that don't know, like that's like the pinnacle. That's like the Scott Pendlebury's of the industry, like the goats. And for EA to sort of basically gaslight, it's like customers to be like, hey, you guys wanted this, but now you guys don't want it. But it's not due to a lack of interest. The product is just shit. But then they turn around and go, "Oh, but we put 3 years of effort into this." I was like, "But did you really?" That's just this whole. I feel like that's a similar situation to what's happening at Collingwood, where it's like they're only doing enough so that they can create a narrative about, Jacob Ryan, he's just not that good. Or again, I keep touching on Finlay Macrae, and I will die on that hill with Finlay Macrae. He could have had an AFL career. But, when it comes to, people's careers and, once they get that AFL moment where it's like, damn, I feel like I belong at this level. You don't just, it's not 1 + 1 = 2. It basically goes from, it's not even like plus, it actually times it. So, it'll be like times 100, because once you get that moment, you go, fuck, okay, I am an AFL player, where your first 10 to 20 games, that's what you're searching for. You're searching for that moment to be like, hey, I'm actually a player on this list that's having an impact every week. It's that mental and emotional sort of connection that you sort of wait for, that you basically search for your whole career. And because these guys are only getting 1 or 2 games at most, like, how are we supposed to be, getting these guys to be feeling like they're AFL players if they're barely even playing, first of all, but also once they, have a mistake and then they're playing in the AFL players.
Yeah.
And this is also coming from a coach that has said many times, especially a few years ago, where it's like, oh, let's actually put our players in positions to succeed. Well, clearly, Fly doesn't do that, because, every time that you put them in a position to succeed, you put them up against odds that are not in their favour, and they go, oh, well, clearly this player just isn't talented enough.
Yeah.
But it's like the whole situation needs so much more context. But because, obviously, the fan base is sort of turning and they're starting to become a bit more smarter and more switched on with it. But the fact that, and to be honest, I think it's been happening for years, let alone just this season. But there's been so many, and that's the thing though. So the fact that we're just having to, just the fact that we're seeing so many of these players be good enough, as someone that watches the VFL every week. And I go, damn, wouldn't it just be awesome if someone like a Jacob Ryan gets a game? Wouldn't it be awesome if a ex-player gets a game and stuff, and just see how they go, because that player isn't going to be the difference between you winning or losing a game, But if someone like a Jacob Ryan, if he can be that, player in the back line, that back pocket sort of player, we've obviously spoken about how, at the very least, if you're going to have Sidebottom in the back pocket, surely Jacob Ryan's a better option, which he is. He just flat out is. No one can tell me otherwise. But because, we're trying to play favourites, I feel like the club's also turning into a business as well, where it's we seem to be prioritising the dollars over success and over the fans. the fact that Sidebottom's like staying the side. As much as we talk about Jack Crisp with the games record with so many games in a row, Sidey has one with Pendles. So Sidey and Pendles have a record on their own where if they play a game together, it adds on to the tally. Because I think, and I don't know the exact stat that it was, but yeah, it was Pendles and Sidey were the most games played with the teammate. Because I think the previous best was Selwood and Hawkins. But I'm pretty sure they've actually gone past that now. So, yeah, for why, and again, like for Penderbury, it's fine because he's been playing. But it's like when you have so many bad games in a row, it's just it just baffles you to, outside of business reasons and to be keeping streaks alive, and because really at the end of the day, as much as we marvel at like Penderbury for playing so many games, and it is a massive feat, but but then if you're like someone like Sidebottom who's playing the season that he is, like how are we creating a narrative where this is a good thing, where we're basically dragging Sidebottom to the line of getting into 350, 400 games? It's just like, yeah, I don't look at that as a good thing. If anything, we should stick with the saying, do not count your games, make your games count. Whatever happened to that saying,
Yeah. Look, I'm the thing that shits me the most is I was under the impression that it was all well and good playing these older guys and playing the senior heads as long as we were winning. I always, that was the impression that the club gave me. Obviously, I was wrong, but that was always my impression. Yep, they get the 1 year contracts. Yep, they keep going on. That's fine. However, once we start losing, you're just going to cut the head off the snake, right? That was the sort of how it was sold to us, right? However, it seems to be the opposite. Now that we're losing, instead of him being like, okay, now this is the catalyst for the change, it seems like we're going in the other way, where he's going, oh no, now it's like season on the line stuff. So we have to sort of play him. Sidebottom, other than a couple games this year, Sidebottom's been poor all year, and he doesn't even have the balls to drop him. He just manages him,
Yeah.
So we got sold a dud, mate. All right, we got sold an absolute dud with this. Just be brave. You've got your contract. You've got your premiership in the bag. You've got your prelim finals. Now that's it, mate. It's time. I understand that you're not just going to drop all the senior guys to bring in the young guys, but for God's sake, the fact that it took halfway through the season to give Sidebottom a spell is ridiculous. Number one. Number two, the fact that you haven't made a decision with Jack Crisp to say you've got the consecutive record now. Now we're going to be smarter with how we manage you. You're a bit of a burst run and gun player, so you're going to get a spell every now and then when we feel you need it, or your loads have been too high or whatever. We'll give you a spell. That's number two. The fact that Membry came back in after 1 week in the VFL of not touching it is number three. Number four, the fact that Lipinski seems to have turned into a walk-up start in this team now. He is worse now than what he was in his 23 year when he was still a fringe player. He's worse now, yet he's a walk-up start every week. That's four.
Yeah.
Houston not, I understand, because they probably are fucking embarrassed, but he should be told, if you don't pull your finger, and I know it could be the coaching and his role on the day, but even then, it's the same thing, same issue I had with Ed Allen at the start of the year when he got a few games on the wing. Okay, even though you're a bit out of position, at least when you got the ball, don't butcher it. Now, Houston he's probably not being played to his absolute strengths, but the fact that he's still butchering the footy is grounds to probably drop him for a week or two. Who cares if he's a senior guy, he's the big signing. Give him a spell if you have to. That's 5. Josh Dacos, not doing enough, kicking the ball up the chimney. I know a lot of people had him as, top of 3 or 4 players on the weekend. That's fine. I still thought he butchered the footy a little bit, but he was a little bit better. But the fact that they haven't moved him back to his preferred position after the shambles this year's been has been a disgrace. That's number 6.
Yeah.
Number 7, the fact that Ed Allen, it took him so long to actually play him in that position that he deserved, and that was the inside mid position. And then after the Footscray game, he turns around and says, "Oh yeah, Ed Allen might be a little bit more than a role player for us." What the fuck are you talking about, you stupid cunt? What? Number one, even if that is the truth, why are you fucking saying that on the public record? You stupid fucking cunt. Like, imagine Ed Allen hearing that. Imagine his parents hearing that. Oh, Ed's a fucking role player, is he? Oh, maybe because you haven't played him in his right position, you fucking idiots. Yeah, it's just fucking baffling. The fact that Darcy Cameron cannot be told, Darcy, if you don't jump, you're out of this fucking team. Simple.
Yeah.
I don't give a shit if we have to play fucking Will Parker in the ruck. If you're not going to fucking jump, you're out of this team. Simple. There's just I'm fucking getting worked up now. There's just so much stupid shit that's happened at this fucking club this year that's a disgrace. And now that we're sitting outside the fucking 10, mind you, last year we're top of the ladder at this time last year. Everyone remember that? Top of the fucking ladder. It has fallen to absolute fucking shit, and this guy has changed absolutely fucking nothing in that time. The only thing he did good this year that I can pat him on the back for is playing fucking Steen in the first ruck. That is the only fucking thing he's done this year where I'm like, well done, Fly. And I bet you he wouldn't have fucking done it if the rules didn't change. Actually, I guarantee he wouldn't have done it. So he just one fuck up after another, this guy. It's fucking getting me shitty because you referenced it the other week, Sean, when we were speaking about that. Every Collingwood supporter knows that we are not this shit. Yeah, we might not be a premiership threat, but we're not this shit. If we just had more balls at selection and more guts to actually make the changes that are required at this club, we would be in a better position than what we are now. Yeah, it might not be top 4, it might not be premiership contenders, but I'll tell you now, it's better than fucking 13th or 12th or wherever we sit. I can promise you that.
Yeah. Yeah, because especially sitting 12th at the moment, that's 12th with the senior players in. So the whole narrative of, oh no, we can't play the kids because if we play the kids, we will lose games. Well, guess what? We've lost games with the senior players. So what the fuck was the difference?
This all started. This shit started 2 years ago, when we had we had 10 or so injuries to major players, and the kids were all in the team, and they won 6 out of 8 games and 1 draw, I think, to get us back into the season. Then all the established players were ready, and Fly dropped 5 kids and brought in 5 of his favourites, and we got smashed by Gold Coast by 70 points. And he's been doing shit like that for 2 years. So it's been going for 2 years. I've been calling this guy out for 2 years.
Well, I mean, even if you guys want to even look back to the 2024 season, I reckon it's.
That was the 24. Sorry, did I say last year?
No, 2 years.
I meant to say.
I was assuming that was 25 and 26.
No, 2024. That was when he did that.
Yeah. Well, because that's the thing. I reckon there's like 2 parts to it. I think the whole selection integrity has been bad basically from the start. It's just that from 22 and 23, it was covered up better because we were winning games. But what for the difference between 23 and 24 was we completely fucked our game plan by going back to the game plan of Nathan Buckley.
Yeah.
Because outside of probably you know, because that's the thing. Like when Collingwood are playing at its best is when we play that Fast and Furious game style. And the only times I can remember us playing that type of game was probably the last couple of weeks, and then in 24 when we played Joe Richards and we had all the kids play and we actually looked all right.
Yeah.
But then we only did that because we had injuries, and then once we had all those guys that were injured recovered, they all just came back because there was no selection integrity.
Mm.
I feel like the whole selection integrity has been an issue from the start. It was just a lot easier to cover it up when you're winning games. But when you have selection integrity and then you throw out a successful game style, yeah, that's that, like how the fuck are we supposed to be like a functional club when like all of that shit's going on? And then, you know, when you have guys again, I'll mention his name, someone like a Jacob Ryan or even someone like an Ed Allen. Ed Allen should have debuted the first game of the season in his first year. If anyone disagrees with that, then I've got to disagree with people disagreeing with it. But like, you know, for a guy that came onto the list, and even in the draft, he was considered a project player, but but there was another thing he was also labelled as a fucking athlete. What do you do with athletes? You fucking play them because as long as their football skills are up to some form of standard, you can at least have them coast because they're kids. You know, there's just no fucking risk that we take within this football club. You know, even someone like a Jacob Ryan, like you give him, again, like you didn't have to play him off the bat, but we were having people like a John Noble playing, and I think Jack Madgen was before that, but you know, players that still weren't holding their own. But yeah, but even if someone gets injured, you've got Jacob Ryan to come in there and play some games. So it's just this, like it comes down to selection integrity because it has been utter shithouse and it's not going away anytime soon. I don't unless someone is literally laying the law down on fly, it will never change and it will never improve. You know, because again, it's like you look at someone like Charlie West who could have easily have had a similar path to like a Logan Morris, but we're just not letting him, you know, be like. But for some reason, we're just not letting him go on that path. Like, you know, why? You know, like I get McStay's been kicking goals and he, you know, he's been like doing this thing, and again, he's probably the best out of our forwards when it comes to the senior level and impacting games. But even then, it's like there's so many forwards out there that you could probably take over him, and you're probably not going to be that upset. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, yeah, it comes down to selection integrity at the end of the day, and then once you do have a few guys that do get dropped to the VFL, not saying that because I mean there should be others before McStay, but again, once there's a bit of, you know, once you have every player on that list thinking, shit, I might actually have a real chance of getting a game. Like, we're just not going to get anywhere. And we're not going to develop players. We're not going to have that carrot on the stick, you know, having it, you know, angle in front of the players so that they get better. Like how are we supposed to move forward as a football club if we're just so stagnant? And we're just playing the same shit over and over again. Like, I keep using I've used the analogy for years now about like every time we have like a loaf of bread, just get a fucking new fresh loaf of bread, and then once you have it and you have a sandwich or whatever, how much better that fucking sandwich tastes just because you put in because you end up going out and getting a new fresh loaf of bread. Right now, our bread's fucking stale and it's fucking disgusting. We're probably gonna have food poisoning after it. That's how fucking bad it is.
Sean,
You know,
you want to know one of the most damning things I've noticed this year? I'll tell you now. At the games, especially the last 4 or 5 weeks, there's no excitement, mate. I think the fans, and I've been one of them, I was plastered to my seat even at the Pendlebury game. Like, I was struggling to like get up and about because I think, like your bread reference, I think even your casual fan is seeing a little bit, it's just a bit stale. You know, it's all a bit stale. We all know it's finished. We all know it's time for the bin, but we're just hanging on. We've got this old loaf of bread, like you said, and we're trying to say, no, don't throw it out. Let's put it in the fucking soup. Let's make fucking croutons out of it. Let's fucking, I don't know, let's chuck it in the oven and fucking have it with some cheese or something. Make a cob loaf out of it. We've got this old piece of shit fucking loaf of bread, like you said, and we're just trying to manufacture whatever we can fucking do with it just to get that last, like, little fucking eke every last bit out of it, mate. Instead of just being like, you know what? It is time to fucking move on. Or, you know what? Maybe, okay, that old loaf of bread's fucking good and reliable, but you know what? Why don't we see if there's another? Let's go down the bakery, see what's fucking there. Let's go to the fucking VFL and see what's there. Like, it's just, to me, it's just fucking madness. If I was the coach, I would not give a flying fuck what the media would say if I was doing the right thing by the club. I would just turn around and be like, oh, well, my job's to do the best thing for the Collingwood Football Club. This cunt is more worried about his own personal records and how he's perceived in the media and stuff like that. So all he gives a shit about is winning games week to week. I'm telling you now, I'm convinced now he doesn't give a fuck about developing any players of the Collingwood Football Club, because he will do a Ross line, and when it's convenient for him, he will leave. I promise you. He will not get sacked from our club. He will fucking time his exit, and when he gets an opportunity to jump ship, he will fucking jump ship, and he will leave us in the shit. I am convinced he does not give a fuck about developing players at our club. He does not give a shit.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. But also as well, the thing that gets me with that though is that it's so obvious to go back on the analogy about the loaf of bread. It's, to me, I would even be more annoyed of, like, once you do then go and get that loaf of bread and it's fresh and it's ready to go, and yeah, you put whatever you want in your sandwich or whatever. You then have that sandwich and you go, holy shit, this actually tastes all right. Like, no fucking shit. Like, like, that's my whole thing with it. It's like, we're not asking Fly to be a rocket scientist. We're just asking him to just fucking have some standards. And that's one of the things that's like annoying me, is like, all this shit is like, if you give a fuck, like, all these things we're asking are things that should be just second nature, and things that should just be, you should just be doing it anyway because you give a shit. Like, that's the thing that's like annoying. It's just easy mistakes that are so fucking fixable. But the reason why we're not fixing him is because we have a coach that just doesn't give a flying, ironically, a flying fuck about it. That's literally our situation right now, and that's probably the saddest thing about it, is that, like, we can. I now laugh at the concept of us being a top 4 side, because we're so far from it. It's just not even funny. But, like, you get all of our ducks in a row. You get your swaddlings. You get some selection integrity. You put some fire under your Sidebottoms and whoever else's, and it'll be a fucking Carlton thing, like, overnight, where they'll just go from, easy bottom 4, easily this bottom 4 side that has no chance of having any success anytime soon, to, oh damn, okay, maybe if they don't make finals, but fuck, these guys have a crack, or fuck, these guys, might actually, like, sneak into a spot in the 10. Like, and again, even as football fans, it's just, all we ask is just for Fly and anyone inside the club. All we ask is just give a fuck. But it just seems like this club is so far from giving a fuck right now, and it's all, oh, let's just shine lights on the Twitter page, where the Twitter will say, hey, guess what? Like, Sidebottom kicked his 100th goal on the weekend, or Pendlebury gets his, because I think, what was it? Pendlebury got his 11,000th touch on the weekend. All these baseless stats that mean fucking nothing. You know, like, and you know, and I get like the media team have to form some positivity and stuff, but like, it's annoying to me because we are literally supporting a club that just doesn't give a fuck right now. You know, and that's probably the thing that hurts. It's something that, again, I've said it many times, that it's like when you go to, you know, the family Christmas party, or like the family event where you see all of your family and stuff, and you've got a family member that brings someone that you don't know who it is, but they're claiming that they're in a relationship, or, you know, they're dating someone, so you sort of suss out who this person is. But straight away you see red flags and you see that this person is really bad for this family member that you care about. Are you going to sit there and just like not do anything about it? Fuck no. You know, you're obviously going to, like, you know, try and do so, like, not like all within like reason and stuff, but yeah, you're not going to sit there and be quiet about it if it's like very obvious that, you know, this supposed partner is not being right towards this family member of yours. You know, like, and that's where it's like, okay, well, if you're not going to accept how shit things are, well, then I've got to take a step back, because, you know, I give a shit, and if I give a shit, something's gonna happen. You know, but it's like, but really, at the end of the day, we are powerless to really do much. So it's just like, you know, just to keep the peace, you know, you stay away, because you know at the end of the day you really can't do anything about it. You know?
Your casual supporter says, "Why do you care so much? Just trust the club, trust the process." Which, you know, to a certain extent is true. Sometimes you just need to trust the club in certain decisions. However, in this instance, it's just been too long of the same shit. And the breaking point for me was Membry coming straight back in. That was the breaking point for me. That's when I knew. I said, "Oh, this is fucked. This is completely fucked."
Yeah.
That was the perfect opportunity to just say, Membry's been injured. See you later, mate. You're going to have to tear it up in the twos to get back in. Charlie West is going to be given a go no matter what. You need to kick 5 goals in the twos before you're even considered for selection again. And then at least Tim Membry knows, if I want to save my career, I've got to pump on some goals here in the twos, or I got to present well. I got to do whatever I need to do. But instead, what we did, we opted for him to have no sniffs in that game. You did your watch along with Mick. He did fucking nothing in that game, and he was straight back in. Laughable, mate. That was the breaking point for me. Before then, I was still like, oh, I have faith he's going to do. Nah, that was it. Once he did that, I said, oh, this cunt he does not give a shit. He's just going to put his best 23 on the park each week, and he might give us one young guy here and there just to sort of show, I'm developing, I'm giving him a go. But yeah, it was the Membry straight back in, and then it was the Ed Allen role player comments where, oh, he might be a little bit more than a role player for us. Those two things were just like, oh no, this is fucking diabolical, mate.
Especially as well, for those that watched that VFL game with Membry, he played like his career was over. Like, he played like, yep, all right, I'm just going to see myself out, you know, at the end of the year, and, you know, it's all going to be, you know, because the writing's on the wall. I'm not going to give you any effort, because why the fuck would I? His head was so down, like his head was like in his shoulders, like his head was so down, like. And then and again, the stats that he had and everything, and then he played the next week. Like, that's just, I mean, yeah, obviously age, like, obviously you just mentioned it all, but yeah, like, the fact that that's the standards that we have to, you know, that we are portraying, it's not only embarrassing, but it's also disgusting. Because again, like, a lot of people will say, oh, but, you know, Tim Membry's back and it's Marvel and stuff like that. I guarantee you 90% of the people that are making those comments didn't see the VFL game that he played. And just the absolute shell of a player that he was. And even if you go, okay, but Membry has some talent, blah, blah, we just need to back him in. He has the experience. Even just the way he fucking carried himself and the lack of fucking attitude of, okay, I'm playing VFL, but fuck me, I'm going to bust my fucking ass so that I can at least kick 3 goals. You know? Like, it's just the whole, like, the way he looks so fucking defeated in that VFL game. Yeah, if those aren't signs that sort of tell you like how everything is playing out, then I don't know what else to say. And then with Fly, because again, it's one thing on like Membridge for him to show that attitude and stuff, but it's more on Fly because I can't even keep a straight face with this, and I'm laughing because as much as we're sitting here being like that's such a terrible way to like conduct yourself and a terrible performance. But Fly picking him is him literally saying, yep, that's good enough. That's good for me. Green light, you're playing. Like, that's literally how much of a joke that is. Because by him selecting someone like Membry is, yes, good job, green light. Like, you know, what the fuck is this reference of a green light? Is this fucking Squid Games or something? Like, it's just for that type of behavior and standard to be accepted inside the 4 walls. Again, it's fucking embarrassing.
Listen to this, guys. So I've just gone back to have a look. In 20, this is we broke the spirit of our own side in 2024. Right, so 2024 we lose the first games. We lose opening round and then to GWS. Then we got beaten by St Kilda. Now between rounds 3 and round 14, we lost 1 game. We had 8 wins, 2 draws, and 1 loss. It included wins against Brisbane, Hawthorn, Freo, Melbourne, Carlton, and the Crows. Now, what happened now I've lost my page. Hang on a sec. So we had a bye. So this is going into the bye. And we had 5. There's a lot of players coming back because we had what I forgot to mention during this period between round 3 and round 14, we were decimated by injuries, but we were doing so well we were right up in the top 4. It was amazing. Hang on. I had this all loaded up, ready to go. There we go, lineups. Okay. So the ins and outs for that game. In Oleg Markov, Scott Pendlebury, Brody Mychek, Jordan DeGoey, Joe Richards. Omitted Finlay McRae. Omitted Lockie Schultz. Omitted Reef McInnes. Omitted TJ. Omitted Charlie Dean. All right, so that was after we had a comeback of 51 points down against North Melbourne prior to the bye. And that's the thanks that Fly gave to what the side had done to lose 1 game out of 11 rounds against some very good sides as well. 2 draws in there. And so in the end, we've missed out on finals by a percentage. So after that, we then go on to lose 4 of the next 5 games and we miss finals. Right. So that destroyed the spirit of the playing list. That just gutting the side, a winning side with your favourites and getting rid of the young kids. So This has been going on so that was the 29th of June, 2024. So it's almost full 2 years of this crap. So that was 2024 season botched right there at selection.
You know how I knew this community was my crew, mate? I remember Mick's first ever fucking stream. So obviously I'd heard Mick a few times on Anthony's and stuff like that. And he had referenced it a few times, but only surface level stuff. But once he sort of started within the first couple of streams, it was already an issue, a topic of conversation, selection integrity. And I knew then, I said, these blokes see what I fucking see. So that's how I knew. I said, this is my fucking crew, because I know you're fair income when you can spot out those nuances. And you're right, 2024, now I know hindsight's a wonderful thing, and, you know, he's come off a premiership, the coach and all that. But you're right. You cannot, you've not rewarded a team for a valiant effort the week prior before the bye. You have not rewarded them with at least another week or two, and let the other guys come back through the VFL or whatever. As Benny Zero always says, the VFL should not be treated as a punishment. The VFL should be treated as a bit of a training ground and a place to find your touch. What is the issue with keeping the team as is and giving a couple of those guys, maybe not your Scott Pendlebury's, but a couple of the other guys, what's the issue with going to the twos and playing a bit of a scratchy and a bit of a, you know, run through before you bring them back in? And you play the guys that were in the ones, get the result, and you just see, and you make changes as you see fit. Not, oh, he's ready, he's back in, he's one of my favourites. Oh, he's ready. You know, I loved Oleg Markov. All right, I thought he was a fantastic little plucky player, and he always sort of performed, never out of his skin, but he always did a good job when he was in there, and the team loved him. All right, but even a guy like Oleg, he shouldn't be an automatic in. Like, he should be the sort of guy that should have to plug a gap or two. Like, yeah, he shouldn't be replacing a Finlay McRae after a win, for example. Like, it just, to me, that makes no sense. But however, like, it's just been 2 years of this now where it's just getting to the point of ridiculousness. That's all it comes down to. It's just so far beyond a joke. It's not funny now. I cannot, for the life of me, understand how Swadling didn't get a gig in that big game. And you've got a team like Melbourne who they made some harsh calls, and now they've leapfrogged us by a mile, mate. In the space of 12 months, they're off to the stars, mate, and we're fucking nowhere.
Yep. So we need to do something about it. We can't be like Carlton and Melbourne, where Melbourne waited two more years than they needed to, and so did Carlton. Maybe waited 3 years more than they needed to. So they saw the writing on the wall, had a coach too stubborn, wouldn't change the game plan. Players started to protest, and eventually they got rid of him. Please tell me we don't have 2 more years of this.
I would, yeah. I struggle to see how things change unless we are literally bottom of the fucking ladder.
Pretty much, yep.
Like, how grim does that sound? I think you will not see any meaningful change in the squad unless we will lose to Port Adelaide, let's say. I don't think we will, but let's say we lose to Port Adelaide. Is he going to make sweeping changes the following week? I still don't think he fucking will, because he's still got the argument of, oh well, you know, we're in the business of qualifying. Yeah, like that's I can just guarantee that you're going to hear that from him if we lose that Port game. I guarantee it. Oh, you know, we're still in the business of qualifying, and you know, with the top 10 now, and like, you can justify any fucking position. I think we literally need to be bottom of the ladder for him to turn around and be like, something's not working here. Like, that's just how stubborn this bloke is, mate.
And it's not like he's not dumb either, right? He knows what he's doing because of the spin and the absolute propaganda that and these little sayings that he comes up. Notice how some sayings go by the wayside. We're going to set. Did he used to say we'll set them up to succeed or something along those lines?
Yeah.
Doesn't say that anymore because he knows that people know he doesn't doesn't do it. Fit to perform doesn't say that one either because he never did that. Selection integrity doesn't say that anymore either because he doesn't do any of those three things.
Yep.
You know, because playing
Yep.
Ned Long forward is not setting him up to succeed. Playing still side bottom as a defender, it's not setting him up to succeed. Playing still side bottom is not selection integrity. Playing Ned Long in the forward line is not selection integrity.
But it's also not only playing those guys, but you know, as much as I was a fan on paper on the whole Long sort of situation, you can't like be playing him there for like 2 months and then go, oh, okay, obviously this isn't any good. Like he didn't have any game when he went forward where he went down. That was actually a really good move by Fly by putting Ned Long forward. But does it need to take 2 months or however long it was for that to sink in?
Yeah, what about his new one? Scratches on the cup. That's his new one.
Oh.
Oh, hey.
What's that supposed to mean?
What a fucking annoying analogy that is. Hey guys, this is a new team. The 2022 Cup is sitting in the cabinet. It's got scratches on it. This is a different team. Fucking talking about. Of course it's a different team. It's the same coach though.
Yep. I mean,
That's such a shit excuse.
Yeah. Again, I just reference what has been pointed out the last few weeks. This time last year, we're top of the ladder. All right. If you go from that point to where we are now, okay, yeah, scratches on the 23 Cup. That's fine. But you don't have to look too far back to when we're top of the ladder and looking fantastic to the arse falling out. And he has not put a line in the sand at any point between that point last year where I think, you know what saved him a little bit as well? The fact that we were able to half resurrect the season by the end, get a great result in Adelaide, and then, you know, take it up to Brisbane for a half. I think that covered a bit of the tracks of last year. I think if the arse just fell out at the end of last year, there'd be a lot more heat. But I think the fact that we sort of half recovered and did okay by the end of the year, I think it saved him a little bit coming into this year. But still, the facts are 12 months ago, we are top of the ladder. Right now, we're more than likely going to finish outside the 10, I believe. That is, if that isn't, again, I sound like a broken record, but if that's not a catalyst to say that we need to change things big time, shake things up big time, nothing fucking will, mate. Nothing will. So that's why I got no faith in him. I've lost faith. It's like the old Parliament fucking voted no confidence. You know, that's literally how I feel right now. I've lost confidence in his direction and his ability to lead the club. Lost all of it.
Yep. And speaking of the jumper punch, apparently I'll have to watch it because Mick was filling in for their Manny, and which would have been good because Mick actually watches Collingwood games, unlike the Manny that's on that show. But I kind of wish I was Manny at this point because it'd be good to be a Collingwood supporter who doesn't watch the games. Like you'd be pretty content. Like, oh well, I don't watch the games. So
funny, I miss the Geelong. I never miss Collingwood games, like never. So I had to miss the Collingwood Geelong game because of a wedding. And you know, any other season I would go back and watch the game, right? I refuse to watch that game. I just refuse because okay, we got done and whatever. But if we got done and I knew like we'd put in good effort and whatever, I would go back and watch it. But I can't even bring myself to watch it. So yeah, I understand Magpie Manny, doesn't want to watch us. I fucking don't blame him, mate.
Hey, see Milkshake's comment.
Yeah. Wonder what
inside joke.
Yeah. I wonder thoughts on Lipinski. The contest at the 14-minute mark of the last quarter.
My
Yeah.
thoughts.
No, not yours. I wonder what that man's thoughts are.
Oh yeah. G'day, Colin, running the gauntlet. Gee whiz, fellas, Crow's impressive tonight. Yeah, like you were saying on a chat before, Age. Like, why do we never get crap? We never ever get crap Bulldogs. But Bulldogs are winning a couple of flags in the last 6 years and top 4 every year if they just played the same as they play against us every year at Marvel.
Spot on. We never get crap.
They are guns against us.
Yeah, I noticed. We never get crap Bulldogs. We never get crap St Kilda. Never. The two shittest teams in the AFL, we never get crap performances from them too when they play us.
West Coast as well. North.
Yes. Yep. West Coast. Yep. North. Yep. Another one.
Well, I know with the Dogs,
Avoid.
I know with the Dogs, Luke Beveridge used to be a coach at Collingwood. He was like was he a midfield coach or something? So I don't know, maybe there's some bad blood there or something. Back in because he was a part of the 2025.
He was. Yep. He was.
So I wonder if that has anything to do with it.
I think it's just one of those things, mate. They can get up against us, you know. They it's their biggest event of the year, and that's it. They pencil it in from a long way out, and they make sure that they do everything to bring their best foot forward for those games. But yeah, I just love it because Adelaide just fucking pump them tonight. First quarter, they just go out there and just fucking pump them. Bulldogs can't lay a tackle. They can't touch them. Adelaide are taking marks everywhere around the ground. They're taking marks. I'm just like, fucking hell. Like, I know we probably don't have the weapons Adelaide does, but Jesus, they've just come from interstate playing at that shithole home ground that they call Marvel Stadium, and they just fucking dominate them. Bulldogs don't touch them. Against us, they're bloody Harlem Globetrotters, mate. And these blokes that you've never heard of in your life are best on ground performances.
So, who's on the trade table this year, guys?
For us,
For us, we need to get into the draft.
yeah, trade half for us, and then delist about a quarter of the rest of them.
I'm tempted to. Okay, so why don't we create a untouchable list? Is there anyone untouchable?
Well, the Dacosses have to be.
The Dacos brothers are untouchable. Nick, because he's Nick, and Josh, because he's Peter's son and Josh's brother, right? So they're a package deal.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but I feel like Josh has been playing some unhappy footy. I feel like if you get him happy again, I feel like that could turn the tide.
I'm telling you, if you change turn the tables, and for whatever reason Fly had some personal issues, or we're a year or two down the track, and Josh Fraser comes in to take over the side, we'd be top 4 this year. We're better than Carlton.
I'd say top 2. Like, honestly, like again, I do think Fly can be a good coach and stuff, but it's honestly all the issues that we've labelled. It's not the fact that Fly is a bad coach. It's more the fact that we are so hell bent on making the path to glory so fucking hard that isn't there a word for it where you just the ability to just always like the joy of always being in pain. I'm sure there's a word for it. That's basically what it feels like. Is that Probably shouldn't say what I was going to say, but yeah, it's basically they'll want to always like be in pain, so you sabotage yourself basically any chance you get.
I'm putting together. I'm just gonna, guys, throw out names. Who is on the untouchables list? So who under no circumstances are we putting up for trade? I'm putting a bit of a list together here.
Well, Steen's probably
Yeah,
third
he's
or
on the
fourth
list.
on that bloody list.
He's on the list for sure.
You know, oh Jesus, fuck, it runs thin, mate. After that, Jesus.
Yeah, I was
Frampton,
going to
I'd
say
say.
it's pretty. That's literally the next person I was going to say.
I had Frampton third after Nick and Josh.
Yeah.
This is how far we've fallen, guys. Billy Frampton is number 3 on our untouchables list.
Yeah.
But he is good. He is good. He's a good player.
And then for me, fourth would be Swaddling.
Yep.
That's
Yeah,
for
so
a guy that hasn't even played a game yet. He's already our fourth most important player to keep on that list to be a untouchable, and he hasn't even gotten a game yet.
Yep. I've got Nick, Josh, Braz. He's just the fabric of the club. Pez, he's like a new Braz. Steenie, Swaddling, Frampton. I'd have Will Hayes on that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Good call.
He's very important for our future, I reckon.
Ed Allen.
I wouldn't say Ed.
Yeah. I
really like Ed Allen, but I just think because he's West Australian. If someone came for would you? Oh, this is interesting. I want Ed Allen on the untouchable list for what he's shown in the last couple of games. But a West Australian team or Gold Coast might come with a top 10 pick. Would you do Ed out? Would you trade out Ed Allen for a top 10?
I probably wouldn't. Wouldn't. If he wanted to stay and he was committed to staying, I honestly, I probably wouldn't now.
Yeah.
It kind of depends on the context. Context being that he's going to be coached on the fly. Then you kind of might have to take it just because Fice is not going to get the best version of the best out of him. But my God, this kid, if you just gotta care about him. Like that's really all you gotta do. Like I keep saying it again and again. It's like you just gotta give a shit. You just gotta get someone like an Ed Allen in and be like, hey mate, you're our future. We're backing you in. You are the face of all the new players that are overtaking, or even just go to him and just say, hey, you are once Pendles retires, you are our Pendles, which is kind of ironic because he's been wearing 16. I mean, I'd even go out of my way to even say when Pendles retires, I'd actually give Ed Allen 10. Yeah, you've got 10 because you're fucking Pendles.
Or we're keeping or 5, keeping 5 warm for him as well because Jamie's not going to be there long.
Yeah, but in terms of what, like being Bucks or something.
Yeah, well, just because Jamie Elliott's got number 5, so 10's a great number, but 5 is a better number, I reckon, and it's a legendary number at Collingwood, and it'll be available in the next year or two.
Yeah, but I'm a big component on like numbers, like you've got to see a similar player that has worn that jumper before. I mean, that's just me personally. That's why I would go 10 because you can look at Allen. I know people are going to scoff at this, blah, blah, but, if you were to give Allen, so once Pendlebury retires, if you gave Allen the 10, you can at least see the path of, okay, we're trying to make this guy into our Pendlebury, which you can obviously look at that and go, well, he's not going to be Pendlebury, but, but that's the intent is that we see him as the next Pendlebury, basically, But even
Okay.
though he's like, but in terms of like impact and, hopefully he plays, 250, 300 games and stuff. But that's the intent, is that we're going to treat him like he's our Penrith, and he's going to get a game every week, and he's going to be backed in. He's going to be one of the faces of the club.
You missed one, Matty.
Oh no, who? Westy.
Harvey Harrison and Westy.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Yep. Good call. Good call.
The other one I'd almost put on that list, and I know he's not everyone's cup of tea, but I reckon he's, again, like I said on Mixed Stream the other night, I think he's sort of quietly just snuck himself into like our best 23, and he's still relatively young as Ryan Steele. I reckon he should be untouchable.
I'm not putting him in there, but he's close to it. In fact, yeah. But anyway, that's enough of it. That's enough of a list. So let's.
Up there.
I put Angry in there.
He's in there, yeah.
It's not that West and Harrison and Swadling are stars. Swadling hasn't even played, but they could be anything. So there's no way we're thinking of trading them. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, and you still have to have like a core group as well. Like you have to have like a core 12 at least.
Yeah, good call, Chris. I'm not. There's no way I'm trading Buller.
Yeah.
So now I'm going to make a list of who I think is and mind, guys, this is not a what Flyer's going to do, because Flyer's not in charge, 100% in charge of the list. If he totally fucks this and we finish outside of wild card, I believe, and I don't know it, it's just my opinion, that he won't be allowed to fuck around. That they're going to say, we need to get into the draft, and I know he's your favorite, but we're putting this guy up for trade. All right. What do you guys do? You guys think that's reasonable? That he can't be so stubborn when it comes to the list? Fly is not the dictator of that. Would you agree?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It should be the number one thing when the arse falls out of the joint, which we're hoping it won't, but it very well could be. That's when you need to have the board step in and say, "Nah, Fly, you're losing control, mate. We've got to take over the list fucking management. You've got no fucking say. You give us your list of your priority of players, but we're ultimately going to decide what players we need to fucking move out of this club, or where we can see value." 100%, mate. Any club worth its salt would take control in that situation. I can guarantee it. And Big Dick Kelly, if he's still there, I can guarantee that he would 100% have to do what's right for the club if he loves the club, which he does. You have to go over the top of the coach in that scenario, no matter what he fucking says. And if he doesn't like it, no worries, Craig. We can negotiate your fucking exit soon, mate.
So I
Put
find
you
it
up for
interesting
fucking
that
trade.
Yeah, exactly. I find it interesting that no one had Geordie on the untouchable list.
Nah, past it. No value.
I reckon someone would give a second rounder for him.
Ooh,
way he's
You'd
playing
rather
at the
keep
moment.
him at that point, though.
that's what I mean. It's more
Yeah.
about trade value. Someone might give you like a late second, but is that worth trading
No.
out for?
Fuck no.
No,
You know,
not with the way he has. He could have. I think he could have been traded a couple of times, but he wanted to stay with the club, right? So we're sort of repaying him.
Mhm. Yeah, I reckon for me to entertain a Degoe trade, you need somewhere between 12 and 15.
yeah, which you're not going to get.
No.
Yeah,
So
you're
that's
not.
true. He's not untouchable, but someone would need to come and give you a bloody like you said, that around that 10th pick or something, and then you'd be like, yeah, I would take that deal then. But yeah, he's definitely not untouchable, but definitely doesn't have the value worth trading out for.
So what we're going to try and work out is who's got some value and who are we willing to part with. So we worked out who we're not willing to part with, and that includes Geordie. So we won't put him on the tradable list. We're keeping Geordie, which I'm happy about. I think if he's the third stringer midfielder after Lockie Neal and Dacos, Geordie's becomes pretty handy.
Yeah. He becomes a third stringer.
Yeah,
you're right.
This is it. I reckon this is true. Mick. Nick is our list manager now. I reckon he's got a say in who coaches as well. Because if Nick Dacos wants to leave because he's unhappy with Fly, you say to every single Collingwood supporter, hey guys, it's come down to this. Nick has said to the club, it's either him or Fly. Now, Nick's not going to do that. He's a well brought up kid. He's got manners, but he might be thinking that, a more brash person might say something like that. I want to be traded if Fly doesn't leave. He might say that internally. Who are supporters going to choose? Nick Dacos or Fly?
Exactly.
All right.
Number one for value in trade aspect. Number one, and we'll get a good trade deal out of him, is Beau McCreary. Number one on the list, mate.
Yep. Okay,
Yep.
so right, here's if anyone can think of anyone else they want to add, but I reckon these are our people who have some trade value, and I'm happy to let them go. I really don't want to let go IQ, and I don't think you wouldn't let all of these guys go, but I reckon that we need to trade. Definitely Bobby Hill is gone. We've got to try and get, even if it's a third rounder for him. But Beau, I got Beau number one on the list. Fuck, if we could get a first rounder for Beau, that'd be awesome. So I've got us here. Now, the clubs would want Beau, don't you reckon? Because the AFL world don't watch Collingwood games except for the highlights or when their team's playing. I reckon the AFL think Beau McCreary is awesome. Do other list managers watch Collingwood games, or they don't watch as well? It seems as though they all think Fly's a great coach. The media does. When they talk about Essendon and Carlton, who they're going to go for, and on 3AW, you'll always hear guys like Jimmy Bartell and Richo, and they all say, okay, are they going to go with the John Longmire, or are they going to do a Craig McRae? Yeah, they're going to go for that first-time coach, like a Craig McRae. Oh, he's so awesome. He's been shit for 2 years. They don't know that. The media doesn't know he's no good. There we go. I thought so. People think Beau McCreary is awesome. So we can get a first-round pick for Beau, maybe.
Absolutely, we would. Absolutely. If he was
right, so
up for trade, he'd be first rounder for sure.
So Beau, so that's one first. Okay, Lipinski. Mick, the Carlton supporters love Lipper as well. So I've heard people say that Lipper would be good in a really good team where he's just a finisher. So if he was like in the Swans, do you reckon Lipper would get a game in the Swans? Like,
I don't know about the Swans. But I'll tell you now, in a top 14, he would actually be very serviceable because he wouldn't be reliant to do any of the bullshit that he's required to do at Collingwood, which is basic things like put your head over the fucking footy. So if he goes to a club where he can be just a complete finisher and nothing else, absolutely he would have high value. Would that be enough for like you'd probably be looking at late second, I would
Second,
say.
yeah. So second,
And that would
Okay.
be a club that really needs that sort of outside player. And that would
maybe
be
like
it,
the
really.
Crows or
Ooh. Crows probably have a few of that sort.
yeah.
Oh, it's hard to know. I honestly, I think a team like even Hawthorn, I reckon they
Yeah, I was
would
thinking the Hawks.
utilize a Lipinski well. Yeah, because they sort of they love their kickers and stuff like that. But even them, would they give more than a late second round, early third? I think that's sort of where his value is. But I just want him out of the club. Like I don't want him in the team.
Yeah.
So for me, it's just whatever you can get for him. Honestly, that would be my view. As long as he's out of the club, who gives a fuck?
Yep. Okay, so what about did you have any further thoughts on there's a couple of people backstage, guys. I will bring you back bring you on soon.
Get him in, Matty, because I'm heading to bed soon.
We'll get you on. Just want to go through this list quickly. We'll cover one more. Dan Houston.
Yep. Spoke about it on Mixed Stream the other night. Dan Houston's the guy that I think that another club where they need that halfback flanker and they know how he's going to be used, I think he still has high value. I think you're looking at probably end of first, early second, or, some sort of upgrade of picks, like maybe getting, so for example, if it was a team down the bottom, getting our first pick from like an 8 to like a 3 or something, maybe like a North Melbourne or something like that. I think that's sort of where it is for him. You could end of first round for a club that has value in that halfback flanker role. But yeah, I honestly think half the comp would be interested in Dan Houston if he was gettable. I reckon you'd have at least 10 teams that would be interested.
If that's the case, then we should be able to get a high first rounder.
I would say so. I would think he would be anywhere from the 10 to 15 mark. If it was just a direct pick swap, like just a direct pick, I think you'd be looking at like that 10 to 15 mark. However, has he got a bit of damaged goods now because of what he's been doing? Maybe, but I still think that teams would see the value in him. So I reckon, you're mid to late first rounder at a minimum. But some club, you never know. They could go extreme with him and be like, he's exactly what we want and we know how to use him,
Okay, so any other thoughts there, Sean? Do you agree with that?
With like Houston, if you can get a first round pick somewhere, because that's the thing though. If you're gonna I don't think clubs would trade out a top 10 pick for Houston, but if you can get like pick 15 or something like that should work out. But whether if he's worthy of that though, I'm not so sure.
I think clubs
would trying to trade out. Clubs also have to have interest as well.
No, I think they will. I think they'll back themselves. I think they'll say Craig McRae's too stubborn and is just too fixed in his ways. Yeah. We will play Dan Houston like Port Adelaide used to. Just give him a license. Off you go. Give it to this guy all the time. The amount of times I see players burn Houston as well, and what he does, he gets sooky as well. He's like, I'm not going to – why bother running? They're not going to give it to me. So I see that happen a lot.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I've got Daz waiting backstage. Let's bring him on.
Yeah. Hey, boys.
Hey, Daz.
How are you, boys?
How you doing, mate?
Daz.
We're just I don't know if you've been listening. We're just going through a list of possible trade out options.
Oh, I listened. I was heading home from work and had you on the stream. So yeah, I didn't hear all of it, but I've heard the last probably half an hour. So
Okay.
good talk there. Good points. Good subjects. Good topics. All good. If you're a Collingwood person, you want to hear this sort of talk. It's good stuff. It's no tutti fruity stuff. It's straight into the action, straight into the tough decisions and all of that. So I've appreciated it. All three of you been great. Just a few of those points that you made mention, or players that you've sort of touched on. Well, Bo McCreary, obviously Tassie, there's this talk about Tassie and all of that, but we know that legitimately they can't sign him up until the end of next year. So from what I hear, so there's no doubt there's obviously some contact between probably Bo's manager and Tassie. So it depends whether we want to hold on to him for another 12 months or move him on. I know he's South Aussie, so he's a South Australian, and I would imagine that both the Crows and Port Adelaide would be keen to, because it was a few times last year I was actually hearing that he was his girlfriend, his partner, was interested in heading back to SA anyway. I don't know how real life that is now this year, but you could probably speak to Port Adelaide and maybe even the Crows. I look at he's probably the right age for a Crows team player with Rory Laird and players like that. Probably only got about 12 months to go anyway. It'd fit into their team. So that might be something that we could tinker with there. Dan Houston's an interesting one. He just seems like I've said this a few times, he seems like a player that doesn't want to be at Collingwood. He's played 4 or 5 decent games. He wanted to be at Carlton. He wanted to go from Port to Carlton. He just doesn't look like he's got the hunger or anything like that with us. And he's playing like a player that just doesn't look keen to be here. So if that's the case, and is our investment in him and his return at the moment is absolutely below par. Now, there are going to be a lot of Collingwood supporters, that are going to go, they're going to turn everything upside down and think, you cannot do that. You cannot get rid of a player like that, a great player like that. They'll actually say that. They'll say that he's actually a very good player or great player. Well, we haven't seen it. So you got to now start looking and you got to bite the bullet. So I think this next 10 weeks for Dan Houston, to cut it or not, is going to be, I'm going to be watching him like a hawk and see whether he actually can dig himself out of this hole that he's in, because for virtually 18 months, we've got precious little out of him. He's got to start showing something. So I'll be watching him over the next couple of months. If he continues the way he has been going, I think we really need to have strong discussions with him to get something better for him. At the moment, if we were to not have him in the team, it wouldn't make a difference because he's not doing anything at the moment anyway.
Exactly.
He's basically our worst defender, and he has been our worst defender for this year. Not to say, if we take our mind back to last year even, apart from maybe a couple of games, he was probably our worst defender last year. And I'm saying that even with Charlie Dean in the team. And we all know that everyone hopped on and were absolutely vilifying Charlie Dean. Well, there's a bit of difference there with currency and what you got for him and all that sort of stuff. So I think that's like, chalk and cheese. So this next 9 or 10 weeks is going to be very important there. The Lipper conversation, I'm just sitting here thinking about what you got to say, whether actually would be better in a better team. I doubt that. I really doubt that, because a Lipper doesn't change their spots. And I couldn't see him going to a Geelong or a Hawthorn or even a Sydney for that matter, or a Freo, or anyone better than us at the moment, and being picked, because they've got integrity. They wouldn't pick a liability like that. And Manny said it in some of his comments when I read earlier, before I started listening closely to you guys, that, you know, there's a lot of liabilities in the team, but he's the number one liability. He plays one good game out of every 8, and that's
Yep.
probably being generous to him. I see him not as an AFL footballer. He bobs up here and there once or twice every couple of months maybe, and that's about it. So I'd actually show him the door. I would show him the door now, because again,
Pretty much
another
for
player
try.
I would
Try to
never,
put him up for trade. See if there's any bites.
yeah, we could try. Nothing's stopping us not trying to see whether we get a nibble or two. He's another player that we would not miss. I said this last year, actually, I reckon. I said this towards the end of last year. If we got rid of Lipper now and started afresh without Paddy Lipinski in 2026, we wouldn't miss him. I see we would not be any worse without him this year. He has not made a scrap of difference to our team this year. I said it last year that he would be a player that I would have ditched ahead of a younger bloke, because he's actually taking someone else's spot in the team. And I don't like that type of sort of like horrible integrity. And Fly thinks he's pretty much just about untouchable. He's got his own untouchables. He's pretty much in that untouchable group.
Yes.
And all of this is based on making our list better. So obviously, those out there are probably saying to us, oh, you can't get rid of Bo, you can't get rid of Houston, you can't get rid of Lipper unless you get somebody in that's actually going to better your list. It's going to better your team in the long run. So yes, I agree with that. But unless you, like you said, Matt, unless you actually try these things, you're not going to know. So, and also, there's nothing wrong with doing it to put the blowtorch on some of these guys and say, look, mate, you're skating on thin ice. We're run out of patience. You've had a poor year. In fact, in some cases, you've had a poor 18 months. And we need to grow this list. We need to get better. We need to develop this list, and we need to get stronger. We don't want to fall down the tube like West Coast, North Melbourne, Carlton, and Essendon have done over the last 5-6 years. We need to keep ourselves active in trade and in the draft. Free agency is important as well, but we can't have dead wood. There's a bit of dead wood there now. I reckon there was dead wood last year, but I think the writing is now on the wall in regards to some of these guys. We wouldn't miss some of those guys, and for the expense of trying some of the younger lads like the Ed Allens. I'd even be happy to keep Will Parker instead of Lipinski. I would actually be happy to give Will Parker a bit more time rather than Lipper. That's just my opinion. People would disagree with me, maybe, but that's just my opinion. It may be line ball.
In the side.
They may both. Parker may be the one that goes, but I've said it before and I'll say it again, that you cannot continue to play players that just when they want to, they'll put their hand up and they'll play well once out of every 5 to 6, 7 weeks. That's you are immediately saying to those players, yes, we will pick you, but in the long run, as a team, you're going to accept mediocrity. And that is, we've got too many players in that team that get selected, and we're falling down to that level where we are in what I would call a mediocre type of team. And we're seeing in this year that there was a touch of it last year, and we got away with it because we had a great start to last year and we're top of the ladder. But boy, hasn't things really come to light this year. They've really come to light this year. And the list, the coaching, the hard decisions, the tough calls, they're never around when Collingwood are doing things. And you've just got them now, I think, start drawing the line with some of these guys. I don't know what you guys think, but I've had a good long think about the list anyway. Whether it happens is the $64,000 question. I'm not sure we'll get tough on at the trade table. I'm just not sure, because I think Fly's got this a feeling in his head, and he's coaching the way that he's always coached, and that is in the present, not in the future, in the present.
Yeah, agree with all that. So far we've got Bo. We can get a first rounder for Bo, we're thinking. Lipper, I reckon third round at best. We might just have to delist him. Houston, we can definitely get a first. He'll be in demand. We'll get a first rounder for him. Bobby Hill, I don't want to spend too much time talking about him, but I think second, maybe third round to West Coast or Freo. Maybe nothing. It doesn't matter. We just don't want him at the club next year. However we facilitate that, we get him out of there. So I wouldn't bank on getting too much for him. Let's be conservative and say third rounder. DC. How do we offload DC? Has DC gone from a bloke who is almost like seen as a premier ruckman, best and fairest player, to someone that's not tradable? He's a backup ruckman at best, isn't he? What do we do with him?
Yeah. I mean, I would make him either a defender or a forward, but have him as a key position, because he can take his marks and he can impact around the ground. But I think having him as a ruckman, I just don't think that's like foreseeable now. Because you have to jump if you're a ruckman.
Someone said something about a swap for the West Coast ruckman.
Yeah, that was Chris.
That's not happening, is it?
No.
Problem with Cameron is we'd have to get his wage off the books as well.
Well, with Bailey Williams, he's also a free agent. So.
Right.
So
he's a free agent.
It wouldn't be a trade. It'd be through free agency.
Okay. We need a guy like that. We really need a guy like that. IQ has some real value, I reckon, as a trade. But if we're not trading Houston and IQ.
I agree with that.
But I'd be tempted
I'd keep IQ and trade the guy that's been woeful for 18 months and just doesn't look hungry. He's the last. He's been the earliest player that we've got out of the two, but I think there's legitimate reasons for playing or keeping IQ. We've seen how good he has been at Collingwood, but we haven't seen how good Houston has been at Collingwood, and I'm not sure we will ever see Houston at his best at Collingwood.
Yep. Starting to think he's just not happy there.
No, doesn't look happy, doesn't look interested.
So, Shooter, I don't think we're trading Shooter. If someone said we'll give you a first round for Shooter, you'd take it in a heartbeat. But as much as I regret us doing that trade for Shooter, but he's a heart and soul type guy. He bleeds black and white. He puts his body on the line every week. I just wish he'd just sharpen up a few of the things, and his sort of decision making is going back to sort of 2024 levels. So if you can sort of get it back to where he was prior to the last month. So, he's just one of those. He's the opposite to Lipper, isn't he? He's just for his attitude and his effort. Just be good if he hit the scoreboard a bit more, or set up a few and just fix up his decision making. So we're not trading Shooter. So I think
he'd be a great forward, and if he just cleaned up and kicked those goals, he'd be one of the best half forwards, small forwards in the competition. It's just that's what's holding him back at the moment. The fact that he misses too many set shots, too many have
Yeah.
gone astray. He's just so vulnerable kicking those goals. And that's the difference between him being a good player and being a very good player. He's a good player. He's not a very good player. What would make him a very good player is nailing those goals.
Yep. It's also telling that when it comes to Schultz, we also play him as like a key forward at times whenever he plays deep. Like the amount of times I've got to see him in a marking contest and it's a 2-on-1 with Schultz being the one in our forward line, it's crazy.
Yep. And we're going to see more of that now that Jamie's injured. You might have noticed that since Jamie's been injured,
Yeah.
Shooter's had to do a lot of that sort of work, get under the ball and put his body on the line and take those marks and all of that and contest and all of that, which is certainly some extra work that he hasn't done. Well, we've seen a bit of it from time to time, but he's actually starting to do more of it, and we shouldn't have to do that. If you've got a decent enough forward line with big guys that are going to, there should be the bigger bodies that are doing that sort of stuff, not a guy like that. And it just is, it's actually highlights the rabble that we've got up forward, the rabble, and the I'll say the lack of connection is probably the word of our forward line. It's just hit and miss at the moment. I don't know. It's going to be more evident now. We haven't got, even though Jamie wasn't playing great early in the year, but it will be more and more evident through the rest of this year and as we get through next year as well. Because, 55, 60 goals last year from Jamie Elliott. We're going to start scratching our heads and going to say, mate, unless 2 or 3 guys step up, we're going to be still one of these teams that are only going to get over the line. We're going to be kicking 11 or 12 goals, if that, from week to week. That's not going to win games of footy.
Mm. Actually, to be honest, I wouldn't even be surprised if Fly's got those 60 games in his mind so that Shooter can be a father-son option, or Shooter's kid can be a father-son option down the line. Seems like the type of thing the club would try and do.
Who's the father son?
Yeah.
Shooter's having apparently he's having a boy soon.
Oh, okay.
So
They're planning that far ahead.
18 years away.
Yeah. Can't say it's not forward thinking, I guess.
Why not?
Yeah, I don't know. I think one Schultz will do us. His kid can play for Freo.
Hopefully Pendles will be the first one. Anyway, that's what I reckon.
Yeah.
Anyway, I don't know. He might go basketball, the young fella. Who knows? He might just take basketball because obviously he's also keen on basketball, Pendle's son. So anyway, we'll wait and see. But crazy. The Darcy Cameron question is a very good question, though. So he got signed up last year for 2 more years. And it was made to look really, really good because he obviously he did have a good year, won the Copeland Trophy and all of that. So yeah, but the fall off, the decline this year, and it's not his fault, clearly. I mean, the ruck rules played a big key in all of that. But yeah, and then not having Oscar Steen for and that was such a breath of fresh air having Oscar Steen in there. It was exactly what we wanted, exactly. And he's 12 months away, so we're not going to see him until June, July next year. And you just hope that he's got the spring and the leap coming back from an ACL, because quite often it can restrict you. Guys, talking to anyone that's played sport, when you've had an ACL, it can impose and cause issues. In the confidence level and then the uncertainty and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, we wish him well. We hope he can recover and rehab can be going well, and hopefully we get him back mid-year next year and he can continue his career, because he's got tremendous potential. It's just a shame that he had to wait so long to get picked.
Yeah.
Now, how does that work? So we're saying that if Williams is a free agent, why do we need to give them anything? Or we just want to keep them happy so they don't match it? Is that the idea?
No, it's just no. Chris is just saying. I think he's just assuming it needs to be a trade when really Williams
exactly.
is a free agent. So you
That's
just got
what
to
Void's
pay
saying as well. We use him as part of
if
the
they
trade.
match, but I mean
He's
clubs, yeah.
restricted.
But that's the thing, though. When it comes to a Bailey Williams, you can just pay him decent enough to where the draft compensation that they'll probably get, it'll be to the Eagles' liking anyway. Because, yeah, if you're going to get like say, pick 15 if you pay him enough, I think West Coast would look at that and they'll probably take it and run.
Okay, well that is fantastic news. If West Coast are interested in taking, would they take all his salary though? He's on pretty good money, is he? Even if they took, let's say he's on 800 grand. If they took, say, 500 and we took 300, would that? I don't think he's. There's a question for you, Voidoid. Would West Coast, they might take him, are they taking his 800 grand with them? God, they've just got cash to burn, have they, Voidoid? Voidoid, jump on.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, like, is there anyone at West Coast that's taking up the salary cap outside of Harley Reid?
Yeah, so they just like, what the fuck? Who cares? We've got to spend it.
Yeah,
Jake Waterman's the
I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure there is a rule about that. Actually,
Hey, Lucas.
Yeah,
So,
I'm pretty
anyway,
I'm pretty sure with the cap, I think there's like a rule. You've got to pay. Oh, apparently you got to use at least 85% of the cap.
Yep.
It was I don't know, something like that.
Wow. Here I am thinking we're stuck with DC for the next 5 years.
I don't think anyone.
Okay, so
I honestly don't think anyone will want him. They've seen, if they're watching what we're watching him and all of that, he's struggling with these new ruck rules. I'm a little bit with Sean. Maybe there might be, maybe with the question mark on Darcy Moore, with the fact that Jeremy Howe may retire at the end of this year, perhaps nothing would. I think it's worth considering maybe playing Darcy DC in defence. I'm not saying he would be brilliant at it, but he's when he's 2-3 years, 22, 23, 24 even, and 25, obviously last year. I mean, he did do some good things in defence. He went into the hole, took defensive marks. I know he was rucking, and he was allowed to do that because we had likes of Mason Cox and all of that in the team as well. So he was actually free to do that sort of stuff. be a permanent defender. I'm not sure, but it might be worth hanging on to him anyway for a little bit of insurance for what we might have difficulty with, replacing the likes of Jeremy Howe. And we still don't know the future of. This is crazy. You talk about a captain. You're talking about a captain at the moment. The future of Darcy Moore. I say that with seriousness as well, guys, because his form and the vulnerability with his fitness levels and the continual injuries that he seems to be getting now is a big concern. So yeah, probably, boy, is that going to be interesting to see what happens when he comes back, trains, and how he performs in the last part of the season. All eyes will be on him in every single area, obviously as a player, but also as a captain. Boy, is that going to be interesting.
All right. Jump on soon if you can, Void. And Lucas, you want to jump on?
So we hear these stories starting to propel a little bit. There's a bit of a lull in some of the stories for a few weeks, and then suddenly I turn on Fox and I listen to some of the footy shows. Not that I like listening to them; it's all crap. But then we start hearing that, apparently Jed Walter, the Gold Coast can't keep Jed Walter, and they won't be able to keep Ben King. So one of them will probably have to make a decision, even though Dim is saying, we want to keep both of them, all of that. I fear that one of them will probably eventually find their way at another football club. So, okay, I've sort of put the pen through King weeks ago because there was all this talk about him signing on to the Gold Coast again. And then there was a story about Jed Walter not being happy, and he wants to get to a club where he's going to be a regular AFL player. So I don't know how significant that is. But then you look at Collingwood, we've just gone out and got J-Pod. We've got Buller. Membry, apparently, the stories are, guys, I don't know if you've heard it, but the stories are that he wants to go around again next year. Sorry,
Membry?
Age, if you're listening. Yeah. Sorry, Age, if you're listening, but
too bad.
No, that's what I've heard. Probably a load of crap, but surely not. And even if he did, I'd be sitting down with him and saying, no, we're going to play the younger guys. But that's fanciful if you think that. But do we need another guy to recruit another guy as a forward? What do you think, you guys? Do we actually need another one, or you think we've got the stocks already?
Not that we need it, but you can't have too many of them. No, but I think King's going to be too expensive. It's going to cost us too much in draft capital. I think Jed Walter's your man. We don't have to pay much more than $1 million for him, and we don't have to fork up that much picks. We don't have to. We probably just a first rounder, I think, gets it done, right?
How tall is he, Jed Walter? Guys,
do you know, Sean?
Walter, it'd be like 21.
He's
how tall is he?
Tall, 195.
Yeah. All right. Okay. So, all right. So, would he be taller than the other? Is he taller than? So he'd be taller than J-Pod, and he would be taller than Buller, then, wouldn't he? Buller's 190 something.
Buller's 200, I think.
Yeah. All right. Okay.
West is 194, 195. So yeah.
Okay.
So
all right.
In terms of Walter, he's a natural key forward height. Like it's like what Charlie Curnow is like 192, 193. So yeah, if you get someone around 195, it's about right, and he's that.
Okay. Right. But look, again, I think our other concern is, with Jeremy Howe and Darcy Moore, question mark. I think we really do need to get in and start looking at a defender. I know that Jordan Butts came up as an issue. Strangely enough, I looked at the teams for the weekend, and Jordan Butts is out with an injury. I think it's a hammy. I could be wrong, but I don't know how long he's out for. But yeah, he's had a bit of a frustrating year. But Victorian, so he might want to come back home to Victoria, obviously. He wouldn't get a lot for, he wouldn't have to pay, wouldn't lose a lot for, he's just a fringe player for the Crows, but I think he's got ability. Could be just another Billy Frampton. I'm just sort of thinking that way. Could he be another Billy Frampton? Would be great to get a guy in with no real name, come in and do a job. But yeah, the issue is question mark on Jeremy Howe and question mark on Darcy Moore. I mean, it has to be you have to seriously
Howe's
think
finished.
about it.
I think Howe's done.
So then Darcy Moore, at the other side of 30 now, starting to get all these injuries. Very, very unreliable there. Can't even find time on the ground now because of the injuries. Maybe he's just had a shit year, but with injuries. But, he's going to be another year older next year. Firstly, I'd say to him, ditch the captaincy. Stop worrying about that.
I'm not worried about Moore. I don't.
No.
I don't think he's worth talking about.
Mm.
Like he just can't get on the field.
He's our captain, mate.
Hey, Lucas, how you doing, mate?
Hey, not too bad, mate. Yourself?
Yeah, good, mate.
How you going, fellas? Everything going good?
How are you? Good.
Yeah, doing pretty
Yeah,
good.
go good. Go good.
Yeah.
You know your season's tanking when you're talking about the draft and trading in June.
Well, I was going to mention two players you haven't mentioned. So with your
On the
forward,
Untouchables or tradable?
no, you can that you can trade that you can get from opposition.
Who's that?
Here's one for you. What about he was actually on your list, I think. Mark Keane from Crows.
Are people to bring into the club?
Yeah.
We tried to get him last year. You mean the Irish guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, we tried to get him last year, and he ended up signing on for 3 years with Crows, I thought.
Well, that's worked out well. He can't get a game there.
He
injured,
can't get a game there now.
He's
We
injured.
definitely. He's the type of player we need. He'd be a Jeremy Howe replacement.
Yeah.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
No, he's been injured and he's just played his first game for the Sandful, I think, last week or the week before. So he had about 9 weeks off, 8-9 weeks off. Got injured early in the season, so might have even been pre-season. So he's only finding his way back after a long injury. He broke his leg, didn't he? Yeah, pretty sure he fractured his leg, I think, from memory. So that's why he can't get a game at the moment, because he's got to get fitness and form. And, time will tell whether he gets back in. I know they rate him, but he did sign on last year for a few years. And then he copped that injury early in the year. So, but we had a nibble at him during the off season, but then the Crows jumped him and got in.
Mm-hmm. Well, the second player I suggested, what about getting the Mitch Lewis from Hawthorn?
He's on the list, but he's down the list a bit.
Okay.
So he would be a target, but King and Walters would be ahead of him for our targets.
Because I don't think Hawthorn are that keen in Mitch Lewis for some reason, considering he's their only forward down there. I do too.
Oh. Yeah, only issues would be his injuries, but I feel like for a guy that's so injured, he still, anytime he's on the field, he always looks good.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, I'm surprised. I'm surprised Hawthorn haven't gave him a deal yet. So, don't know what's going on there. They must not rate him.
I think it's the injuries. I think the fact that he's not a reliable player to play every game in the season, because he sort of. I mean, I really hate to say this, but as much as like Kruger's a tease, I feel like he's a tease in the same way. But every time he plays, like he looks like an A grader though. But then But then
Oh, good.
every time he does something decent, he's like only like you wouldn't be able to put money on him like surviving like the next quarter.
Yeah. I know what you
So,
mean. Yeah, I know. What you mean.
yeah.
You're getting for cheap though. You're getting for pretty cheap.
Lewis got
Yeah,
offered a deal. Voidoid saying,
Oh, okay.
I don't know. Did he take it?
Oh,
Void?
that.
Okay, so what's the deal with that St Kilda guy, Wilson?
Yeah. Darcy Wilson.
Right. So what would we need to get him?
You need to probably
A lot of
trade out your
A lot of
pick.
first rounders.
So is he's worth 2 first rounders, is he?
That's what St Kilda would probably want, but given their cap situation, because that's something that's been floated around, is that they might have a bit of a fire sale on a handful of players. So
How
if
old
they
is
do
he?
like a bit, he's like he'd be super young, like 21 again.
So he's like was he a top 10 pick or was he
Yeah,
a
he was,
speculative sort of pick?
Oh God, what would he have been? Yeah, he was around 10. It was basically St Kilda's first pick like 3 years ago.
Okay. So this is why we've got to be really aggressive getting these players out. So
18.
Our
Pick
draft-
18 he wants.
okay, so he's speculative. If they voted, if they did the draft now, he'd be top 10 though. That's what people are saying, right?
Oh yeah. Well, we're
Yeah.
into him also. We're
Yeah.
heavily into him. So
Okay.
because
Okay.
we need an inside mid after Atkins and when Danger goes.
So Collingwood, if we trade out Bo and Houston, we've got 3 first rounders. Okay, what I am suggesting is we use all of our first round picks on these 2 players. We use one on the Walter, is it Jed? What's his name? Walters.
Yeah. Well,
We
let's
use
see.
one on him.
Walter.
Walter. Yep.
Yeah, that's I reckon with Walter. I reckon he's a second rounder because he's been.
He's
in
wanting
the
$1 million.
VFL, so-
How can we offer him $1 million and then say he's
Yeah, but
only
that
worth
would also
and
be
he's a
like
top
a deal
10 pick?
though.
He's not worth $1 million. He's not worth that. That'd be overpaying, in my opinion, for
We've
Walter.
offered him that, apparently.
Oh wow, jeez. Okay, well he'll take that then.
But you reckon we can get him for a second rounder, Sean?
Yeah. Yeah, because especially with clubs, like clubs try to work it out as much as they can. So even if you pay him $1 million, that could be a thing of like, hey, we're sort of overpaying him, but we're doing that so then we can get like a better deal. So, or not a better deal, but like, I don't know, it's hard to explain. Like, basically overpaying him, but then in a sense, when it comes to the trade, you sort of,
Okay.
you then sort of take less for him, sort of thing. If that makes any sense. It's
Okay.
weird, but it can happen.
All right. So our second rounder is going to be like a pick in the early 20s. So if we give say picks 6 and pick 22, do we get Jed Walter? Do we get Wilson for that? Do you reckon?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
Okay, so that's what
probably-
we're doing. We're giving a first rounder and a second rounder to the Saints for Wilson, right? So he comes in absolutely. Fast running midfielder, young. He's essentially it's essentially like getting a proven first rounder for a top 10 even, and we have to cough up a first rounder for Jed Walter, right? So there's our full forward first round. We keep one of the first rounders, so we get our maybe possibly a top 10 pick, and we get Lockie Neal. So we're getting in Walter, Wilson, Neal, our first round pick, and our third round pick. I reckon we'd be pretty bloody pleased with that.
I don't
We'll
think
get
you need
exactly
a first
what we
rounder for
need.
Neil. I don't think you need
No,
a first rounder for Neil.
No, I didn't say. We're getting him as a free agent. We're
Oh,
going to
free-
keep
okay.
our first round. Yeah, we get Neal as a free agent, and we're keeping one of our first rounders.
Because Brisbane said they would they want him to stay, but they wouldn't quite over spilt milk if he left. So he's done his time at Brisbane.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
but with Darcy Wilson, I think you might need 3 because you'll be in a bidding war with Geelong because we're heavily into him, and we've got players.
Where are your
We
picks
haven't
coming
got-
from?
Well, we got that we will have to trade players like Jai Clark, Mitch Nevitt, George Stevens. We would have fringe players to get some first rounders. But having said that, those players that I've named are AFL ready. Like Jai Clark's playing the grand final.
So Lipinski.
Yeah. At least Lipinski's won it.
What I'm saying here, the point
Yeah.
here is we need to go hard and trade out and cut loose some of these guys who like McCreary and Houston are in demand. Luckily, most people don't watch Collingwood games, so they don't know that they're no good, right? So we're going to get them. We're going to get first rounders for these spuds, right? There's probably people who'll play Lipinski get a second rounder for Lipper. But the point is, we're gonna if we need to, we're gonna get a guy like Wilson. We can fork out up to 2 first rounders for him. I don't think Geelong's given up 2 first rounders for him, and if they are, they're not as good as our first rounders.
No, they won't. If they did, no, that's correct. They would not be as good as your ones. No, they would have to give up some players. But we don't have we don't have Houston,
So this is we've now offered him 1.1 a season to top their offer. Don't you think then Suns turn around and saying, okay, yeah, you're paying him 1.1, we want a first rounder, or you're not getting him?
Yeah.
Isn't that what they're going to say?
Yeah, as collateral. Yeah. Because the more that you want a player, or the more you value him, his value goes up.
Mm.
So a Gold Coast could say, well, you're giving him 100 extra K. Well, that means that you really want him. And if you really want him, you've got to pay for him.
Mm.
But I think he's a good player, but personally, I don't think he's worth $1 million.
Yeah, you got to pay overs though, don't you?
Yeah, and I think they're using him as insurance for Ben King, in case he decides. Yeah,
he's only 21 or 22, Walter.
Yep. Yes.
So it's a little bit speculative. So he's pretty good for a young key forward at his age. You'd think there's upside. Well, with Ben King, you know what you're getting. And,
yes, correct.
I think you'd have to give up too much. Like Ben King's like at least 2 first rounders because Gold Coast will match because he's a free agent, isn't he? Or are we trading for him? I think he's a free agent, restricted free agent, right? King.
Yeah, he's a free agent.
So unrestricted free agent. Or
No. Yeah.
Right.
No.
So they match the bid, and then we've got to go and trade for him.
Potentially, but sometimes it can work in your favour though, because if someone like a Gold Coast know, like with Collingwood, if we don't have a decent amount of picks, or we give them the indication of, hey, we're only gonna dish off such and such picks, and these picks are going to be untouchable, you might be able to somehow maneuver your way to make them not match the bid, because I mean, I guess with like Gold Coast, with what's been happening, I'm sure that they would be not happy to facilitate a trade because obviously they want to keep him, but to make everyone happy, sorry, I just had a mind blank. But with like Gold Coast, they'll obviously be wanting to keep him. But if it's at the expense to match it, and then he stays because someone like Collingwood can't match whatever they're throwing down, I don't think Gold Coast would probably want that smoke if they were to match the bid and then keep him, especially because
Well, from my understanding, Sean, is that Damien Hardwick's like big on him anyway. Doesn't really rate him.
Well, if they don't rate him, I would like to know why they're trying to. Because at the moment they're trying to work on the soft cap to try and keep him for don't know if I should be saying what I'm about to say, but yeah, basically Gold Coast are trying to work their way through the soft cap thinking.
It's interesting though, Sean. It's like Sean and the others in the chat, Matt, that he's a 60, 70 goal kicker a year, yet Gold Coast haven't really blown up the bank for him. I find that a bit weird. Like, he's your main spearhead. Like, he's one of the best forwards in the competition, and then you're not keen on him. You're not keen on trying to get him to stay as much money as you can. I find that a little bit mind blowing, to be honest.
Because he's not successful through talent. He's successful through their system. There's a difference. So he's not like Jeremy Cameron, where he's successful because he's just fucking talented. King is mainly successful because in the system he plays, he finds a lot of success within the system. So when you're the main forward and you're there was even stats on it last season where he had, I don't know, he hit like 15 goals from like 20 kicks or something. All he does is take marks inside 450 and then basically has a shot for goal. So from a talent perspective, that's not necessarily talent. That's just more taking advantage of a game plan that suits you, basically. So that's not really like a bunch of talent.
Well, the second question would be then: does Collingwood have the game style to keep his goal kicking ability, to keep him as a 60, 70 goal forward? That'd be the next question.
Yeah, I mean, we're struggling to kick goals in general, and So
how many inside 50s do you average on average? Can you check that? Like Collingwood,
I wouldn't have a clue.
Okay. Do you get it in there enough, or is it just that you haven't got the midfielder where you should have? You got Dacos in there.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of getting it in there, but our efficiency is just shit house. Like our quality of ball use going inside 50 just isn't really that good. So we can get it and we can get it in there. But the other thing but also as well too, we have a lot of guys where they'll just kick it long into the forward line, but only to basically a 2-on-1, and Schultz is the one. And it'll be so if we're playing Geelong, it'll be Schultz and he'll be trying to outmark like a Tom Stewart and like Blitzarves or something. And it's like how are we going into a game and it's like that's the scenario we basically want to put ourselves in. Is that Schultz has got to outmark a Tom Stewart and a Blitzarve, or I don't know, some other defender like a Sullivan or something to that effect. But again, you have a guy that keeps saying that, we try to put players in positions to succeed. And then he does that. So that just shows you how well we're going.
So I think it's fair to say Voidoid doesn't want us to recruit Ben King.
Yeah, it sounds like it.
I'm not that super keen myself. I'd rather get Jed Walter, but then he's a little bit unproven. I agree. He's not worth $1 million. But now we're offering him 1.1.
Well, do you think that's a trade bait? Do you think that's just they know Collingwood wants him, so they're saying, you know what, we've offered him $1 million a year, knowing he's not worth it, and Collingwood are going to overpay him. Do you think that's a bit of mind games going on there?
Possibly.
I reckon. See, Chris is here saying they want to keep Walter more than King. Gold Coast have to offer more to Walter at the club. I guess that's to stay at the club. I reckon they're confused. I don't reckon they know which one they want the most, so they just want to keep both of them.
Yeah. But they can't keep both unless someone takes a pay cut.
Yeah. because they both know how much they're now worth on the open market. Gold Coast would have to pay King 1.5 and Walter
Yeah, I couldn't do that.
1.1.
But they also
That's-
have to be careful with that too, because if you go and pay Walter 1.1 and then you pay King 1.2, for example, I know that's because especially if it's say someone like Walter that isn't proven yet, that it's going to be a pretty sore topic when someone like Rao goes, "Hey, I want to get paid too," because he's going to be a free agent at the end of next season. If you're Gold Coast, you probably want to be pretty careful around that, because when Rao, wants to put his hand in his pockets about, hey, where's my cash? It's sort of, it'd be great to have, two key forwards that can cause damage and all that stuff, but I guess that's the whole game around the cap and the system and stuff. So it's just a matter of what they want to prioritize, and just because you want a Walter and a King, are you going to really want them when someone like a Matt Rowell is like, hey, like, I want to get paid?
Or would you, this one for you guys, would you go outside the box here and go to Caddy and say, wouldn't you mind playing for Collingwood? You're not going to do anything at Essendon.
Yeah, I'd like Caddy. I thought he'd re-signed.
I don't think he has yet, has he? Void would know.
News to me if he has.
Yeah, Voidoid would know. If he doesn't, Mrs. Voidoid would know. Voidoid, ask Mrs. Voidoid. Has Caddy signed on? Because
if he hasn't, well, there's alarm bell.
Really like him. I'd like him more than Walter.
Yeah, we've been linked to him as well. So
no, he signed up.
He re-signed. Okay.
Yeah.
Gee, that's a brave man to re-sign for that club. No offense, Void.
Void is an Essendon agent. Yes, that's what we call it. That's what we call in the comedy world a callback. Milkshakes, very good. I signed for 2 more years. Okay, there you go.
Oh, jeez, bloody hell.
I feel like if like any player signs for like 2 years, like intentionally, that's like the biggest like vote of no confidence I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Because 2 years is like, oh yeah, just the market hasn't suited me yet. I'll wait another 2 years to see if it suits me better. That's basically how I read it.
Yeah. No, that's it. That's exactly right. Like 2 years, like it's like the Cy Wanganeen. He's just signed for 2 years. Let's see what happens with St Kilda, and then if nothing improves, I'm off to Port Adelaide. What a rubble they are! Goodness me.
Oh, don't worry, we'll put him back into form next week. You watch.
Oh. Well, at least you don't have $5 million worth of players you signed in the off season like they did. Were you into any of those players they signed, by the way, Matt? Were you?
Silvani.
No, so I was agreeing with Voidoid. Can't even remember who they got.
Silvani, De Koning.
I thought you said Port Adelaide.
No.
Saints. Yeah, we were into Silvani.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Brian as well from West Coast.
Yeah, Silvani ended up getting paid $300,000 over his market value.
That's ridiculous.
It was bizarre. It was just no one thought, like everyone thought he was going to Collingwood, and then all of a sudden St Kilda's just offered him $300,000 more than anyone else. It's like you think his dad was a list manager or something. Bizarre.
Oh my god! And then they signed Tom Coney, Tom Coney overs, and Flanders as overs, and
do we actually know what number that is? Because I think there was a report it was 1.6 mil, but then it was like another report it was like 1.7.
But to Coney,
yeah,
I think it was, because we actually wanted him to play with his brother up in Geelong, but they we only wanted to offer him 1.1, and then he goes to St Kilda for 1.6, 1.7. We thought, okay, dodged a bullet there.
But also as well, how many times is it when you, especially when you get a player that's considered in the like average or the category of being average, you see them go somewhere else for top dollar. I feel like 95% of the time they always flop at the next club.
Yep, no, I agree with that. Completely agree with that. Like that, and the players that they've signed, like Dirks, Flanders, De Koning, Silvani. Silvani's been okay, but I think Tom De Koning and Flanders have been pretty bang average.
Yeah.
To be honest.
They paid all these new guys, and then now they don't have enough money to pay Wilson. Is that what's happened?
Correct.
That's
yeah,
hilarious. That's so
Yeah.
St Kilda.
Oh,
They've got this generational talent, and then they ended up paying all these guys like De Koning and Silvani too much money, and they haven't
and that
improved.
generation talent will walk for free, almost.
Wow. Amazing. I don't know about this, Chris. I don't think Hawthorn need another big forward. Like that, they're going to just keep Mitchell. They've got what's his name?
Cole.
Shadia.
Oh yeah,
They've
I
got
catch you did. Yeah.
Gunston. And they've got Weddle who can play forward.
I like him.
I don't
He's a
know
good player.
I don't know if Hawks want to go after King. Don't think that's the target. Could be wrong.
Well, Gunston
You know
won't be
what's
around
really
forever,
funny?
really.
This will be before your time, guys. But Voidor, do you remember the could have been champions back in the day? This was like in the early '80s. All of the used by date has been Carlton players. They used to go and play for St Kilda. The could have been champions had a song that it was to the tune of Putting on the Rinse, but it was like playing for the Saints. If you are old and don't want to run very far, you can go down playing for the Saints.
Oh,
Let me see if I can find it. It was an absolute classic. So when I saw like when Silvani and De Koning were going to St Kilda, like it's back. It's like the '80s again. All the Carlton players, like they had Jezelenko, Wow Jones, Ken Sheldon. Help me out in the chat. Who else went to St Kilda from Carlton? Did Harms go? No, there's a whole bunch of them. I think Alex Marcoux may have. These guys. This generation's a bit before your time, guys. All these players I'm mentioning.
they had their shot, St Kilda. They should have won a flag in that 09, 010 era. They should have won that drawn grand final. Did you go to those, Matt?
The grand finals against the Saints.
Yeah.
Yeah, I went to both. I enjoyed
What
the
was
second
your
one better.
fucking what? Yeah. What was your reaction after the draw grand final? Like,
I thought it was I thought it was 5 minutes each way. I thought there was going to be extra time.
oh, really? Oh shit!
And I was just like, what? We're coming back next week. But it was at the time I was an MCC member. It's a real difficult. You have to go like 5 a.m. to line up for your seats if you don't get part of the allocation. But then the next week it was like, and we were pretty high up at the top of the member stand. But the second week, because everyone had planned their holidays and school holidays and shit, like I waltzed in there at like, I don't know, 7 in the morning or whatever, and just got the primo seats, like basically in front of the coach's box. So I was sitting in the back row of the second deck, which sounds far, but it's only like about 12 rows from the front of the deck in front of Mick Malthouse. So we were literally sitting in front of Mick and Bucks. Great seats. And got the same seats the next year, but I didn't enjoy the next year, Lucas.
Oh yeah, I did.
Especially the Carlton supporter who was just giving it to me all day because his second team was Geelong,
shit.
of course. It was shit, yeah.
Like after the draw grand final, from memory, didn't Collingwood had all their functions, didn't they? But St Kilda chose not to.
Yeah. All I remember is that Collingwood treated it like it was half time.
Yep. Okay. Yeah.
As far as the functions,
Yeah.
they said, "No, let's go down to the functions." I can't really. I just remember that we did treat it like it's sort of half done.
Yeah.
And we came out with the right frame of mind the next week.
During the week, did you know that you'd smash them, or did you thought maybe they got our number? Like what was your? Were you more confident into the second one than the first?
No, because I'm a Collingwood supporter, and we're never confident going into a grand final. We're always anxious. So this is I'm going to play this song by the Could Have Been Champions, and Playing for the Saints.
G'day. Yes, who's Massive? Hello, Massive. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Moorabbin.
Oh, right. In anticipation for the big game on Monday.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, how's things going?
Oh, good.
Good. What?
We got Plugger staying with us. Tell you what, though, I wasn't happy with Plugger's condition, not one bit.
What? Why?
He's got rubbed out, right? He's come down to our place. I said to him, mate, you are so underweight. Here. I gave him a couple of family-sized pizzas, couple of dozen cans, sat him down, said, you eat that stuff while I make your lunch.
If you're a blue and you don't know where to go to, why don't you come down with your mates, playing for the Saints. Easy kicks, good conditions, good paint. If you're tired of media complaints, come and join the Saints. Dressed up like $1 million rover. Even if your playing days are over, they're all over. If you're short of a yard and you don't want to have to try so hard, you'll have lots of mates playing for the Saints. Different types who wear what they like to training, some who don't turn up when it's raining, playing for the Saints. They've got vacancies in key positions, especially if you like the wet conditions. Training seems like hard work, and getting dropped again is one of your pet hates. Come and join the Saints, playing for the Saints, playing for the Saints.
Oh, how good.
Fantastic.
Oh, the dulcet tones of Greg Champion and the could have been champions. If you're short of a yard and you don't want to try too hard, come on down, playing for the Saints.
Oh
man, I want to email Greg Champion and see if he can come up with a 2026 version of Playing for the Saints, the Coney and Silvani, and Silvani's dad is the list manager and all that shit.
Well, Peter in the comments there said they got Liam Stocker, Jack Carroll, Paddy Dow, Jack Silvani, and all that. Geez, I didn't know they had that many. Bloody hell.
Yeah, it's definitely it's happening all over again. Playing for the Saints.
And yeah.
Dressed up like $1 million rover.
And they're losing all their talent like they did with Lockett.
Career is over.
Funny how they had the greatest full forward and they let him go.
Jacko. Or
No,
Plugger.
Plugger, sorry. So yeah, Plugger.
I was thinking of Jacko because Voidoid brought up Jacko was on the open mic.
Oh yeah, Jacko, yeah. And to Peter, the other Peter, yeah, I'm aware of the post. That's all right. They still should have won that grand final.
Now, what was that?
They were the better team in my opinion.
Lucas, are you listening?
I am. I'm there, mate.
All right. I've got one thing to say to you. And I am waiting for the day, excuse me, waiting for the day that Collingwood and Geelong play in a grand final because we owe you. And our memories have not been deleted by that last grand final.
Oh, 2011, yeah.
Tormentous 2011 grand final after halftime in particular. So I don't know when it'll be. Maybe when we start, recapturing. It probably won't be Flyers coach, I don't suspect, but down the track, there's one team, there's one footy club that we need to bounce back in a grand final. We've done it against the Saints now. Of course, we waited a long time to get them back from that horrible. Well, I wasn't even around, but my late father told me that it was a game that Collingwood should have won but didn't. But 2011, I certainly remember it. A lot of Collingwood supporters remember it, and it's just we have to right the wrong.
Yeah.
Don't know when it's
You remember
gonna
the Tom
happen, but it
Hawkins?
has to happen. I just, for the living goodness sake, there's one team that we can just beat. We've beaten Brisbane now after the period under Mick Moldhouse in the early 2000s. We've right the wrong there. We now need to right the wrong and beat the Cats in a grand final.
Oh, no.
I just would be so happy for that to happen.
Well, we don't have Tom Hawkins if we do meet again, so you're safe with that one. But yeah, probably will be a while. Yeah, probably be a while, to be fair.
Might be a while.
Because I don't think, even if let's say if you took the magic pill and then you rebuild and you come from nowhere, I don't think we'll be around at that time.
We waited decades to repay the Saints. It eventually happened.
Yep.
I know
It
longer
did,
than
yep.
what we would have longer than what we would have liked. And I know there's no disrespect to the Saints, who are still waiting for another premiership. They waited a long time to get back into a grand final again. I mean, they had those. Well, the Cats. We remember what happened in the Geelong and St Kilda grand final going back a while now. It appears.
We do. Yes.
But I must admit, there was a time there in that match that I thought the Saints they're actually going to win a premiership again. And maybe people like myself jumped the gun a little bit. But, of course, we all know what happened in that final quarter. And
yes, we do. Yes, we do.
Yeah, just amazing how sometimes the roller coaster, sometimes it gets you in the end. And, so, but it will happen, mate. It will happen at some stage. It will happen. Not saying it's going to be anytime soon, but it'll happen.
If it happens soon with Cats and Geelong, I'll be here, mate. I'll be here. But if we could, I'm the same with the 08 grand final. That's the one grand final that haunts me to absolute death that year. And if we can get them in a grand final and beat them, talking about Hawthorn, that would be absolutely fantastic. Bet them last year in a prelim, but that doesn't matter. That means nothing when you want to beat them in a grand final. That could happen. Where the two teams are going, but if I can get 08 back.
I'd love to beat Carlton. That's the other one. Carlton Collingwood grand final, and just watch the faces of Carlton supporters as we lift up that Premiership Cup. I'm not sure how far away that is either. We've been sort of like waiting for quite a while for that one, for that grand final to reappear again, because it's been how many decades? 4 decades, basically. So
no, we lost.
I've yet to see a Carlton Collingwood grand final.
No, we lost to Carlton in '95. Too good for us on the day. We lost to Richmond a few years ago. That one doesn't bother me because Richmond were the dynasty, so they're expected to win that. But if we can get Hawthorn back, mate, that would be absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, me too.
The one that got away. That's the year that it got away from us. That stopped our three-peat, that did.
Well, you would have won 4 in a row, wouldn't you, if you'd won that one?
No, because he won 2010.
Oh, right, yeah.
So we would have been 4 in 5 years. Yeah. Fucking Hawthorn. Shane Crawford.
Yep. Yeah, that was, you gifted them a flag.
Just had to be one of our big. Well, no, it was actually funny because we were at that 08. We waited until 89 for that because they got us in 89, and we were so desperately trying to rewrite that wrong and didn't work out. So bet them in prelims, but yeah, love to beat them in a grand final and get those two back.
Hey, you there, Shawnee?
Yeah, I'm here.
Ultimate.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. How's your petrol tickets going, mate? You got a bit more in you?
Yeah, I'm good.
All right, cool. Do you want to hold the line for a bit? I've got to just. I'll be here, but just lurking, just catching up with the missus. And it's not like that. Not like that. I've got to do some. You can do an hour.
Well,
okay, awesome. All right.
Last time you said that we did this until 4 a.m. I believe. Me, Daz, and is that your name, Daz and Sean?
Yeah, and it was about 46 hours for the whole stream.
31 hours. Yeah.
I can assure you, it won't be going till 4 o'clock.
It won't be. Basically,
I'll be off in about half an hour myself. I'm getting very tired, so I'll keep listening if you're still on. But yeah,
basically, what I'm doing is I'm just moving from the desk to the couch, and I'll put the big screen on, and then I'll chime in every now and then, and Shawnee can just hold the reins.
Well, if Peter Dacos is still in the chat, I really like him. I really enjoyed his story a couple of weeks ago.
He's there. He's in there. So jump on, Pete.
I wouldn't mind that. I wouldn't mind talking to him about it.
I call him Rob Peter to pay Paul because his name's Paul.
We need to know, Lucas Geelong is better. Collingwood would win a grand final before us. Couple, yeah. No, you'll get there, Chris. You'll get there. I don't have hate towards Collingwood.
In the chat.
Yeah.
How are you, Peter? First time I've seen you in here. Welcome, mate.
Oh, from the TPJ. Fantastic. I love those guys. Good guys.
Oh, there's a jumper. Hello. Welcome, mate.
Yeah.
See, Carlton man?
Yes, yeah, they're all Carlton here. Yeah, they're good people over there.
Yeah, no, I like the jumper punch boys. So good to have you in here, mate.
They put up a lot of shit by people, so Don't want to get myself cancelled either.
We're very welcoming of Oppo fans. In fact, we quite like Oppo fans because they give some perspective to Collingwood supporters and makes Collingwood supporters get realistic and work out what's going on when they can hear it from opposition fans.
I try not to rub it in too much, Matt.
No, you're good, mate. But we're at a stage where we don't need any rubbing in. We do the rubbing in ourselves.
Yeah. Do that with your question selection.
Come here. I went over to give Collingwood shit. They were giving more shit to Collingwood than I even knew about.
That's it.
Fucking hell. Apparently they don't like Craig McRae. They don't like Dan Houston. Carlton supporters are like, we'll have Dan Houston and Craig McRae. Yep, we'll package them up. All right, Blues fans, you can have Craig McRae, Dan Houston. We'll throw Darcy Moore in for free.
Oh, gee. Oh.
That'd be a deal I do. Oh, and Blues fans, what do you want for that? A case of beer, a slab will do it, and some salt and vinegar chips.
Come on, Matt. I sort of draw the line there. Surely you get some light and tangy.
Light and tangy.
I forgot.
I'm traditional. I like my chicken flavored salt and vinegar.
Oh yeah. I don't know because chicken flavor is pretty premium, so we might have to settle for something else.
I forgot to tell you guys, but Chris just said in the chat, Mick was in the on the Jumper Punch on Wednesday.
I've got to watch that. Yeah. They he filled in for the Jumper Punches Manny, which is good because Mick actually watches the Collingwood games, so it's good to have. No, seriously, this guy Manny, not our Manny who comes on here, but the Manny who goes on with Rocco and that, he doesn't watch Collingwood games.
Oh, I noticed he doesn't come on here either.
It makes Collingwood look shit. we look shit enough as it is. We don't need a Collingwood fan on there who doesn't watch Collingwood games to make us look even more shit.
Well, I noticed he doesn't come on here also, which is a bit disappointing.
No, I don't think that. I think that's his own. I think he's just a mate of Rocco's, and
okay.
It's but yeah, because what happened was I was watching the Forever Rivals one day, and he started talking about how good Sidebottom was playing, and I'm like, Sidey, I don't know if you know, Sidey hasn't been having the best year, and I'm like, Sidebottom's playing one good game in 8, and I said to Rocco, I said, hey Rocco, ask him where Sidebottom played on the weekend. And so Rocco put the comment up. He goes, I got this guy. He's obviously a Collingwood supporter. Where did Sidebottom play on the weekend? And this man, he just was like,
oh my God.
I didn't know the answer. And I said, he doesn't watch the games. And he said, and Rocco goes, did you even watch the game? And Manny goes, no, I didn't watch the game. And da-da-da-da-da. Like,
Well, at least Manny never had to sing the fucking Carlton song on the stream like I did after I said we'd beat them by 50 points. That was embarrassing.
So, yeah.
Thanks for that, Geelong.
So, yeah, no. So it's good. It's good that Mick filled in for Manny. And my advice to Manny, if he's watching, the Jumper Punch Manny is, I would say, hey, keep not watching the game. You're not missing much, Manny. We are fucking crap at the moment. I was giving you shit for not watching the games. Now I'm saying you're a genius. You
he's a smart one.
So much more relaxed. I would be just so. I would because I've aged like 3 years in the last 2 months, and so Manny from the Jumper Punch. He knows what he knows what he's doing. This is how you survive as a Collingwood supporter. Don't watch Craig McRae coach Collingwood games. It's a way to do it. You'll add years upon your life
I feel bad for the Essendon bloke, Mark. He always gets towed up by Rocco all the time.
I think that's Rocco's. It's his sort of strategy. He gets guys that he can
It destroys him.
he can dominate them.
But mind you, Mark,
I'd like to see our Manny get on with Rocco.
Yes, yeah.
That'd be awesome. Rocco and our Manny. That'd be.
I like our man. He's a good man, good passionate man. Our Manny.
Oh, actually, Lucas, have you heard Mark go on about how his favorite cricket team is the West Indies?
Mate, I went on that. I told him about that last year when I went on there. I said, mate, why are you wearing a West Indies hat? You should be embarrassed for watching that, mate. And he said, "Oh, it's my favourite team." Me and Rocco have been trying to tell him for a year to get rid of that fucking hat.
That is I remember in grade 5, there were kids who thought they were cool. This is in 1985, and the West Indies had come to town, and they're wearing a West Indies cricket cap. What are you wearing that for? West Indies is my team. You're Australian. You don't get to choose. Oh no, they're really cool. Phil Richards and Clive Lloyd and Joel Garner. I'm like, you're not a West Indian. You're a white man from a redneck country town in eastern Victoria. Sorry, you can't identify as a West Indian dude.
I mean, technically, in today's world, you can.
You could today, yes, you can today, not 1985. So
it's actually appropriate that Mark follows the West Indies because they're both teams are crap, so it's probably appropriate.
Yeah. Well, he obviously thinks that the maroon colours that they wear are closer to Essendon than the Australian cricket teams. Yeah.
Oh, that's it.
So,
can't wait when that starts. We're getting a pounding in Bangladesh. Anybody watching that crap?
No.
I feel was it an ODI that was on the other night?
We lost again tonight. I'm just waiting for the Test series. I'll do some watch alongs.
Like 180 or something, or am I bugging?
We did, yeah, we did. We're like 3 for none. 3 out for none.
Yeah, against Bangladesh. Yeah, okay.
Ridiculous. Washed.
It's funny because I know I watched the highlights on YouTube, but if you told me what happened in that game, I could not tell you what one ball was.
It's white ball, man. I can't tell you what's going on either.
Yeah.
I just watch Test cricket and that's it. Put my feet up and that's it. And it's just a bonus that it's in the winter.
Lucas, have you heard of Flyers? He likes to use his parables and analogies, and he talks about how he's a risk taker, and he likes to take a throw at the stump.
I haven't seen it. No, I've heard you reference it, but I haven't seen it. No.
This is a Craig McRae throw at the stumps.
Well, that's lipper bowling.
Yeah, no, it's not lipper bowling. That's Craig McRae's idea of a throw at the stumps. That's how much of a risk he takes.
Oh my God!
I'm gonna have a shot at the stumps. Gets his brother to bowl an underarm when New Zealand needs six to draw off the last ball. You like that one, Lucas?
What a classic moment! I love that. No, what a classic moment. I love it. Love it. Gee whiz.
We're that shit, Lucas. Collingwood are that shit that we've got the Western Bulldogs who beat us a couple of weeks ago ahead of us, and they have even a worse percentage than us at the moment, 90%, and they're still in front of us on the ladder and inside the top 8, and we're sitting 11th. That's how shit Collingwood are. We've got a team that beat us 2 weeks ago by a goal at Marvel Stadium, and they're sitting above us by a number of places and have a fucking worse percentage than us. 90%. That's how farcical the top 8 is at the moment. In fact, how farcical the top 10 will be when you get teams like the Western Bulldogs making the finals and Collingwood won't. And not to say that we deserve to, but that's how farcical this is all going to turn out.
Yeah. No.
Bullshit.
Well, and they've just been belted by the Crows. So
Belted, absolutely. But the game was over at halfway through. Well, early in the second quarter, it was over.
that's it. Yeah, we were like 8 goals to
And
1. Yeah.
Collingwood were playing that mob 2 weeks ago, and they were nothing special. And we got done by a goal because we fucked around for 3 quarters and did stuff all. Craig McRae's coaching again, and fucking positional changes, poor selection. And then they decided to do a few things in the last quarter, but we still come up short and lost the game. Got an L instead of a W. And then 2 weeks on, Western Bulldogs get a touch up by the Adelaide Crows at Marvel again. And fucking they stay where they are. And Collingwood, who don't play this weekend, fucking 11th. Well done, Collingwood. That just
Let's not
highlights
forget-
what's going on at the footy club.
Let's not forget, and this is the elephant in the room, that when you have professional sports and there's billions of dollars of gambling involved, you can't discount that that's a factor. You know, like Collingwood were favourites last week, hot favourites against Melbourne last week. What's that fucking based on? How are we hot favourites against Melbourne? Melbourne should have been favourites for that game. We're playing the worst football we've played in 3 years. And Melbourne, I know they'd lost a couple of games leading up to that, but still, so would we. So that's why you see stuff like this. The Dogs can beat Hawthorn and then get smashed at their home ground at Marvel by the Crows. There's weird stuff going on in American sports at the moment. NBA, just really weird.
Rigged shit, man. It's rigged.
Yeah,
up there.
I think it's
I'm
coming
convinced.
into our sports.
Yeah, I'm not. I wouldn't be, if someone came out and said matches have been betted on, the next 10, 20 years, I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised one little bit.
I'll tell you a questionable game. The game against Adelaide this year, it didn't end up being a close game. I think we lost by 3 goals or something like that. But the umpires snuffed it out in the last quarter for us. Like there was 2 50-meter penalties that just, when you have really soft 50-meter, if a team's like on the half forward flank and they get a free kick paid and then there's a stand rule 50 meters, that is such a harsh penalty because if they're
was that the one against? Was that against Jacos?
I don't know, but there was two 50-meter penalties that were for the stand rule.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah,
the Crows and the umpires. We're always just going, they hate Collingwood, but you got to think that there must be some sort of gambling aspect to it sometimes as well.
Yeah.
Some of these decisions, you just tell they are trying to get one. It's not always Collingwood, obviously. I watch other games Collingwood aren't involved in, and you just see that they are doing all they can to get one team over the line. And it can't be a coincidence.
No, I agree with that.
The umpires
I agree
hate
with
Collingwood.
That cost Voido.
We've got so much evidence.
Yeah, the 2024, the umps got Freo a draw against us. Yeah, that was. Yeah, that cost us finals. We were talking about that. I don't know if you're there, Void. We were talking about that earlier in the stream, where Collingwood was on fire in the early parts of the season, and we won 8 games, 1 loss and 2 draws. 1 draw was against Essendon, the other draw was against Freo. Had we won just one of those draws, we would have played finals.
I agree with that comment, Stephanos, about the F1. That's another fucking corrupted, rigged sport.
Just got Daz. I just muted you, mate. There's some background noise, so you can. I think you can. It's fine now.
Okay, I'll try and fix it.
Do you,
Okay,
Matt? If you guys make wildcard round, would you even bother watching it? Would you even care? Or is it
Of course,
I
would watch it, but it's the way it's going at the moment.
You can't support wildcard.
Here's the thing. No, because it's just the system. I'm going to support it if Collingwood are in it.
Okay.
Plus, I do hate that game. That week before the finals where there's no footy. So even
Oh,
if
that's shit.
Collingwood's not in it, I'm fucking watching both games. Don't worry. Doesn't mean I support it. I just want to watch footy that weekend. So here's the thing.
No, I get that.
If Craig McRae, here's the thing to kind of answer your question, Lucas. If Craig McRae keeps going down the same path where he has favoritism and he shuns the youth, guys like Swadling and others, and keeps dropping Parker and putting him back in, and he keeps doing that shit for the rest of the season, I hope we don't make the wild card round. But if he starts having selection integrity and he doesn't give games to Membry, guys like Sidebottom and guys like Crisp and Houston and Lipper and Quaynor and even Josh Dacus are not gifted games and it's purely on merit, and we make a wild card round, I'm like, yes, this is the future of Collingwood. We might not win the wild card round, but if we've got to wild card weekend and it has been because selecting people based on merit and not based on you're in some clique with this weirdo David Brent type character and Craig McRae's just a fucking weirdo. If he just becomes normal for the rest of the season and just picks who he should and doesn't play favourites, I will be so supportive of Collingwood in the wild card round you wouldn't believe it, because I'm saying here's our future. You're getting games into guys like Ryan, TJ, Parker, obviously Sam Swadling. There's guys here, Di Mattia. We don't even know if they're any good, these guys. We want to find out. And so what if we end up winning 8 games? If we've tried all these guys and we don't make the wild card round, then fine. We did everything we did to see what our future's like. But if we make a wild card round by playing the kids and Membry and guys like Sidebottom, they're playing VFL or they retire, then great. I'll support it.
Yep.
No, that's fair enough from a Collingwood perspective, yeah.
Yeah, this is the thing. This is the thing. What Peter's saying here, that's what Voss did. He didn't give the young players sufficient amount of games. Yeah, and then Josh Fraser comes in, a couple of the young guys who weren't playing, and they start, well, look, these guys can actually play.
I reckon they might make wildcard, Carlton, with the draw they've got.
They'd be neck and neck with Collingwood. It's a very good chance. It's about 50-50 that Carlton can finish above Collingwood. And the Carlton fans, that'll be like making finals for them. Good, have your fun, Blues fans, and it'll be our expense. But that almost needs to happen for Collingwood. It needs to happen because that will hurt. But it needs to happen to show, look at this guy. Look what Carlton did. They got rid of this stubborn, stoic guy who has his favourites, doesn't play the kids. Right, they were the laughing stock. Everyone was mocking Carlton. They're a joke. They change a coach, and a couple of days later, they're playing the best football in the AFL. They've won 4 games in a row. Then instantly they're better than Collingwood. That's good. Ironically, that's good for Collingwood. It showed all the Collingwood world. Look at what you do when you get rid of someone who plays favourites and who is stubborn and stuck in an old game style that we moved past 5 years ago.
Yeah.
So it's going to hurt. Carlton will probably finish a bit above Collingwood. It's going to hurt, but it's for a long-term gain. It's going to expose what's going on at the club, and it's similar to Voss and Carlton. We've got the same sort of thing going on. It's just that Carlton had to deal with it for 5 years. We've been dealing with it for 3 years, and because Fly got the flag, what has that bought him? It's probably bought him another 5 years if he wants it.
Yeah. No, I was going to actually say that. Yeah, the flag's bought him time.
We had an old mate of mine came on here. I don't know if you were listening to prior to, it was actually on Mixed Channel. My mate Doug Chappell, the Bulldog supporter.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It's really interesting what certain fans will accept, and he's still a big Bevo fan. It's been 10 years. It's been 10 years, but because he grew up a Bulldogs fan with no success, a prelim every game, he just he just got us that flag. He got us that flag. Geelong supporters wouldn't accept that. Hawthorn supporters wouldn't accept that. You know who does accept that sort of stuff? Collingwood.
Yeah.
Collingwood gets a flag and they dine out on it for a decade or more. Geelong doesn't do that. Hawthorn doesn't do that. No, we're gonna go next year, and if we don't, like when you guys didn't win 2008, not acceptable. We should hang on. What do you mean? You've won 3 premierships in 4 years. No, should have won another one.
Yeah,
Not
exactly.
acceptable. Not acceptable. Collingwood fans are, but flies, 2 prelims and a flag. It's just so good. That's just so. It's better than St Kilda and the Bulldogs and Essendon and Carlton. It's just so good. No, it should have been 3 grand finals, 2 premierships minimum.
See, this is where
not
no,
good
that,
enough. Oh, what? We won a premiership though. What are you saying? No, not good enough.
That's
Should've
the
won 2,
same
at least.
with fucking Chris Scott. Yep, he's won 2 flags. Fantastic. That's good. One of those flags can be debatable. It was Bomber Thompson's team, that the 2011 flag.
2011, yep. Fair enough.
If Bomber Thompson was the coach, I still think we win that flag. No one can say anything to take the argument away from him.
Bomber Thompson's winning that flag. Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah. So and this is where Geelong fans are so fucking arrogant, cocky. They say, if you say to them, "Oh, you've only won 2 flags in 15 years," they will quickly say, "Oh no, it's 4 and 20." The others weren't even fucking Chris Scott. This is the only criticism of Chris Scott that I don't like. He's lost 6 prelims. 6 prelims and 2 grand finals. Would you be happy losing 6 prelims?
Yeah. See, that's the thing.
Yeah.
Everyone looks at that and goes, "Yeah, that's so good. That's so good." But you're in it for premierships. You're about winning premierships, and that's what Collingwood should be. So, So this is. Hey, here we go. Hey, Shawnee.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It's good to have Peter join. First time, I think. First time, long time, maybe, but good to have him in the chat. Now, this is very common, Peter. Yourself, by the looks of it, the media and all of the Collingwood hating world don't pay attention to what's going on with Collingwood. With McRae, Collingwood does have one of the best systems. Has delivered them a flag despite everything else. Now, Peter, the flag was 3 years ago. We haven't had the same system since then. The rot started to set in 2024. We covered this, and he hasn't changed since 2023. In fact, he went out of a lot of the good things he did in 2023. He started doing the opposite, and he started going back to the Buckley game style. So, if you tune in a bit more to this channel, Peter, we will educate you on why Carlton. I hope you guys go for McRae, but you don't want him because he's just another Voss. He's just another Voss, Pete.
Yeah. And me, I've been educated on you.
Yep.
That's the good thing about fan channels, you know. Like by coming on this show, right? I've known more about Collingwood and the way you treat it in the last probably 1 month I've been coming on here. Is it a month, if that?
Yep.
Than what I've known about the last 15 years of Collingwood. I think that's the beauty of fan channels. Is that you can take information and process it like you've never done before.
That's a good. No more experienced coaches, mate. We had Malthouse. Yeah, you got Malthouse. He was definitely it was at the end of his use-by date when you guys got Mick. He was very bitter and bastard. But he didn't do too bad. He did get you into finals when Essendon got banned from the finals. And Carlton made it. And then Carlton beat Richmond, I think, in a final. So it wasn't too bad. You won a final with Mick. But yeah,
I will say this.
I think you should have kept Ratton. I think Carlton should have kept Ratton. That was the mistake you made. I think you could have had a little bit of success if you'd kept with Rats. I don't know what you think about that, Peter.
I think with Malthouse at Carlton, because that's actually one of the things. I don't know if it necessarily annoys me and stuff, but I do tend to have a bit of a, in a light sense, like a bit of a laugh when Carlton reckoned that when Malthouse went over there, he wasn't like that good of a coach. But I just find it funny how, like, when it came to like the whole, because was it 2013 they made the finals and stuff.
Yeah, 2013.
You could tell by you could basically tell by like a mile away he was trying to like rebuild the list, and I'm pretty sure there was even an article even like suggesting that where there was like a quote or something like that where Malthouse was basically like, "Oh, this list isn't good enough to win a flag."
Yeah.
And then the fact that you could so clearly see that he was like trying to, he was trying to go to the draft, he was trying to go young, all these things. And then because he only lasted like 3 years or so, 2 of those years he was trying to rebuild a team. And then once he got cut, Carlton were able to create this narrative of, oh, well, he wasn't a good coach. He just made us worse every year. He made you worse every year because he was trying to fucking rebuild your list to the point where it was worthy of a flag. Because if you look at that list in 2013, it was good enough for a semi-final, maybe prelim, but it wasn't good enough for a flag. So this whole narrative that Malthouse wasn't a good coach or whatever, I just tend to just laugh at it because it's just, to me, Malthouse is one of the best coaches of all time. And just because Carlton, weren't treating him right, that's not on Malthouse.
No, I think. Do you think he was fooled when he went in there about their list, or did he not? Were they not in the same page about how Carlton think they've got a list that can compete? We just get Mick Malthouse in, and he's going to do the rest. Now, does Mick Malthouse know that that's
these kinds of shit? I need to put a detonator on this whole joint or on this playing list, and I need to start again.
Oh,
and I'm sure the board members would have went, all right, cool, do it. But then after 2 years of a rebuild that can take like way more than 2 years, they're like, oh shit, well, we're kind of down the bottom. We don't want to be that because we're Carlton. And then they sacked him through just arrogance and just ignorance. And then their supporters just fell for it.
Yeah, they're still buying the narrative now, by the sounds of it.
Yeah. And again, with like Void, like I don't agree with the whole investment being like invested into coaching and stuff, because Malthouse is going to do his thing. Like the fact that he was there for 3 years, like, and yes, they got worse every year, but that's what happens when you rebuild a list. If Malthouse walks into the joint and goes, these cunts aren't going to compete for a flag, then why the fuck do you have them on your list? And if the list was like obviously that bad and they had to cut as much as they did, well, so be it. Like you are literally there to compete and win flags. So if that list isn't on track to win you a flag, then why the fuck are they there? And if that just so happened to be 60 to 70% of the list, okay, cool. Like then you obviously you can't cut 70% of your list because that's not realistic. But but that's the thing. If he's sitting there being like, these cunts are not going to win a flag anytime soon, okay, there you go. So here's the process. But again, the issue with them was they basically sacked him 2 years into a rebuild. I mean, how many clubs and because you can look at the Collingwood thing and how people thought we were in a rebuild midway through the 2021 season. But the difference was we had Pendlebury, we had Howe, we had Sidebottom, we had all these guys that had premiership experience, proven players, obviously like then. So like we had the experience, but also the youth. Where with someone like Carlton at the time, they might have had a few guys with experience, but with someone like a Mark Murphy or someone like that, Mark Murphy's not fucking Pendlebury or I mean, I'm not going to know exactly their mid. Bryce Gibbs is Bryce Gibbs on the same plane as like a I don't know who is there. He probably was better than Tom Mitchell, but like, these guys weren't like. But even with Tom Mitchell had finals experience. He stood up in big moments. Like Bryce Gibbs had never really had that in his time when he was playing football.
Dane Beams.
Yeah, well, Beams was one as well too. Where Beams was a proven player. You would probably take a Beams over a Gibbs.
Yeah.
You know? So it's like you look at the list and you look at how many proven players they had. Yeah, well, obviously the turnaround is going to be quicker, and it's like, this whole narrative that it's like to rebuild, you got to detonate the whole list. I mean, you can do that, sure, but it's like, but the whole pain of like trying to rebuild a list, you don't need to yes, there needs to be pain to some extent, but not to the point where you chop off your own legs, though.
Didn't he bring Daisy Thomas to Carlton from Collingwood?
Yeah.
What are your boys' thoughts on Daisy as a player? Did you like him or
champion Dale Thomas?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, he was awesome.
Absolute star.
Yeah. Do you like him in the media?
Yep. I find it fascinating with Daisy because when he had his like hair, so when he played with like his like long locks, he was like a flashy player. But then there was a time when he actually shaved I don't know if he shaved his head, but he went for shorter hair. He seemed to have a bit of edge to him, and he was he sort of turned himself into like an inside player where he actually went for the hard ball. So I've always found that fascinating. Where like he still had his like moments where he'd be a flashy outside type, but I remember being like a supporter and just seeing him not having his like long locks and like long hair and everything. But then he would go in for a hard ball, and I'm like, really? That's all you got to do? You just got to shave your head and you can go in for a hard ball? I always find that pretty funny.
Oh, who's that Hawthorn player that had the dreadlocks and he cut it? Oh, Chance Bateman.
Yeah, Chance Bateman, yeah.
Yeah, he did that, yeah. Good player, but fuck, I hate him for what he did in 08. Oh. Daisy was, dude, I like Daisy in the media.
Yeah. Oh, he seems like the best bloke, though. Yeah. Like, every time I hear him speak, you just know he's just got banter for days.
So that Collingwood list.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just about to say, if we can talk about Dale Thomas a bit more, one of my favourite moments from Dale Thomas was in a press conference, and there was a journalist, and he was trying to like have a crack at him, basically being like, "Oh, Daisy, it just seems like your form hasn't been really consistent of late. It's just like just going on about how it's like been an issue and how he needs to be more of a consistent player." And if people know in the chat what I'm about to say, obviously they're definitely real ones for knowing this quote, or not the quote, but I'll try and get as close as I can to it. But basically, Daisy responded with basically saying, "Oh, so you don't think I'm consistent? So basically, every time you keep telling me I'm always inconsistent, wouldn't that make me consistent at being inconsistent?"
That's it.
So therefore, you can call me a consistent player, and I'm like, that's just fucking gold.
Oh yeah. No, that's it.
Yeah, it was something to that effect, and I remember when he said it when he was a player, and I'm just like, that's just fucking gold. I don't know when he said it, and I fucking love this to hear the quote again. Actually, I'll see if I can find it. I'm sure it will take long.
Yeah, man. See if you can play it through your screen.
Yeah.
Oh,
give me a minute, and I'll try and find it.
Yeah. You still with us, Daz? I think Daz went off.
I'm still here.
Oh, he's still here.
I'm listening.
He's listening. Yep, he's in bed.
Listening to.
He's
No, look, I like listening to you guys, not just talking.
yeah.
I'm eating actually, so I'll just mute myself
Okay.
while I finish. I
wouldn't mind eating. I wouldn't mind eating at 2 a.m. Fucking hell.
Yeah, I worked a late shift, so got home not that
Oh,
long ago.
fair enough.
So I do. It's very rude to eat and talk at the same time, so I apologise. So I will mute myself
No,
and
it's
come
all
back
good,
when
mate.
I'm
It's all good. No, that's all right. It's all good.
good topics, like hearing it. So no, I'll probably go soon because I don't want to be going till 4 o'clock. Famous last words, but I'll wait. I'll keep listening to you guys. I'll come back soon.
Well, I'll just continue while Sean's looking it up. Yeah, but that Collingwood list and like 08 to 010, you know, was fantastic. Fantastic list. Leaders, Nick Maxwell, Didac. What a player he was.
Greatest goal, I'm just finished my food now, was Alan Didac kicking a goal at Adelaide. It was at Football Park, actually, at Footy Park against, I think it was Port Adelaide. And it was when we had one of those games where Collingwood had their backs against the wall. Nobody gave us a chance of winning.
Oh, was it that final?
It was, yeah, absolutely the final. And he was
The one
kicking to
Lucuria just went mental in.
So you would know this, Footy Park pretty well. I suspect if you're in Adelaide.
Yeah, I've been to that.
Pretty sure it was at the main scoreboard end when it was in those days. So the southern end or the golf course end. Yes, and he kicked it from the boundary line basically. And you might remember they shot it. They took a shot of Mick Moldhouse in the coach's box leading up to, because it was just one of those horrendously stressful games. If you're a Collingwood supporter and you're sort of like seeing them play out of their skins. Port Adelaide, everyone tipped Port Adelaide. They were red hot favourites in this game. Basically. And no,
that was a qualifying final, wasn't it?
I think we had guys out either. I can't even remember, but I think we had a guy out either suspended. Forget who it was, but we didn't have our best team, and they had their best team in, and we had to go and travel, which we were very good at. Traveling, get out of Melbourne, backs against the wall. All the hype was for Port Adelaide, even the Melbourne media and all of that. They're all thinking Port Adelaide will win this comfortably and all this sort of stuff. And we just continued to stay with them, and like we played out of our skins in the last quarter. We had this massive crowd, basically just absolutely giving it to us and all that. I was there that night, and basically, I'm telling you, and then Didac kicks this goal. And he just gives the birds, the two little birds on each hand. He just like kicks the goal, seals the game up, and he just walks in. You've got the camera on him and all that, and he's like showing the bird basically. He's not sticking it up like obviously, but he's like skipping around with the two birds below his body there, and he's like saying, "Stuff you, Port Adelaide. There you go. How about that?" And then I'm sure he's doing that also to the rest of the people, and there are many, many people, including the media. Everyone wrote us off. They wrote us off, and we said, "Well, up you. We don't need you." Typical frickin' wolfheads. Write Collingwood off in a game like that, and we come out and we bloody well turn the tables on them. It was it's the most. I've never seen so many Collingwood supporters. So they're in a frenzy, like in a real positive frenzy. Then you look at the Port Adelaide supporters, and they were just in shock. It was one of the greatest, and the atmosphere was unbelievable. It was over 50,000 people there, and it was one of the best feelings to go interstate and to get a result like that and a win like that, when everyone just didn't think we'd get anywhere near them.
Because that's the year Port made first, and that was.
I think kicked 3 goals. I think he had such a great game, and then he capped it off with a fantastic last quarter goal. It was unbelievable. It was brilliant, and like I said, we had players missing from the team. Port had their best team in. No one gave us hope in hell, and we just stuck it right up them.
Yeah, because Lacuria had an absolute clinic that game.
Yeah,
absolute clinic.
Players just
I remember watching it because that's where Port finished first on the ladder, and that was a qualifying home final.
It was a final.
Yeah,
and it was unbelievable. Yeah, and it's like everyone was just talking about Port Adelaide, Port this, Port that, Port this. Even as I said in Melbourne, and I thought, well, as I was travelling over to Adelaide for the game.
Oh, really? Shit.
Because I went up, so as we were going over there, and basically, even before the game, we were waiting sort of to get in, queuing up, and all that sort of stuff. The arrogance. And the fucking big heads like Port Adelaide, they're actually openly coming out saying we're going to fucking cruise in and win by 10 goals. These are the sorts of things the mindless people saying before the game even, And as the game kept on going on, quarter time, half time, three-quarter time, you could just see that there were more and more Port Adelaide supporters starting to become a little bit more concerned. You still had a little bit of arrogance, like the people in front of us were fucking, glad to see the result in the end because they fucking shut up. But did they absolutely fucking fall on the floor when the fucking siren went? It was unbelievable. It was and then straight after the game, they're all fucking bagging each other. They're all bagging their own players. It's like, your fault. Oh, it was unbelievable. The amount of Port Adelaide players who were fucking copping it was unreal. Oh, it was so nice. I got so much pleasure out of watching that. To actually travel interstate and watch a game like that was unbelievable. One of the great turnarounds in a matter of a week. It was unbelievable, and suddenly, and then the fucking media, the hypocrites. Oh, they're all writing about Collingwood the next day, and all talking about Collingwood, how good they were, and all this sort of stuff. What stunning win, and all this sort of stuff. Magpies off the canvas, and then it was all about Collingwood. Then after that, for the next 5-6 days, oh, what a marvelous performance, and all that sort of stuff. They were fucking bagging us a week before the game and leading up to the game, giving us no fucking hope at all. Oh, anyway, it was great. It's great to prove them wrong. Great to prove everyone wrong.
No, we did it to them in 07. 07. Fucking the South Australian media all over them. Port are going to do this to Geelong. Port are going to do this. Port are going to smack them by 30, 40 points. Because we played them before the grand final, we played them late in round 22, I believe. It was in Cardinia Park. And back then, we never lose at Cardinia. We still don't lose much there, but back then we never lost. And fucking Dom Cassisi kicked a winning goal against us at Cardinia. And they were using that. They said, they bet the mighty Cats in Geelong, we're going to win the flag. We're all this. Geelong, we've got no hope. And that lasted one quarter, didn't it? And the media.
I remember seeing that Dom Cassisi, he was at 50 metres out or something, and he just connected properly, but it went through. Yeah.
He from the pocket.
Yeah, I realised that. But
because before
hit or miss. Yeah.
Because before that goal, we actually kicked a goal with 40 seconds to go to put us in front. So we were really struggling that day. And I don't know who kicked the goal, but we kicked one with 40 seconds to go, and we thought we won it. And then fucking Dom came up and kicked the goal from fucking nowhere with seconds to go. And then the Adelaide media went absolutely wild. Oh, no one ever beats Geelong in Geelong. We're going to win the flag, and Yeah, even the build up in the grand final. We bet Geelong in Geelong. You know, that's easy doing it at the MCG. We can do it easily. You know, and you're right. You're right there, Daz. After the game, like the 6 o'clock news, you should have seen how flat the presenters were. Like, oh, Port didn't play their best. Port was shocking. Port were this. Port were that. Port didn't do that right. Coaching. Oh, I'm like, what the fuck? How about just admit you fucked up and Geelong were too good? Like, oh, ridiculous. The fucking hype of these two South Australian. Like Crows and Richmond. Oh, Crows are going to do this. Crows are going to do that. Should have seen how flat they were on the 6 o'clock news when they bottled that grand final. It's embarrassing.
Got ahead of themselves like a lot of teams do. Get ahead of themselves and all of that. I remember what about the few years ago when Sydney made the grand final and all the talk was Sydney, and what a pitiful performance. Not the last grand final they were in because they've been in two shockers.
Our one.
The first one they were in. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That was a great day for me.
Yeah, absolutely.
That was
absolutely.
good
All
time.
that sort of stuff. But there's been classic cases where, that's why finals are so much different. You know, you had that run where Sydney were up at the top, and I think they won like 15, 16 out of 17 games or whatever, and they were sitting at the top of the ladder. They sort of tapered off towards the end of the season. Their form started to taper off a little bit, but I suppose you can do that. I mean, I can speak. We saw the same with Collingwood last year too. So, I mean, once you get yourselves in a bit of a hole and a bit of a mess, it can affect your final series and things like that. But, yeah, again, all the talk right up until about round 17, 18, everyone was talking about Sydney, how good they were, how classy they were, how great their midfield was and all this Tom Papley and all this sort of stuff and all of that. And then they played that grand final, and it was one of the worst grand final. Well, from a contest performance, from a contest point of view, it was just such a one-sided. The game was over. The start of the second quarter.
Well,
and responsible for two of the worst grand finals in the last 6 years.
Yeah. Well, they got tailed up by Hawthorn in that 14 flag as well. Though that was their dynasty. Yeah, the two, because going into that, I was nervous. I thought, because they've been there before Sydney. They're very experienced. I thought, mate, we're in for a long day. I picked us, obviously, but to be over a quarter time, I didn't expect that. Like, when we kicked 7 goals. And when you're up in a grand final like that, you can just relax. It's kind of like a surreal feeling. Like, your team's won it, but it hasn't sunk in. Very surreal.
Yeah, like we heard earlier, Matt said the same thing. He said at Collingwood, very rarely, go in and just flog teams in grand finals. We just very rarely do that. Certainly in recent times, the ones I can remember, we haven't.
Brisbane game would be terrible.
Yeah, the St Kilda one. The replay the following Saturday, the grand final replay after the draw was an exception. But to say that I was confident, I wasn't confident at all with the second grand final, because if you watch the first one, the actual one that was, expected to be, both teams, and they were talking to players after the game and all that sort of stuff. It looked like both teams were cooked. They went and interviewed some of the players and things like that, and they would just look cooked. And there was just this feeling from the commentators and from the media that the Saints, perhaps because they had a slightly younger team, but I think they had this sort of thing of fairy tale of the Saints. Saints can finally win a grand final, win that premiership after so many. And the consensus was through that week leading up to the rematch.
You got a bit robot on us, Peter. We can't. Daz, we can't hear you properly. Daz, we can't hear you properly. You've gone a bit robotic.
Can't hear me?
No, now we can. That's fine. But just before you, a bit robotic.
Well, AI I've got AI on my system at the moment, so I'll just piss that off quickly. I don't trust it. Fucking AI. It's fly listening in. I think the Crow's listening into our conversation tonight.
Oh shit!
Anyway, yeah. So we won that game, the second one by 10 goals or whatever, 10 goal plus, and it was a nice, easy game to watch, but very unusual for Collingwood. We don't normally, but that first grand final against the Saints was one of the more strict. I didn't go to that one, but I did get the tickets for the second one, but the first one, the draw, was extremely stressful. And then to have the whole week worrying about what might happen. And we had actually players that are very sore. I'm sure the Saints did as well. We had a lot of players sort of like 50-50 to come back and bounce back the following week. So, yeah, we, as Collingwood supporters, I know I was quite anxious and quite worried about the rematch.
Did you actually did you make any changes from that first grand final? Did anyone come in or out?
Now that's a very good question. I thought there might have been one change from memory, but I could be wrong.
Is this the 2010?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Davis for Goldsack.
Sean would know. Sorry, who was that?
Leon Davis for Goldsack.
Yeah, that's right. Yep, you're
Leon
right.
Davis. Wow.
Yeah, he didn't play first.
Yeah. No, you didn't play the second one.
That's a pretty good
he
in.
Played in the Leon. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you're quite right. Yep.
Yeah, Leon played in the first one, but he got dropped for the second, and Goldsack came in.
That's right. Yep.
Oh, yep. Leon got sacked. Got dropped. Okay.
Yeah. Goldie came in. Yeah, exactly. You're right. And it's not really like for like, but yeah, that's what Mick decided to do, which was interesting. You could have played Leon, and that wouldn't have made a huge amount of difference, even if he kept his spot, because no one was to know that we were going to win that one comfortably the week after. But yeah, as it turned out, but still, decision. I don't think Leon was that bad, but he wasn't. He didn't start. He didn't start like I said. I wasn't at the game. I watched it on the telly, but yeah. The second match was actually very, it was quite surprising how comfortable, how easy. We didn't look. I was still worried at half time, but certainly if you have a result like that, when you can actually sit back and enjoy the second half like we did. And it seemed to get better as we went through the third quarter. So you can, those sorts of grand finals are, as you would know, if you can have a grand final like that, they're very enjoyable rather than sitting on the edge of your seat for 4 quarters.
We had 2 like that, yeah. Now, Peter, where did you get that stat from? Geez, that came out of you know what? Wowee, what a stat that is. 21-1. No, I don't. Yeah, the Collingwood grand final.
Actually, speaking about the odds, his parents actually had $10. It was like $10 on him to kick the first goal.
Oh no!
And the AFL was basically all over their ass, being like, to basically make sure that it was an actual like bet and stuff. And I think the retort was just, oh well, he's our son. He's playing in the grand final. We thought it'd be a good cheeky bet to put $10 on it, and then everything was all good from there. But no, apparently the AFL, basically the AFL came after them, basically being like, because especially as well, because with Goldie was a backman back then. So I know later on, around like 2014, we made the switch and he became a forward for a couple of years. Like he was like a forward back where he would sort of play like a bit of both. But back in 2010, he was strictly a defender. So yeah, but I remember hearing the there was like a news article for about 2 weeks after the grand final about the parents were under investigation for putting a bet on their son to kick the first goal of the game.
That's what Peter just said. Peter just said that in the comments. He told people he was starting in Ford Pocket. I knew one of his family, and we all put money on him to win.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, don't say that out loud.
Because I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure they got off scot-free, but there you go.
Nah, couldn't do it now.
Oh,
Yeah, Collingwood had a few. Yeah, there's a few people that were. You sort of scratch your head and think, they might have done some things and maybe done more things than they never got. That never ever got out. But there's a few. When there's guys like Heath Shaw and guys Ben Johnson and Didak and a few of the others, there was what we call the rat pack, basically like that. Swanee, Dane Swan and all of that. I reckon there would have been a bit of stuff going on there. And I reckon that there's probably a bit that got out. And I reckon there might have been more that probably didn't get out, thank goodness. Because, you can say that they pushed the envelope a bit.
Yeah, well, Heath Shaw got caught. I think it was Shaw. Was it Heath Shaw got caught?
Heath Shaw was one of them,
a couple of years later, yeah.
And the old drink driving incident as well. We might remember that.
Yeah.
Is that the one he lied in, where he lied to Eddie and he said, "No, it wasn't me."
Yeah, Mick was the coach. Oh yeah.
Yeah, because that basically made us ship Reece Shaw's back up to Sydney.
Oh shit! Yeah, it did too. Fuck.
Oh shit! That hit the footy show, and I tell you what, boy, it was like fucking unreal. And you had all these wankers freaking saying, "Oh, they never play again," all this sort of stuff, and all this sort of stuff. Oh, fucking typical Collingwood. And did we cop it? I mean, from the other supporters and from the media and all this sort of stuff. It's stuff like that. It's like self-inflicted shit. But yeah, they actually try to cover it up. Heath Shaw and Didak and all of that. And yeah, it was the old drink driving situation. And I think it was I think he had a little brang, and then basically they would lied about who was driving and all this sort of shit, and got back and then they went into the club and fucking lied to Eddie as well, president. Fuck, that didn't go down too well.
That was the problem.
Fucking you lie to your coach and then you lie to your president.
Oh, especially Eddie.
Yeah, because 1 and 1 doesn't make 3. So, they worked it out in the end. It was quite obvious there was a bit of a cover-up going. They're all trying to cover up each other.
Yeah, and poor Rachel was the second.
It wasn't good timing, though, because it was towards the end of the season. And, it's sort of like, I think we thought it was going to really derail the footy club, with all that shit going on. Could ill afford to have, and because you know what the media's like.
Yeah, of course.
Well, actually, Lucas, I'd actually love your answer on this. Because obviously, I'm sure every fan base will go, "Oh, but the media always try to come after us." And I'm sure every club, every supporter base will probably say that. But from your perspective as a Cats fan, do you ever look through the media and you look at Collingwood's backyard? Do you ever feel that the media sort of treat Collingwood harshly at all?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, because you have the tag of you do have the tag of, I don't know anymore, but you did have the tag of the biggest club in Australia. Huge fan base, 100,000 members plus. And the media love to you do something wrong, and the media got fucking 50 cameras in front of your face before you know it. So yeah, I agree with that, Sean, to an extent. Yeah.
Yeah.
Completely.
Because obviously, every club will cop it at some stage because that's just like how it is. But there's a lot of times because that's the. I'm just curious because obviously you support another club. I'm just curious because like every time we see articles, and it'll be, there are 5 clubs interested in X player. But the Pies are one of them.
Yeah.
You know, so it's like we'll be the only one listed. Like I remember Mark Robinson reported in 2015. It was the year we played Sydney Swans round 1, and there was like a whole report where there was this is why I got the example because Mark Robinson reported it, and I think was it drugs or something like that there were 6 clubs that had at least like a player under the influence of like drugs or got tested positive for drugs, and he's like, there was 6 clubs. But one of the clubs was the Pies.
See,
but then he'd say 6 clubs, but he'd only mention Collingwood.
Yeah,
You know,
see,
it'd be things like that where I'm like, oh my god, like fuck off, like you know, like you know, if that was,
I agree with that.
One player he knew would say St Kilda or whatever, he would never say it. Like he would never say St Kilda or he'd never say North Melbourne or, you know, but because it's a bigger club like a Collingwood and stuff.
Yeah,
I do, and as much as I do see, and that's the thing, you know, if it is Collingwood, sure, like throw the book at us, whatever. Especially if we've done it, but it's so annoying that it's like we don't get like the benefit of the doubt, or like if there is one club that reportedly loves to fucking leak, it always seems to be Collingwood. So I'm just wondering if you picked it up as a Geelong supporter, being like, hey, like Collingwood do kind of get outed pretty quickly.
Yeah, a lot to do that is based on perception and reputation by Eddie, like working at Channel 9 and all that shit.
Yeah.
Like footy shows, you know, a bit more power than the average CEO, if you know what I mean. So yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, I agree with that. That played a little bit part of it back then when stories were out and looking to Collingwood to blame. But yeah, fucking we get shit on by Caroline Wilson. Fucking every week she finds something to complain about us. And it gets fucking frustrating as hell. And it's almost personal. It's almost like, it's not Geelong, it's Chris Scott. It's not Geelong, it's Duncan Smith. Yeah.
Do you know the saga of Caroline Wilson and Craig Kelly?
No, not per se. No.
So
if you remind me, I might.
Basically, long story short, Caro doesn't like Craig Kelly, and anytime she has the opportunity to throw him under the bus, she will.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah.
And just, I mean, even just the recent reports on apparently he's leaving the club or he's going to leave at some point. They're preparing his like departure and everything. Caro was the only one that broke that story, so I just found that extremely interesting. She never forgave him over the whole when we got rid of like because Collingwood had like a ball team and stuff.
Peter.
Yep.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Grant.
Yeah. So in terms of like the netball team, we end up cutting that whole program. So
yeah, you did.
Yeah, and because with Caroline Wilson, she hated that. My theory is because it was a netball competition with a bunch of women. I think that's what made her upset. Obviously she was happy about that.
Anything when it comes to negative towards women per se, or any destructive criticism, Caroline Wilson will be all over you. That's just a fact. That's just a fact. Like even if it's criticism that's like fair, she'll be all over you. Like she thinks that it's bullying.
It was actually funny because I think, because roughly around the time, the netball team got cut. I'm pretty sure they even ran a story that there was like netballers that were playing that competition were actually like
pregnant
inside their cars, like they didn't have like a house to live in.
Yeah.
But then,
really?
Or something to that effect. But then Caroline Wilson would have an issue at Craig Kelly for actually cutting the whole netball program. So it's like,
Yeah.
and because with Kelly, he was like, oh well, if from a financial perspective, it wasn't viable, and and everything along those lines. But obviously, Wilson was not happy with those comments and stuff. But then it's like, but then she would then report how it's like, oh, but then she'd then go on to report how the netball wasn't like a profitable competition and people were living out of their car. So, okay, we'll pick a lane. It's either it's not profitable and, we need to move on from the competition, or it is profitable and clubs need to be putting more time into it. Because what are we supposed to do? Just put cash into something that's just gonna inevitably fall into a heap. Why? Because it's just girls playing netball. It just makes no sense,
mate. People like Caroline Wilson and who's the other one? Who's the other one from the ABC? Who's the other one? I forgot her name. She's on the ABC, and she heavily tweets female sport. I forgot her bloody name. Can't believe it.
It's so easy to forget them, though, to be fair.
Marnie. Her name is Marnie.
Oh yeah, I think I've heard of her. Yeah.
I don't want to get this channel into trouble here.
Darcy Moore.
Shit.
Darcy Moore's on the ABC.
Yeah,
different lady. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, okay. Those two women, though, not Darcy, Marnie, and Carrie. They are the two biggest. Oh yes, they are the two biggest fucking sexists. They're despised for men. It's just ridiculous. Any chance to put some men down there? Kelly. She's more. I don't have a problem with Kelly Underwood, to be fair, just a commentary, but not like Marnie or fucking Caro, who just constantly, women's rights. That's all good, women's rights. Fair, that's good, fair enough. But the way they go on about it, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Nothing against women's rights. They're fantastic, but yeah.
The media are that hypocritical. I remember Mark Robinson writing an article, and it was about Alan. It was about I had him in my head. I've just fucking lost it. Who was the guy that we had that retired, and he had a case of some time away because of mental illness. I'm just trying to remember him. About 8 years ago. Come on, guys. Pies fans. And anyway, he wrote an article about, he played a lot of footy for us, AFL footy, and I can't remember his name now. I had it just in my head.
Beams?
No, the other guy before that. Alex Fasolo. That's the one.
Oh, yeah,
Alex Fasolo. Yeah. And anyway, he took time away because of mental illness, basically. He's one of the very first players to come out and say that he was struggling and all that sort of stuff. So it's mid-season.
Oh, I know where you're going with this. Yep. Go, Dazzy. I know where you're going with this.
Mark Robinson, who was the head writer of the Herald Sun at that stage, wrote a big article and highlighted and said it was absolutely a load of bullshit. And it was something going on with him and Collingwood, and that's the reason why he's not there. Nothing to do with mental illness. He's basically poo-hooing, tipping shit all over the story, the possibility that he might be going through hell at the moment. Now, how long ago was that? That's probably 10 years ago now. Fast track to what's happening now with a current day Collingwood player who's been away for 12 months now and rarely been cited and is on big money. And the story is all apparently about his welfare and mental illness and all this sort of crap. And I'm not saying it's not true, but that's been going on for a year now, and we don't get a fucking thing from the media. Yet we had a guy like that, Mark Robinson, fucking questioning whether that guy, and Fasolo it was only about a month or so, probably 4 to 5 weeks. That's all it was.
I don't even think it was a month. I think he was back within 3 weeks.
Yeah, exactly. And fucking,
Yeah.
and what about the media who fucking tippy-toe over this whole issue, and we've had to deal with it for 12 months? They fucking won't say a word because we know why.
Yeah, same with the
I'm
certain
pretty
Geelong
sure.
player. Yeah,
Yeah,
same with the certain Geelong player.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure with Mark Robinson when Fasola came back to training, there was like footage and everything, and I'm pretty sure he even had comments on. If I heard him, it would have been on like AFL 360 or something. And just his comments like, Fasola, look, he's back training. It's like, fuck off, dickhead. Like, how in the hell are we supposed to? Because it's the thing, like obviously mental health is a real thing, and players do suffer from it. And I don't know, regardless on like if it was, in like any direction. But yeah, I don't know the way that was like treated though. I just thought it was even at the time I thought it was appalling.
It was disgraceful.
Yeah, especially when Mark Robinson was a serial Hollywood hater too.
It was only 5 weeks or so. He only took 5-6 weeks off. It was less than 2 months. And Robinson was fucking like within like I suppose it was about 3 weeks, 4 weeks down the track, and the story was that Fasola wasn't at training. He wasn't playing, wasn't at training, and then fucking he's digging deep, try and find a fucking story to write something in the paper for his paper, and then he writes that crap. And he didn't do his fucking homework. He didn't do his homework.
And I remember also years gone by when people come out for mental health, you'd call it out and all that bullshit. He would say, "Oh, it's not a real thing, you got to play."
But we've got look at the Bobby Hill situation. I have to bring it up because there's the correlation. They're miles apart. Bobby's been, come back, gone again. This has happened, that's happened. Mental health. He's struggling. Now his partner's about to have, a child and all this sort of stuff. He's got to go back to WA, look after the child, look after the partner, and this is all in a period of 12 months. And the fucking AFL media are fucking skipping around this whole thing. Yet the football club is fucking trying to sort their season out. And we've got a guy who's on 800K fucking taking the P155 out of the club and the AFL.
Yep. Same with that one at Geelong. Same thing. Yep. Exactly the same situation.
Yeah, but yours hasn't gone on as long as ours. Tyson Stengel
true.
hasn't gone on as long as that. And he's actually, I'm sure you'll react the same way if it's 12 months down the track. I'm sure you will. But I don't think Tyson Stengel would be on 800K either.
No, because when he came
less than that.
No, because
he's not far off though. It's about 657. Because I remember when Hill was going after his contract, he basically got the same amount.
At least.
Yeah.
But the other thing is that Geelong they're contending for finals again this year, and their team's doing all right. And we got a guy who fucking is coming and going when he damn well likes, and it's been going on for 12 months.
See, Daz, you signed up Bobby though, didn't you? The last 2 years, didn't you? That big contract.
Yeah,
we didn't do that to Stengel.
He must have fucking conned them. I'll be back at training. I'll be back at pre-season. I'm going to be fully committed. He must have fucking sucked them in.
Yeah. Stengel. We didn't do that to Stengel. We gave Stengel a 2-year deal, and it wasn't very much because, like I said, he didn't get drafted. He was a what do you call it? Pre-season.
It was
rookie?
SSP. No,
yeah. Or whatever they call it, because of obvious problems off field. So we got him pretty cheaply, and we won that flag. And then we were giving him like 1-year deals, and then we gave him a 2-year deal. But we didn't give him the Bobby Hill contract, and it's probably rightly so we didn't, because every time Bobby Hill goes, Stengel goes with him. If you find that interesting, I find that very interesting. And when Bobby Hill comes back, Tyson Stengel comes back, which I find even more amusing.
Yeah, but Tyson Stengel hasn't been off the scene for 12 months though.
No, true. This has been since Christmas. Yeah.
I think the last I heard was that they're considering getting him back into full training, and he'll have to play a fair bit of VFL. And I have no doubt that Chris Scott that will be his line in the sand. You're going to play VFL until we know that you're performing and fit up to scratch. It won't be any favourites or anything like that, but there'll be a process, quite a long process. There'll be no guarantees given to Tyson Stengel coming straight back into that team.
He's a month away. He's a month away from
part of a premiership team. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. And that year that he won his premiership medal with the team for the Cats, he was more than serviceable. He had a very good year, no doubt about that. But
I think he was in Australia,
mate, if you fucking go walkabout and you fucking go missing and you let the other boys fucking pick up the slack and do all the hard, heavy lifting, sorry, I don't care whether your name's Tyson Stengel or Bobby Hill. Fucking, you got a mile to fucking catch up, mate.
No, I agree. Completely agree with that. Completely. And like I said, he's a fucking month away from VFL, like maybe even more. Like if he did play AFL, it'd be last round. That's if he even got in. Like the last 2 rounds. Like he's still a month or 2 away from that. Like, and he has to train every single day. Well, not every single day, but main days. Everything to even get in that team, and that's been the problem. So he's been back at training, and then he goes, as you said, walkabout, and then he comes back, and then the things it restarts.
See, a lot of Collingwood supporters might disagree with me here. I'm sure there would be, but I'm in the group and category of I don't care if you won a Norm Smith medal. I don't care your talent, your potential. I don't care what you have done in the past. You start allowing Bobby Hill to jump some of the other guys that have worked their butts off during the preseason and throughout the year, and those guys that are pressing for AFL selection, the younger guys, the younger kids, you fucking start making allowances and putting Bobby Hill ahead of those guys, you will lose the young guys quicker than you fucking believe. You will lose everything from them because they're not stupid, and they'll be saying, "Well, mate, I'm not going to accept this." If they get an offer from another footy club, they'll fucking take it because the integrity of the football club, you're just completely stuffing up all the. I know Collingwood have been, in my opinion, the most disgraceful selection and process of picking players in my time of knowing the Collingwood Football Club. The integrity is about as rock bottom as it's ever been. But if you do that after this whole 12-month fiasco, then I guarantee you're going to lose not only the supporters, many supporters, but you'll lose the talent that's underneath you as well.
Yeah, agree with that 100%. Same applies to Stengel.
But also with Chris Scott, do you think that he'll make it difficult for Stengel to come back in the squad?
Yeah, he will. Yeah, of course he will. Like once he's in, he'll be fine. Like he'll need to keep his form, but it's like he's not going to say, "Oh, well, you've played one VFL game, come back in, son." That's not. He would need to play at least a month of VFL, at least, and that's why.
Yeah, because especially with Bobby, I find it funny because every time he seems to be making progress, or because there was that stint where he played a few games in the VFL, there was a report that he wanted to play the Sydney game. Yeah. And obviously he didn't play the Sydney game. But I feel like when that week ended up happening, that's when he stopped playing in the VFL. So I think a part of me is just sort of thinking maybe there is a scenario where Bobby just wants to he just wants to do what he wants to do, and if the club's not going to let him do it, then he's just going to go, okay, well, I'm just going to piss off and I'm just not going to come back. Because even at training, it feels like because every week we have let's just say we have 3 training sessions. I can't even remember the last time he's actually trained a full week at Collingwood. And then the last time he trained a full week at Collingwood, it was through the VFL because they only trained twice a week. So,
that's the same as Stengel. He's still on that. It's called. See, in Geelong, they call it a modified program. So at this point in time, he's only at 1 training session a week at this point in time.
Yeah.
Which is why I say he's still a month away from VFL. Until he puts in 3-4 weeks of proper training, week in, week out, he gets nowhere near the VFL, and then he probably has to play 4 or 5 games. What are we in now? Round 13. We're in round 13. I don't see him back until at least round 22, 23. And then the season's over. You know where you're going to be as a team. Finals around the corner. And it's so hard to put someone in that environment straight away. It's so hard. So there's a chance he may not play again this year. That's assuming that everything goes fucking A-OK. He's doing every little fucking thing by the book every single fucking day. And that's not guaranteed at this point in time.
Yeah.
Thank you, Warball. No problem, mate. Love coming on here.
Yeah.
Why would you? Well, if you're Chris Scott, why would you even contemplate making a decision like that anyway? Yeah, the Cats had a couple of losses going back, last couple of weeks or whatever it was, 2 or 3 weeks ago, and all of that. We all know that they're more than capable of finishing top 4, contesting another final series, and they probably can do it without Tyson Stengel. Why would you risk bringing him back underdone
100%.
and maybe not right even mentally or whatever it may be? I mean, the guys that are there are the ones that have actually got them there so far.
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
I mean, it shouldn't be about reputation or past performances. Back your players that are doing the job at the moment and all that sort of stuff. And
no, that's it. 100%.
the integrity is far better than Collingwood has been for a long time.
Like if Chris Scott, see you, Peter Buckley. Too much Geelong talk for you, Peter Buckley. If Chris Scott said tomorrow, if Chris Scott came out tomorrow and said Tyson Stengel is ruled out for the season, okay, it wouldn't upset me. It wouldn't bother me. Really would not bother me one little bit. And if Stengel came back to the team, it wouldn't bother me either. But as long as it's the right channels, for a month of VFL, month of training, then a month of VFL, and then even then's a maybe. So it just would not bother me if he did not return this season. And don't get me wrong, he's not just important; he's crucial to our small forward setup. Because at the moment we've been Ollie Henry, Jack Martin, and Stengel gets a game over them too. But the guy, as you said, the guys that get you there have been the ones that have been training every single fucking week, putting the effort in every single day. So I couldn't care less if he didn't come back. I would actually. To be fair, Daz, I would actually prefer if Chris Scott did say that. If he came out tomorrow and just say, you know what, we put a line through Stengel, then we'll see what Stengel's about, see if Stengel even turns to training or if he's even committed to the club. I'd rather see that. I'd rather see that, to be fair. And I think probably Collingwood fans would rather see that Bobby Hill. Craig McRae comes out and says, you know what, we don't see him to return this year. And then see if Bobby Hill wants to train. Yeah.
Well, the time to come out, because more and more Collingwood supporters, much more than what it was a month ago or 2 months ago, we just want to end. We just want to end this.
Yeah.
Needs to be ended, and because there's no way in the world he's playing AFL this season. My life on it. He's just too far behind. The guy has just when he was making up time, going back to the beginning of May and all that after his previous time away, he was putting some time in training. Then he played the VFL games, and then he went missing again. And then he played a game against the Cats in the VFL when he was under the weather, when he was sick. That's what we got told anyway. And then there was the Sydney game coming up, Indigenous round and all that sort of stuff. And he put his hand up, and he actually told the club, he told Fly, and it was reported by the media that he wanted to play AFL against Sydney in that Sydney game.
Yeah.
And it was just absolutely, it's just delusional to think that we were going to play a guy off just 2 VFL games, one which when he wasn't really apparently not very well anyway. Third game back in such an important game against Sydney. And again, to hop, skip and jump ahead of some of those others would have been absolutely disgraceful. Anyway, so then there's sorts of rumours going on that he got the shits and he pissed off, and then, he said that his partner was about to give birth, and he had to go back to WA and all of that and make sure that was all happening. And then basically it's sort of been, where have you been since, and all this sort of stuff. And it's just been a complete farce. We've been, taken for a ride for far too long and all that. And it's all about one player. And one thing you should never do is push the club into a corner where you're just endorsing one player all of the time. It's giving in for every single thing that player wants and showing the leniency, no standards, all that sort of stuff. Now, the other thing too is that the club, from what I heard, and I said this the other week, the club knew that he wasn't going to play against Sydney anyway because he asked for time off because he had to go back to WA and be with his partner who was about to have a baby. And basically that is the reason why he ended up still playing under the weather against the Cats in the VFL game, because they knew full well that he was not going to play the next week and possibly the week after that. And it would be a really bad look if he only came back and played the one VFL game and then skipped away again. So they went with him playing the second one when he wasn't quite 100%. He had a quiet game in the VFL that day, and then he's gone again. And the club should have said right from the start, "No, Bobby, we're only going to be picking you. We're not going to pick you for the Sydney game. If you're not well, we won't play you for Geelong. If you have to go back to WA, you go back. But we want, draw the line. Enough is enough. We want you back here training. We're serious about this season. We don't want to be, stuffing this whole club around because of your situation. Yeah, give him support. But when you start seeing it go on for almost a year, and now it's past a year, it's beyond a joke. It was a distraction last year. Certainly didn't help us last year going into the back half of last season. And this year, I once again believe that it's been a total disruption as well. It's been actually worse because it's been going on for far too long. He hasn't played one AFL game this year, and he played 2 VFL games. And to say that Collingwood supporters are over it is an understatement. We want it to end. It has to end, and the club needs to come out and make a public statement. We get through the bye and then have to front up against Port Adelaide, Richmond, Gold Coast, Carlton again, and all those teams back half of the season. And we're seeing all this still continue until trade time, through the finals and then through trade time with not a word from Collingwood, then they make themselves look very amateurish. And that is not the way I want this football club to handle a situation like that. They should not be happy for this to continue beyond next week. It should be nipped in the bud, to make a public announcement, tell us what's happening. And if Bobby needs more time off, or if he's not playing, or he's not coming back, or whatever it may be, there's no harm in just doing that. Even if he comes back and plays a few vehicle games, that's going to do stuff all for his trade value, playing VFL football. It's going to make no difference whatsoever. So sort it out now.
Mm.
Yeah, Warble just said in the comments there, the club needs to say no and transition him out, the tail walking the dog.
Nah, fucking shit. It's
Yeah.
I've been bitterly disappointed the way we've handled it too.
Yeah, but also as well too, I feel like, because with the way that this has played out, like this is genuine. Like, yeah, we have been taken for a ride, and that's so fucking obvious at this point. And like the fact that we have to like cop that on the salary cap, because it's one thing to be all right, we just have a bad contract. The guy's playing, he's turning up, he's training. As much as we can always hate a bad contract, but I don't think anyone can like tolerate what's happening with Hill. The fact that he pretty much the second he signed that contract, he just hasn't really existed, especially from a senior's perspective in terms of playing. Like, I mean, he's probably only had like maybe 10 to 12 training sessions, and that's being extremely generous. I don't even know if he's even hit the double figures, since he signed that contract. I mean, if that's not massive alarm bells, then I don't know what the hell is. And the fact that, I mean, because the thing, the AFL should come out and or not maybe like come out, but they should at least implement a rule of no matter the contract you have, if you sign that contract, let's just say you sign the contract. If you, I don't know, there has to be obviously a number to it, right? Because if you fall off the face of the earth and don't even exist really inside the football club, that is a scam. And no one can tell me otherwise with that. Like, that is a genuine scam. And, Bobby Hill has genuinely scammed the club.
What's the problem? Like, okay, so he's got a kid and his partner, all right. But what was the original problem? Why wasn't he turning up? What was the cause of it? Does anyone know? Has that been made public?
It's not. I mean, from what I've been like hearing and stuff, it's not obviously a football issue. It's okay. It's more what's going on with him and his partner, basically, because, the partner wanted to move to Western Australia, and that was basically like the gist of it. Probably best not to go into too much more detail, but it was more what was like happening with Bobby and his like sort of family and all that.
Yeah. So it looks like we got a Tim Kelly 2.0 because Tim. You know Tim Kelly, right? Yeah, like Tim Kelly was an amazing player at Geelong, and his wife, they had kids, and she wanted to go home. And in the end, we traded him to West Coast. Now he didn't go missing like Bobby Hill did. Tim Kelly continued to play with the club. But she
also win your best and fairest as well, or something, because he had a really good year that year too.
Yeah, the year he left, we offered him it was that good. We offered him a 5-year deal. Yeah. But she told him, she wore the pants a bit and said, "You're not going to sign. You're going to come home with me," and that's what he did. So we traded him for 3 first-rounders to West Coast, which in the end got us Jeremy Cameron. So it probably worked out, to be fair. But he still continued to train and play with the club, even though she was living in WA at the time. So and then he just left. Like, it did blindside us because out of nowhere he just said no to the deal. and he announced he wanted a trade at the end of the season, and that was it. Trade was done. So, but he continued to play. So I don't understand why Bobby Hill's not playing. Like if he has, if he doesn't have the motivation, then come out and say, I don't have motivation to play. I don't want to play. Then come out and say it. Or is it because the millions are too much and he doesn't want to say that because he'll lose his millions? Is that the situation we've got here?
Oh, I'm sure it's not. Yeah, I mean, well, that's the thing. Obviously, he'll never say no, or I don't think he'd ever take a pay cut. Yeah,
because to be fair to Bobby Hill, fair to like Tim Kelly was out of contract. No, Bobby Hill wasn't. So we did our best to keep Tim Kelly. It's like, we offered him, what did we offer him? 5-year deal, 1.2, 1.3, and that was like big money back then, like huge money back then. So we did everything we could to keep Tim Kelly, but to be fair, like all the problems he had off field with his missus, at least he stayed with the club. At least he played for the club.
Yeah.
So I don't know why Bobby Hill's not wanting to play. I don't understand that bit. I don't understand the problem. Fine, his wife. Yeah.
Because I think he's wanted it his way, and when you have like reports, like I remember even last year, he tried to come back through the VFL. And I think it was Tom Morris that stated that, I don't know if he spoke to Bobby or whatever, but I remember Tom Morris having some form of a statement or comment or whatever, saying that when it came to Bobby, he only wanted to play seniors. So I think it's a ego, really. I think it's an ego thing for him, and the fact that he'll be like, hey, I want to play this game. I'll get myself, ready for this game. And it's probably the club being like, hey, whoa, Bobby, hey, like, it's great that you got all passionate and all that stuff to, because, he wanted to play the Sydney game this season, right? So I'm sure everything was like, yeah, all right, that's great, Bobby. That's great that you're passionate and you want to play the Sydney game, but there are rules, there are standards, and we can't just let you just play the Sydney game. Let's see how your VFL form is, and let's see how you're going. And then, it just seemed like once he sort of found out that he wasn't a chance for the Sydney game, that's roughly, in terms of the timeline, that's what makes the most sense. And then,
well, that's probably it then. So the club told him no. He's cracked the ship, and yet because he's cracked the ships, Collingwood don't want to come out and deal with him because they're afraid that he might leave or whatnot. Maybe that's the situation.
He can leave at this point. Like it's honestly gotten that bad to where it's like because free agency exists, I'm happy to ship him off for a 4th rounder, and as long as whatever club takes him, they just pay his whole wage. I'd ship him off to West Coast for a 4th round pick. Yeah, because at least at the end of the day, you can take his money, 700-800, however much money it is. You can take that to free agency, and you can get, say, a Jordan Butts, or you can go get a. I'm a big fan of Karmas at the moment. I think Buku Karmas would be awesome. For our defense. I mean, hell, you could probably even get both of them for that much. For around 800K, you just pay both of them 400K each, and you might be able to get both of them. So it's like that's sort of how I'm looking at it. Where it's like, okay, cool. If that's the case, then just ship him off for a 4th round pick. We'll use that 4th rounder on some player that's like a project player or whatever. And then you go to the free agency market and you go get Karmas and Butts. You shore up your defense and you sort of see what happens after that.
Well, West Coast will take him. They did that with Tom. We did that with Tim Kelly. They said yes straight away. Yes, sir. 3 sir. No bag full, sir. So they'll take Bobby Hill for sure. Yeah. So why hasn't the club came out and said, maybe we should move him on?
Well, I don't think well, let's see. I don't think that stuff happens until it happens. So that won't be said till like October.
No, I get that, but then that just does the fans in. That's just saying that this player's bigger than the club, this player's bigger than the fan base, blah blah blah, which he's not. No player is.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of just saying, so let's just say there's a press conference tomorrow. I would love Craig Kelly, whoever's at the club, to go, no, we have officially ruled out Bobby Hill for this season. He will not play a game for the rest of the year. We will see what happens at the end of the season to decide his fate, whether if he stays or if we get an offer. If they came in and said that, I'd be like, fucking perfect. Because then it's like, we don't have to bring him up. Because I'm even told, like, I'll say this too, because I have seen a few content creators out here in our own space, use Bobby Hill whenever he does rock up. It annoys me so much, the fact that, like, you'll have Bobby Hill turn up to a training session and you'll have all these content creators, oh my God, Bobby's back. Oh, what's Bobby going to do this season? Like, it's just, come on, guys. It's like,
fuck it.
What about,
it's just,
guys, what about, sorry, Sean. I'll use this analogy. We just saw him on the footy field, if you were watching the game last night, Jordan Dawson, who's had a very horrible, horrific experience in recent weeks. Last month with his brother, taking his life. Now he missed. Forgive me, I'll either get this right or wrong. He either missed 1 or 2 weeks. Wasn't any more than that, so it might have been 2 weeks. So I think one of those weeks it was for the family in regards to the funeral, and he wasn't expected to play that week anyway. So I think it might have been 2 weeks, but that's all it was, 2 weeks. And he's I know he's captain of the LA Crows, but he got his mind back on the job, went back to training, trained every session, put his hand up for selection, played, and shit, hasn't he played well? He's been their best player since in every single Crows game. He has been outstanding. He's put his hand up and he's put his head to the grinding wheel, and he's absolutely showing it. Now, they interviewed him last week and they interviewed him again last night. He's still feeling the effects of losing his brother, but you know what? He's got back on the horse and he's fucking doing it for the team. Not doing it for himself. He's doing it for the team. He's probably doing it for his brother as well and his family. And you know what? I'm not a Crows person. What a star. What a star. Yeah. Bobby can learn a lot from that. And that young man went away for a week and a half to 2 weeks, and he's come back and shit. He's shooting all the lights out, mate. He is absolutely starring. He's taking the team on his back, and he wants success for the team. He doesn't want to waste the season. He doesn't want to be a distraction. He wants to get back to what he's paid to do and fucking play football.
Yeah, 100%. And Stengel can learn from that as well. Like the 3 weeks that Dawson's had to put up with this, it's just incredible what he's doing. Like he's just playing off raw emotion, and as he said, he's doing it for the team. He just wants he doesn't give a shit about himself. He just wants the team to win. And the last 3 weeks, fucking, he killed us in that Geelong game last week. Fucking hell. And it was outstanding in that first quarter. He kicked 2 goals. It just makes you wonder if a person like that can do what he do, why can't other players do that?
Yeah, well, I'm not sure the Adelaide Crows would have understood. They would have understood if he needed more time away to deal with it and to spend with his family and with his mum and dad and his sister and all of that. Would have been absolutely. They would have been in full support of that. But you know what? And they wouldn't have put a timeline on it. Crows would not have put a timeline on a thing like that. They would have said to him 3 or 4 weeks ago, "You take your time. You come back when you want to come back." And he came back on his own accord. They didn't go chasing him. I'm sure they gave a lot of support to him. a lot of support to him while he was dealing with it. But you know what? He made the decision to come back on his own. He wasn't forced into it. He came back on his own. And did he get back and just fucking turn up, roll the sleeves up, get on the horse again and fucking perform? 2 fantastic games as a leader, as a captain, as a senior player, as a person who wants to get something out of the footy season for his team and his footy club. And you got a guy who's been piss-farting around for Collingwood for 12 months now, and enough is enough. Yes, I agree with Sean. I think this is the time Collingwood says, look, we're gonna make an announcement. We're going to we're not going to play Bobby for the rest of the year. We don't expect him to be training with us again for the rest of the year. Quite clearly, we're going to look at all options in regards to making sure that the Collingwood Football Club and Bobby, as a footballer for his career and personally, can find a place for him in 2027 and beyond. That's all they need to say.
Yeah.
Just end the drama. End the drama.
Yeah. Ain't that hard. It's easy. Like, what's wrong with saying that? And everybody can move on. Bobby can move on. The fans can move on. The club can move on.
Yeah.
I think it's a win-win for everyone.
Yeah, because that's the thing. It's actually the hope. It's actually the hope that kills you. It's not the fact that it's not the fact that it's anything else. It's the fact that it's and people can sit here and they'll create narratives where it's like, we can get angry about Bobby and all that stuff. And people can be like, just be better supporters or whatever to that effect. But it's like, no, we are angry and pissed because we fucking love Bobby. We know Bobby can make a fucking difference. And it's if anything, it's actually tough love. And tough love, I mean, I'll be honest, just it's not even just locally, as a world thing, tough love just doesn't, it's such a lost art in like today's society. The fact that you can like curse someone out because you love them is such a lost art in society at the moment. And because it's a thing, I would fucking love Bobby to be playing next week. Like, I would love nothing more. But at the end of the day, like, we need to just accept the reality of this situation. He's probably done. He'll probably go to either Freo or West Coast, probably West Coast. And yeah, we just need to be done with it. And this whole, again, hopping on like social media, hopping on like YouTube and watching videos and being like, oh my God, like Bobby's here, Bobby's going to start training. And, maybe he might get up in 2 weeks' time if he does everything right. We fucking know for a fact Bobby ain't doing it. He's not ticking every single box. We know he's going to take one training session and, maybe the next one, but then he'll miss the one after that. Because that's his track record. It's the hope that kills because I fucking want him back. And then you get people that are, I don't know, it's just the fact that people treat, niceness as like, you just have to speak nice to Bobby and all that stuff. No, fuck no. Like, I'm pissed off over the fact that this guy has taken us for a fucking ride. And at the end of the day, he just needs to learn to grow the fuck up. And I know that this situation won't change, so I'm trying to emotionally distance myself from it all. But at the end of the day, I fucking want him in the black and white, and I fucking want him kicking goals for the black and white. And he can be doing all of this, but he just needs to fucking lock in. But to even say that and to have that as an expectation, I'm really what's the word? I'm only setting myself up for disappointment because I know it's not going to happen. So it's just, I don't know. The further I keep a distance on it, it's just for the best.
And by not having a press conference, by not speaking about on it, you as you mentioned, Sean, the hope, you're leaving the fucking door ajar. You know, and as Daz said, you know, you've got these kids who are trying to get in the team, and by leaving the door ajar, you know, they must be thinking, "Fuck, what if he comes in? What am I supposed to do? How am I going to get in the team?" You know, and by making a press conference or coming out and saying, it doesn't even have to be a press conference, like saying we've shut him down for the rest of the season. You know, like it's for the best. Everyone can move on. It's a win-win for everybody. Because everybody knows where he's going to be at, you know, and not just the fans, but the other players as well. The kids that are trying to get through, and that's what I was saying. Same with Stengel.
Yeah.
No, if we can just say, you know what, we're not going to play you. You know, see what you want to do if you want to train, and also you'll see where his heart lies. Because if you say to him, look, we want you to finish out the year, we want you to train out the year. You know, and if he says, "Oh no, I don't want to do that," well, then you know where he stands.
Yeah.
Or if he says, "You know what, I want to train, I want to get to the VFL or whatnot," you know, then you know he wants to give it a fair go. So the benefit of coming out and saying that is much more than negatives.
Yeah.
Just fucking say it. Just say it with Stengel, so we can all move on.
Yeah.
Just pisses me off.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like this whole Bobby saga, it's been over 12 months. Like, So this is last season, the last off season that just happened. This season, like, I know it's not been 2 years. It's only just been over 12 months, maybe 13 months. But it feels like it's been 2 years.
Oh, so, yeah, because it's going on forever. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I don't want that with Stengel. I don't want to be here this time next year and you know, seeing what you guys are doing with Bobby. And it happens with Stengun, you know, that drove me fucking mad.
But that's
I don't know how you guys put up with it.
But that's the thing. I mean, with all due respect, with like Geelong though, Geelong are doing far better than what we are right now. And like it's the fact that it's like it's such a cruel blow to have for Pie supporters because Bobby is probably the missing link to our success this season. As much as you can say selection integrity and all this stuff, but like in terms of just pure like player talent and the position of need that we need right now, like our entrances inside forward 50 are just shocking. And that's Bobby Hill's specialty. And then on the fact where he'll also kick 30 goals for the year, like
and you've lost Elliott as well. Oh yeah.
We've now lost Elliott as well, which makes it even more. It's such a. I don't know. This is going to be such a terrible way to say it, but it's like this club just feels like it's just so poisoned right now. But yet the only antidote is fucking Bobby Hill. If that makes any sense. And then it's like as much as you're sitting there and suffering because you've been poisoned. And then it's like, oh well, you know, we've got the antidote, Bobby Hill here. Oh no, sorry, he's now going to go away for a few weeks. Oh, but he might come back though, so we'll see. And then just some random day where you're like struggling with your quote unquote poison, you then watch a YouTube video and it's oh Bobby Hill's back, so you think oh shit the antidote's going to come back, so I'm going to be okay. Oh no, sorry, Bobby Hill's now gone, and yeah, you're going to have to suffer with that poison now. That's basically what it feels like, and it's like. And again, it's like, that half forward that sort of, can like hit your targets going inside forward 50 and kicking goals. Yeah, we need that play, especially with someone like Will Hayes being injured. You know, hopefully Harrison can come on and he can get some continuity in his legs. But I don't know. Like it's just, it's at the end of the day. It's also funny because I've even heard some supporters just. You know, whenever we try to criticize Bobby, you know, it apparently comes from a place of hate. And it's clearly people haven't experienced tough love before, or if they have experienced tough love, they clearly haven't experienced it recently because I only say this shit because I fucking love Bobby and nothing would make me happier if he was back inside the club.
Exactly. That's it.
I was with you, Sean, in regards to Bobby Hill. We need him. He's the missing link and all of that. Probably I was there 5-6 weeks ago, up until probably Anzac Day. but I was getting more and more cheesed off constantly. Now I'm of the opinion, well, no, this has become a complete circus, and I'm not going to get sucked into this sort of situation of, oh, Bobby's the star. Here's the missing link. It's all we need, and we'll start getting our season going as a team and all that sort of stuff. No, mate. I've lost all confidence now, all faith, and I'm a bit like Age actually with all of this in regards to, enough is enough. I'm going to put, it's time to put a line in the sand in regards to all of this. I'm not going to be sucked into the star mentality that the guy can play football, and yes, he can play. He's a Norm Smith medalist and all this sort of stuff. I just think he's rooted us around too long now. Time to go. See you later. Thank you very much for your seasons with Collingwood, and your 2023 year. Contributed a lot in 2023, including that grand final. Well done for you, Norm Smith. He'll always be a Norm Smith medalist for Collingwood, and a 2023 Premiership medal winner, and that is something that we'll always remember, and he should always be fond of that, being part of that, part of the footy club success. But
Absolutely.
you cannot let this drag on anymore. And I'm now of the opinion, even if he did come back, we know the procedure with Collingwood. We know, otherwise they're just doing a complete backflip. We know the scenario last year where they wouldn't pick him leading into finals, and they left him out. We went in without him during the final series last year, and they made their bet. They lied in it last year and all that sort of stuff. He's further behind now than what he was last year leading into the final series, because he's hardly played a game. He's hardly training. He did no preseason this year. And for me, that means you put a line straight through his name. He's not going to play again this year. It's just a con job. He's done the great thing by conning everyone for 12 months. I'm not going to be one of these people that are going to say, keep him there. We live in hope. We hope he comes back. Hope he trains. Hope he plays. All this sort of stuff. For me, it's just a big joke. The joke is on us. Enough is enough. And whilst 5-6 weeks ago, I was sort of still thinking about that mentality, I'm not doing it anymore. I'm not being led astray by his actions, and we've seen too much of it over the last 12 months, but particularly this year. This year has been outrageous, the way that he's taken the P155 out of us. And as a football member of that football club, I'm going to speak just from my point of view. I am angry about it. I'm not only disappointed, but I'm now angry about it.
And as you should be. And that's where we're within your right to be angry. Absolutely. And you should be demanding answers about it.
Now we just got to get the best deal for our footy club. Get the best deal for our footy club, and just make sure it happens. He's not worth a first rounder. Not at the moment. You might have said definitely 12 months ago. Yes, still would have been possibly a first rounder. He's not worth first rounds anymore. Early second round possibly, but in my opinion, he's not worth giving up a first round for him. No way in the world. I wouldn't be a party of that. Just get rid of him for whatever it is. Move him on. Get somebody. And go from there, basically, because we just need to end the whole the drama that's been going on for far too long. It should have ended at the start of this year. We made a blue. We got absolutely, totally sucked in by giving him that new contract. Because if you'd asked me and others when that contract got signed and when that was offered to him, I was on some of the streams, mixed stream and so forth, and I said, I have serious doubts that this is all over yet. I had serious doubts that Bobby was going to come back and do what he was paid to do, and then come back and be a good footballer for the Collingwood Football Club, because there was too much there last year that worried me in regards to the time off and just his lack of his mentality, his whole mentality for the game, for the footy club, for his team. It didn't strike me to be the right thing to be doing, to be offering him that deal so quickly and so hurriedly. And it's backfired.
Yeah, but also like back on the topic with like the AFL stuff, like it's actually wild to me how there's not like a rule in like a scam rule in place. Like the fact that a football club, because the way I look at it is that okay, so the AFL is happy to assign like trade packages, no, not trade package, like a draft assistant package to like North Melbourne, and they're able to help clubs out in that sort of like sense, but then a player signs a contract knowing fully well he's going to go get that contract and then does what Bobby Hill has done. How is the AFL not stepping in on this and be like, hey guys, we have got this? Because at the end of the day, not only does it make Collingwood look stupid, but it makes the AFL look stupid as well. Because what's stopping X club for whoever it happens to the next club to? And then like a player tries to get a 5-year contract, say, and he's being paid like, I mean, thank God Bobby was only being paid $700-800K. But I mean, what if someone gets like, like $1 million like per year over 5 years? Or let's just say, I probably shouldn't be saying this, but even with like a Jed Walter, how he's being offered like the money that he's being offered. What happens if he, say stays at Gold Coast for like $1 million a year, but then after he signs a 5-year deal, he then doesn't turn up for at any point in the duration of his contract? Is the AFL going to step in then? Because that's probably the thing that pisses me off the most is that you can have someone to sign a contract, and then once the contract is signed, they don't exist.
Yeah,
so
100% there.
Surely the AFL needs to like step in, because that's the thing. If it happens once, it's probably going to happen again, and surely as an AFL competition,
it'll be a chain reaction.
Yeah, but that's the thing though. But the AFL should be like, hey, let's actually nip this in the bud real quick because we don't want this to be a thing. I mean, what happens if this is a thing where it turns into, we get, it's like there's always one club every year where they have, there's always one player in the competition that's taking a 12-month leave because they can. And it's like maybe just after they sign a contract, And it's like, but they're not getting match payments. It's like, or there's like some shitty excuse, like this needs to be nipped in the bud like really quickly, because as much as it's, because at the end of the day, it's fucking integrity, really. At the end of the day, because I can cop bad contracts, but if they keep rocking up every week and we keep playing them, or they play VFL and they're training every week. Yeah, you don't like it because the guy's not playing well, and it's a chunk of the salary cap that you don't get back. But I would take that shit in a heartbeat over anything Bobby has done since he signed his contract. At least a guy that plays shit, at least he's fucking rocking up every week.
Yeah, that's it. No, that's it. At least getting something from him.
Well, I mean, even if he plays so shit to where you don't get anything from him, but at least he keeps turning up. At least he's there being like, hey, mate, sorry, guys, for being absolutely shit, but, I'm here and I'm trying, blah, blah. I don't think anyone's going to be happy with that situation, but fuck, you're certainly going to be happier than anything this Bobby Hill situation has become.
So that's right.
That he can just sign that contract and then he can essentially just fall off the face of the earth. And then just like, it's just fucking wild to me that even the AFL hasn't stepped in at this point.
Can you imagine if
Well, mate.
eight clubs did the same thing, had a player that went away or wasn't training, wasn't playing? Not even all clubs, say 8 out of the 18, and there was a player doing exactly what Bobby was doing, then they'd fucking do something about it, because then you'd have everyone questioning
Correct.
the code and all that sort of stuff. You have the rugby, the guys from rugby league, they'd be saying, what's going on in the AFL? But all these guys on this big money, and they're all on leave, or they haven't played for 12 months, and look at the code. Look at the clubs, and the AFL are endorsing it. All this sort of like massive amounts of money, and you would have an outrage, because you'd have footy club supporters and members from those footy clubs asking the question, "What's going on?" These guys are on big money, and they're not fronting up. They're not training. They're not playing. And we're turning up. We're paying these exorbitant amounts of membership fees and subscriptions to KO and all this sort of stuff. It's costing us a lot of money. Yet the players are fucking signing deals and not playing, training, doing any of that, and they're fucking disappearing for 12 months. Can you imagine if there was like a group of clubs? Doesn't even have to be all of them. A group of clubs. I mean, it would be just fucking. It would make massive news, because the fucking code would be under the spotlight. What's going on in the AFL when you got all these players on these big deals, and they're now not even playing? I mean, it just takes them. It's a farcical situation. So there's one guy doing it at the moment, and the AFL, from what I know, are just happy for it just to keep on rolling on.
Yeah.
100%. And I'm also disappointed. Like the AFLPA, this so-called association, like they don't want to do anything about it either. Like they don't want to say, oh, maybe Bestie comes to training, maybe the Bestie does that. Like what a bunch of weak fucking group that is as well. Like the AFLPA. Like what a useless group of fucking idiots. Like, what's the point? I thought the AF the PA PlayStation is supposed to be for incidents like this. Yeah, we hear nothing from them.
But also as well, what makes it so weak is that if they call it out and they go, no, clubs need to have more power around this, they're only taking power away from themselves, and that's how they look at it, which is so fucking selfish. Yeah. But the fact that it's, again, all it has to be is you have to rock up to, I don't know how many training sessions there is in the season, but let's just say you've got to rock up, like you have to rock up to, say, 60% of the training sessions, or you have to, I don't know how many weeks there are, and well, obviously there's say 26 weeks in football, and I don't know how many weeks there are in like the VFL, but it's like you've got to play 60% of the season. Doesn't matter if it's AFL, VFL, but you've got to, unless if you have, say, an injury or you have, well, I guess it'd be easy to fake that, wouldn't it? I don't know. It just has to be some
independent form of medical report, independent and like the AFL, they have their own concussions now, concussion doctors. They start employing them. Start employing AFL independent doctors to clubs. Yeah. And those clubs have to report to the AFL doctors. I'd fucking have that in, for a medical thing, or if it's for mental health, or if it's for well-being and that. I would have an independent doctor signing off, because I think
But also as well, when it comes to AFL players, they, like, if they can take advantage of the system, and mind you, the AFL would do the same, and I guess people will, if you can game the system, I feel like most people would do it anyway, period, let alone if it's like AFL or players or whatever. But like, And again, it's just such a sore point to where it's like you can sign up a player, and then once the player is signed, that player then goes, all right, see you guys, I'm off on a 6-month holiday, or I'm just gonna have a 6-month holiday twice a year now. All right, see you guys. And it's just like, what? And the club can't do anything about that. Like, but if I rock up, 4 times a year, then I can claim mental health, or I can do this, I can do that. Like, it's just so shithouse. Like,
See, this is where the fucking AFL need to step in with contracts. They need to add clauses that if you're not, like their own clauses, that if a player's not, fucking getting his effort, return, like participating in not every training session, but you know what I mean, participating in some kind of training, up to professional standards, he doesn't get his money. I wish the AFL would apply that. The AFL with this Bobby Hill.
But in saying that, going back to the Players Association, they will never accept that.
No, exactly. That's the problem.
Because then they think, and even if you think it's from good intentions, because in fairness, a player could turn around, or a player from the Players Association could turn around and go, oh, but what if there's a club that's really dodgy and they don't want to pay out, and they create this, narrative that a such and such player wasn't turning up. But still, it's just, we're not talking about those cases, obviously, but it's like, again, the fact that someone can sign a contract and just up and leave, and a club can't do anything about that. Like, I mean, you would think it shouldn't even be a talking point, because from a morality standpoint, you should be wanting to be turning up to the club, and especially when these players, when they get in, they obviously they're very talented, but they also get in because they fucking love the game. So
that's it.
Yeah, to just sign a contract and then to just not exist, it's just fucking unheard of. That's the thing.
It's a joke. Absolute joke.
Players Association would never. We've got to the stage where it's gone to so much in favour of the players now, their agreements and the broadcasting rights and all of that. So that means the players are on bigger deals. Suddenly we've got these multi-million-dollar deals where players are signing up for 7-8 seasons now. Asked 10 years ago, we'd probably never even dreamed of that happening, where players would be signed for 7 or 8 seasons. I mean, the first guy that was doing it, started it all rolling was Buddy Franklin, obviously, with that big deal. But I mean, after that, and it sort of basically snowballed from there. But the AFL Players Association, they would always back their players. So in a Bobby Hill situation, or a Tyson Stengel situation, or anyone like that, and we don't know everything, but the first sign of anyone criticising one of their players in regards to anything personal off the field or anything like that, I mean, that's where you get the AFL Players Association getting really sensitive about it, and they will defend and say it's totally unfair, unreasonable for us to be questioning or criticising one of the AFL players that are playing the code at the moment, because they'll always, they're a toothless tiger. They will always go in, and I don't blame them. They'll go in and bat for their colleagues, for their current day players and all that sort of stuff. It's got to the stage where it's just gone far too far their way, and it all gets back to the multi-billion dollars that are getting made with the broadcasting rights, because this is giving the players now more traction for these bigger deals. They can sign them on the spot, whether it's Bobby Hill or anyone else. 2, 3, 4, 5 years, 6 years, we're going to get to 10, 12 years down the track, and they're going to and the managers are going to get these agreements for their players. The clubs are going to go along with them because they're frightened they're going to lose their player to someone else, somewhere else. and there'll be uproar from the fans and the members that, oh, you can't let that guy disappear and all this sort of stuff. And there's just there's no balance. There's no equal balance here going on. And the moment something goes awry, something goes wrong, a la Bobby Hill, and you get players not fronting up, not training, not playing, that's when you know right now that this is it's been structured so much in favour of the player. The footy club's got no leg to stand on, and the AFL are just going along with it because they write everything anyway. So they're endorsing everything the AFL Players Association has done because they've rubber stamped it anyway. They created the AFL Players Association. I mean, our current day Collingwood captain was involved in the number one. He was the number one man representing. Before that, it was Patrick Dangerfield. These guys, the players, whenever they got a problem, they pick up the phone or they text Danger or they text Darcy and they said, look, I've been having trouble with this and all of that. Can you tell us what I can do and all this sort of stuff. So basically, they're a union in an AFL code, and they can just march away, do whatever they like, and they've got the backing of everybody from the AFL Players Association. But the AFL, they just go along with it because they structured it all anyway. And any sort of criticism of that, it means you're criticising themselves. They criticise them because they actually created it all right from the start. They created the monster right now. So they're not going to come out and do anything because it means criticising themselves anyway.
Yeah, that's what I said. The most fucking useless fucking player group in the AFL. I don't know what the point of having them around is, because they were brought in many years ago for situations like this, and yet they stay quiet. So I don't know what's the point in them, to be honest. So, but when it comes to fucking players getting suspended for homophobic comments, then they come out and make statements. Or maybe it's not a good idea to give this such and such. It's just bullshit. Absolute bullshit. Whatever works for their deluded heads, or whatever benefits them, they'll do it.
Yeah, but they've got a leg in. Really they've got a leg in. Yeah, for that situation, whether it's racist or homophobic or whatever it may be, they've got a leg in every camp there, and that's why. And look, I'm not going to get political about all of this. That's why we got a round for this, for that, for this, round for this, a round for that, round for this, round for that, and all that sort of stuff. I mean, the AFL, once again, they're rubber stamping it. So a lot of these suggestions, having a round for this and for that and for that, and I'm not saying I'm against it, but what I'm saying is the AFL are ticking them all off one by one. They're rubber stamping them, and so the AFL Players Association or whatever group it is, not necessarily the AFL. I think people need to get real with all of this. The AFL have proved them, but a lot of this has come from the players. And now that they've brought in AFLW, a lot of these suggestions are coming from them as well. We all know that. And I've got nothing against AFLW. I support our AFLW players and the players at Collingwood, but we've become more diverse, far more diverse now, with all these suggestions coming from all these different players. There's now two groups of players. There's the men's and the women's and all of that. So they are getting all these suggestions getting thrown at the AFL, and very few are getting knocked on the head. They're all getting agreed to because the AFL are too scared, they're too frightened, because they feel that if they knock one back, It's all going to, if it ever comes out, and you'll have the people like Caroline Wilson and all these people that are gender setting people and freewheeling, people that like to be, I won't say that word, but anyway, you know what I mean. They're going to be out there and they're going to be up for criticism because they'll take a stand and they'll think that it's either sexist or racist or homophobic or whatever it may be. And that's why the AFL are too frightened to say no. And they're agreeing pretty much on precedents for absolutely everything.
Yes, man.
Where we're at now. And that allows players to just pick and choose what they want to do, when they will, and say what they want to say. And that's when you get uproar, when you get back to the situation of earlier this year with the Saints player that was done for homophobic remarks in a VFL game. And then you even go back to Isaac Rankin last year. I know it was against Collingwood. Then you get that farcical situation last year. And that was all based on the AFL agreeing to what the AFL players have been.
Oh, yeah.
And it's to do with not only the men's comp, the AFLW as well. Because we all know that in the AFLW, there are a lot of players that are of different persuasion. I'll put it that way as well. We all know that. I mean, we know that.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that for any bad view of all of that, but that is a fact. That is a fact.
Absolutely.
So they do not want to upset them more than anybody. They don't want to. So when you get an AFL player homophobically coming out saying something like that, I'll ask you guys this question. Can you remember an AFLW player coming out saying anything homophobic at all in recent times?
No.
Anything that's made the headlines, like the Saints player in the VFL or Isaac Rankin last year? No.
No.
But, that's what I'm saying. So the AFL have to quickly nip it in the bud because they know that if they don't do something about it, they'll be not only upsetting people, that are, I would suggest probably in that situation where that's their life and that's fair enough, but they'd be definitely upsetting AFLW players because it would be seen as the wrong actions to actually just accept it. So, I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's right at all. But this is all to do with the AFL Players Association, and we all know that the AFLW players are part of that association as well.
Correct. Yeah. Good point. Yeah.
They're all in the same group. So the look of the game, it's all about the cosmetic look of the game. We cannot have any controversy around those subjects because as soon as you do, then you're skating on thin ice and then you start upsetting a group of people and so forth. And I still get back to the integrity of it. Yet they won't allow that sort of stuff to eventuate, but they're quite happy for a footballer to take the P155 out of a club for 12 months and as Sean would say, scam them for a whole 12 months and the club basically got no course of action during the season, basically. And to fucking lie, and don't tell me they haven't been lying and being dishonest for a good 12 months to the Collingwood faithful. We've been fucking fucked around by the Collingwood because that's what they've been told to say, because they have to be very careful on the terminology and they don't want to upset a certain player because if they did, then he could go back to the AFL and fucking complain to the AFL about being victimised.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep. And we know the situation with some past players suing AFL and all that.
So the victim, So, and again, tell us what's been going on to, keep us in the loop a little bit, because surely they must have known, and the AFL know this, that we're asking questions. We've been asking questions for a long period of time. We just don't.
The AFL don't give a fuck about us. The AFL don't give a fuck about us. Well, they should, but they don't.
No, they're more
Okay.
interested in raking in the millions
Yeah.
and tens of millions of dollars of broadcasting rights for their money,
Yeah.
and then up the fucking player deals. So, and also we all know that the managers, their main agenda is to get their players on bigger deals, so the player
Yep.
managers can get a fucking good slice of it too.
That's
More
it.
more their players get paid, the more the managers get paid, because they're fucking
That's
not
it.
doing it for nothing.
Well, Daz, you said that you wouldn't go to 4:30 in the morning.
I am on that note.
Got
Yes,
you there.
it just reminded me. I've taken a look at the time, but yeah, the Bobby Hill went on a bit longer. I shouldn't have brought it up.
A bit longer. I think we started that topic at 2:30 and it's 4:00.
Yep. All right. Thank you for reminding me. On that note, fellas, I'm going to say good morning to you all. I'm going to move off the stream and jump off. I'll let you keep talking. I'll keep you
No,
on
no,
until you
I'm gonna go off as well.
I've had my say. Sorry to end on that note in regards to a highly emotive topic, but
That's all right.
it's just
Same
the way
time
I
tomorrow,
feel
Dad.
at the moment.
Same time tomorrow.
Well, you can understand. Well, this is what we do. Collingwood have got a bye this weekend, and we're not playing, but we still feel pretty highly strung up by the emotions of what goes on at our footy club. We're passionate people.
And that's the word, passionate. It's a beautiful thing. I wish the AFL would understand that, but they don't.
So we got Port Adelaide next week at MCG. I think it's next Saturday night. I think. I tell you what, Lucas, if we lose that game next Saturday night, make sure you listen to one of our streams post-match. You will. I don't think I couldn't even imagine what it will be like, but you will have. It'll be all laid out there and then. If we lose to Port Adelaide next Saturday night, I think what you're hearing right now and what you have been hearing over the last few months or few weeks, that'll be nothing compared to what you will get Saturday week if we happen to lose to Port Adelaide at the G. I'm telling you, I know for a fact, hearing some of the other guys that have been talking over the last few weeks that they've had a gutful. People like Manny, Age, Sean, we're just going to fucking go off.
Nick, yep.
Off the rocket, I'm telling you.
Yep. And the winner keeps the bars.
And that's it. We just don't want to slip into this mediocrity and this drop off like West Coast dropped off after they beat us in the 2018 grand final for 7 years, or a Bombers or a Carlton, where they become almost irrelevant, and be a laughing stock. We don't want to be like that. We want to be contending. We want to be a bit like Geelong, contending. We want to be pushing for top four most years. And we want a footy club and a team that people, want to come to. It's just demoralising when you hear people say, and it's pretty obvious that we've got no chance of getting Zach Butters, and now we're trying to, pick up the slack with some of these other guys for our footy club. Deep down, there's nothing better than getting a Zach Butters, because I know that how important that will be for a guy like Nick Dacos going forward. When Nick gets into his mid-20s and reaches 200 games, to have a guy like Zach Butters with him playing in the midfield would be absolutely unbelievable. But
it would be,
it's so demoralising knowing that maybe he's going to go somewhere else, more likely somewhere else, and he's going. And what annoys me is he's probably going to go to the Bulldogs, who'll play only a few games a year at the MCG in front of decent crowds, and then the rest of his games are going to be at that concrete marble stadium shithouse, where. I don't know too many people that enjoy going there, either as a player or as a supporter, it's just a fucking joke at the place. But he's going to choose that club and that place to play most of his football, and he won't come to Collingwood. It's just it's delusional and upsetting to know that we've got ourselves in this situation where, you know, the guy's just going to disappear and go somewhere else, go to a club which is nowhere near, with all due respect to the Western Bulldogs, they're not like a one of the great clubs of AFL or even VFL. They're not. I know their history from back to the Footscray days and all that sort of stuff, but you can't compare the Western Bulldogs to Collingwood. I see no similarity at all. Yet we're going to find a guy like that choosing to pick a club like that over Collingwood. It's so distressing.
You just got to hang in there, don't you? You just got to hang in there.
Yeah. All right, guys, time to go. Enjoy it, and we'll speak next time. Go Pies.
No worry, Daz and Sean. Good talking to you.
Yep. All right, guys, make sure to like and subscribe, and that's it for us. See you guys next time. Go Pies.
Go Cats.